Howdy, welcome to Wiley Living.
Hi, guys.
Howdy, everybody.
The fun times has begun.
Sure. All right, Josh. So, how was the weather your way last night?
We got some wind, blew a tarp off my feed, but I mean, it mostly started east of us, probably 50, 100 miles, and then just went crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad last night.
How'd you guys make out? What anything happen over your way?
Yeah, we get to redo our roof on the garage.
Yeah,
Man,
It's all right. It needed to be done. God just said, "Well, we're doing it faster now." So,
right.
and did you check the electricity? Was it good in the garage?
No, I didn't check it yet.
Okay. We may not have power to our garage anymore. It ripped the thing that holds it into the wall. The
Yeah.
anchor
Yep.
ripped it. It's a foot away from the wall now.
Wow.
So, yeah, just one more thing. So,
You guys, we'll get through it. We'll get it fixed up.
Yeah, ain't scared.
it's not about being scared. It's about getting the money to do it before it falls in and having the city crawling all over us again.
Yeah, again.
That's always fun.
All right.
So,
Yes. Yeah, Kentucky got obliterated last night.
yep.
Yeah, it's pretty bad over there. I guess there's a lot of devastation that way.
But my brother made it through okay. Just little hail damage on his car. So
Yeah, that's awesome. Everybody's safe in our family, but man, there's a lot of people sad tonight.
yeah, there's.
Yep. Yes, it is.
Hey, P2E.
Hi, P2E. Thank you for coming in. Hang around. We got a surprise coming for everybody in a little bit. So hopefully you guys like it. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I stayed in contact with Demeter last night because she lives right there in Clarksville, Tennessee. Pretty close to where all the action was. So luckily it missed her. So
Yeah. Hey, Suburban.
yeah, Suburban Hillbilly. Glad to see you. I'm glad you guys are making it in.
Yes.
Yeah, if you guys got a community tab or whatever, share us out. Let's get the word out. We got to, y'all want to be here tonight.
Yep. Emma, you gotta wait. We got good news coming for everybody, but you gotta wait.
Yep.
It'll be a little bit before we talk about Tasha. I want to let more people come in and stuff. So, how'd you guys fare out there last night? Did anybody live close to the storms?
Yes, it would be nice to hear. Hey, Tasha.
Hey, Tasha. Don't blame me, Emma.
Sometimes I wish I didn't have one.
You just warm them and put them under.
I think that's why my last one wound up in a lawnmower
What?
cell phone.
No,
That's
just
constantly
'cause you're
dropped it.
careless. That's because you're careless. My dear.
My baby.
So I met somebody new today that lives in Oklahoma.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah, she's been following us for a while. Sheena's Ketovore Diet.
Mm.
Yeah.
Keto,
Yeah, I
keto
think
Yeah.
I've seen her around.
Yeah. She was up on panel today and got to talking to her. Was a nurse for 20 some odd years. Took care of her uncle, or it was the uncle or her grandpa, and then inherited the land. And now she's homesteading it out here.
Cool. That's cool.
Really nice lady. Really, really nice.
Does she live very far from you, or?
I have to look it up. She said she lives out in Mustang, so I don't know where
Yeah.
that's at.
Mustang?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that's west of y'all. I think. I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, Dustin, you need to get some rest.
Hey,
Get healed
King.
up.
Yes, you need to heal up, Dustin. You got some peppers to try.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and start on our prayer list. I don't have a great big prayer list tonight, guys. I have Suburban Hillbilly. Her family's always going to be number one. I'm going to try to make an effort to make them number one every week. There's a YouTube channel. I just was introduced to him through Courtney's live stream the other day. Rim's family. He was sent to the hospital today with chest pains. They're trying to figure out what that's about. So let's be praying for him. Seems like a really cool guy, really cool channel. They're out of Canada. And let's pray for everybody that was affected by the tornadoes last night. They went through Louisiana, Arkansas, Kentucky, Tennessee, Missouri, and up into Illinois. So there's a great many states that was affected last night. So let's keep them all in our prayers. And then, so I guess everybody's wanting to hear how Miss Tasha's doing. So we'll get me get her list and get Tasha's good news going. So here you go, guys. All yours, sister.
Yep. Oh, I don't think she's. I don't think she's on the right one.
On the right one.
I think she's on her phone on the right page.
Is she talking?
No, she's a little blurred.
I'm
She might
here.
have froze.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
Yep. There you are.
Let me refresh.
Gotta love the hospital Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no. There she is.
There
I
we
guess
go.
it was weird. I had to refresh. I don't
There's the
know.
beautiful lady.
Anyway, hi everybody.
Get everybody.
How's everybody doing?
Doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I was moved to a regular room today, taken off a high flow oxygen, put on regular oxygen, which is awesome considering 3 days ago they were saying still had a high probability of having to be intubated. So I am doing awesome. My oxygen on this regular oxygen is the O2 stats are staying around 94, 96. So kind of in between that range. I get to moving around a lot. It goes down a little bit and I have to take a few minutes to kind of recoup and build it back up. But, that's just going to take time because I've been stuck in a hospital bed for 2 weeks and haven't, so I'm just going to have to build my strength and stamina back up as far as moving around and everything. So,
Sorry. Trying to reposition here.
No swimming pool for you for a minute.
Say it's a little cold for that.
Let me turn
Pol-
this up.
The polar bear plunge.
Do what?
I said no swimming pools for you for a minute.
No. No.
Let's want to do the polar bear plunge.
But I'm looking forward to a hot shower tomorrow instead of a
My
sponge
God.
bath like I had today.
Oh, not well. I don't mind a sponge bath every now and then.
Well,
We love you.
Dudley.
I hear
You
you, but
know-
it wasn't like I had hotties giving me a sponge bath. I was giving myself a sponge bath.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
well, that's
It'd be a
different.
different story if it was Dr. Chocolate giving her a bath.
I know, and I still haven't got a picture of him. I'm gonna have to get on him. But hey, he's easy on the eyes. Something to look at. My hubby, he said, "Look all you want."
Or you could
Lifts your spirits. Just enjoy the eye candy.
Yeah.
picture Dustin dancing.
Oh my goodness. Did you see your the one that Joe put out for you? Have you seen it yet?
Yes,
Wasn't
with
that
my
cute?
with my mask, the weird mask thing. Yeah,
Mhm.
I had sent him pictures, so nobody get mad at him because I told him I thought it'd be funny. Breathing treatment. Hold on, I've got a nurse in here.
Alrighty.
My what?
Telemetry machine. On that machine,
Uh-huh.
your pocket somewhere.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Hey, thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry, they were just checking my stats.
You're fine. So your oxygen's
anyway.
staying up okay and everything with your
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
good.
yeah, but
That's
it was
real
just
good.
at 93, so not too bad considering I was just eating, so.
Good deal.
Anyway.
So are they gonna move you to rehab later on, or is this the
They
rehab?
talk like I might be able to be home in a day or two.
Really?
That's wonderful news.
Yeah. Yeah. So as long as I don't have to go back on the high flow oxygen,
Yeah.
and I continue to tolerate the regular oxygen, I should be able to go home on regular oxygen or like an oxygen concentrator in the
Good
next
deal.
2 or 3 days. So
Good
as
deal.
long as my stamina stays up and my oxygen doesn't tank every time I get up to move around, which I just think it's going to take a little bit of, building up some strength, little at a time. So, but every day, I mean, today was a really good day. I mean, I only got an hour and a half of sleep last night because I wasn't able to fall asleep because they do my weird breathing treatments like at 1:30 or 2 in the morning, and that steroid just winds you up.
Mhm.
So I can't get to sleep until 4:30, 5:30 in the morning, and then breakfast was coming about 6:30, or they'd have to come in and do lab or whatever.
Yeah.
So I mean, which I felt like I still got some rest, but anyway, so yeah, my sleep schedules was already screwy before I got in the hospital anyway, so it is what it is. But yeah, I'm excited. So I'm not gonna just say okay, that's what's gonna happen, and end up getting my hopes shattered or something like that. But as long as I don't end up having to go back on high flow, I didn't see any reason why within a few days I should be able to be home.
That would be awesome. I mean, I know this morning was pretty disappointing for you, but it sure paid off, didn't it?
I know. That's what I was like. I took my moment to kind of cry and be disappointed. And then I was like, okay, devil, you're not getting in my head because I'm not going backwards.
Yeah. You've been fighting the good fight, that's for sure. So what's besides spending time with Joe? What's like your most got to do it when you get home? What's that one thing that you got to do when you get home?
Oh, I think our mic shut off.
Did her mic die?
I think so. I've seen her lips.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Yeah.
there you are.
Okay, weird. I don't
All
know.
right.
But yeah, I want to snuggle my fur babies. I
Yeah.
know that they're like little kids. They don't understand what's going on, where I'm at, if I'm ever coming home again. You
Yeah.
know what's happened to Mama. So I'm ready to snuggle them and let them know I'm okay, and just comfort them and see my Chelsea bug. I'm ready to see my Chelsea bug, my granddaughter.
Yeah.
But just being able to sit in my chair, be in my home, watch my TV or just be in my environment,
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that and not being dependent on somebody else for
Right.
basic needs, Um, all of those things. I'm really looking forward to soaking in my big bathtub with some Epsom salt and some essential oils and just soaking and taking the weed whacker to these legs. Cause let me tell you, there's some scary, scary legs right now. But-
Yeah.
Severe tire damage.
Yep, I'm ready. So many things, but I'm just ready to be at home and kind of back to my environment.
Yeah. It'll be good to have you home.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
I miss seeing the thing behind you.
My safe.
Yeah,
Mhm.
My big beautiful Canon safe.
that's it.
It's eye candy for everybody that watches.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Well, this is turning out to be a good night.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a really great day. I mean, I went from 100% concentrated high flow oxygen 3 days ago. They started turning it down yesterday, and within today, I'm on regular oxygen. So
That's
like
awesome.
everybody's, all the nurses and doctors and everybody's cheering me on.
You lost Josh.
Oh,
Uh-oh, he'll be back.
yeah.
But
Well,
yeah,
That is awesome. So
Yeah.
cool.
yeah. And the nurses were all like, you do YouTube and will you shout us out? What's your channel name?" and all of that. So that was fun.
Did they watch? They remember the one that
I
she was
don't. I imagine they'll watch later. They've got a lot of patients to
Oh,
take
yeah.
care of, but they're pretty overwhelmed with patients right now.
Yeah.
So, and I know that I moved out of that room. There's somebody else moving in, fighting that fight now,
Yeah.
and my heart goes out to them and their families. So, thanks, Eddie. So
Hi,
yeah,
Eddie.
I'm just very, very blessed to have come as far as I have, and I give all the glory to God.
Yeah.
So
Well, you've been in everybody's prayers around here, so we're glad you're doing good. This is great news.
yeah, I was telling the nurses, I was like, I have friends all over the world. I probably have somebody praying for me most every waking moment of the day. Just people thinking about me and just
Mhm.
saying a quick prayer, interceding for me. And they were like, that's just awesome, and
Yeah.
so, and my
So-
watch hours, last I checked, I'm just shy. I need just a tiny bit over 500 watch hours to be
Cool.
monetized. So it's moving along. And
We'll get you there in no time.
Yep.
oh yeah,
Working on it, trying.
Yeah.
I've
Well,
been trying, so
it people are doing it, and it's weird how it randomly updates. Like you won't see an update for a week, and all of a sudden you've got 100 watch hours added. It's just
hmm.
kind of
Yeah.
weird like
Yeah.
that. And because like if I go to where it says monetization, it's still saying I need like 700 and some watch hours. But if I
Huh.
go to where I click on the last 365 days, which is what you got to have in the last
Mhm.
365 days, it's just shy. I mean, just a little hint over 500, like 508 watch hours or something like that. So it's it it's anybody's guess exactly the
Yeah.
number. But
Right.
Hopefully they don't mess around and jerk you around too long. Hopefully we'll
yeah,
get those hours up and get you monetized real soon. Hopefully.
I hope so. And I want to get y'all's channel. Hi, the nurse just came in, but I want to get y'all's channel up to at least 100 subs.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hop off here for just a minute, okay?
I'm ready.
Or Dudley, can you pull me down for just a minute, please?
Yep. Just wait when you're ready.
Cool beans. Cool beans.
Oh, yeah, that'd be cool. She got to come home the next 2 or 3 days. That'd be so sweet.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
This is running amok. She needs to get back there.
She is kicking butt and taking names later. That's for sure.
Right.
Thank you, Eddie James. Yeah, she's got a little army that's been watching her channel here lately and trying to get those watch hours up. She's gonna
Yeah, we'll get her there. We'll get her there.
Yep.
monetization. I can't even say it today. So she don't have the stress of all these bills on her. She don't need that right now.
Right.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna go make me a cup of coffee. Be right back.
All right.
Alrighty.
That is some great news. Great news. So Emma, did you get your good news? Are you happy? Suburban. Oh, so good to see her.
Which one?
Dasha.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
one? Dorcas.
Yes, good news. This is good news tonight. Along with the sad news of Kentucky and all them. But they will rebuild and
Yeah.
move forward.
Happy dance. Absolutely. I figured you ladies would appreciate that little surprise tonight.
Yep.
The world needs happiness right now, guys. That's why our title is named What the World Needs Now. We need happiness and prayers.
Yeah, it is.
She's been exercising. She went from doing 10 puffs an hour on her exercise to 30 puffs an hour. She hadn't got there yet, but I'll go ahead and tell you guys. She's been working her butt off. So behind the scenes, what you guys aren't seeing is me and my grandkids will Marco Polo her and send her funny faces to keep her laughing and help keep her spirits up, and just and then you guys praying for her and sending her messages and stuff. I mean, this has just been, it's been good for her.
Good, Dad. Yeah, all of it, everything, y'all. You have no idea. Every little message, every little just smile, every little heart, on a update or whatever, just means the world. And Trish has my mailing address. There was some people that was mentioning something about like sending a card or whatever. She has my PO box number.
We've been putting it on the videos.
And
Yeah.
Joe, my husband, will check that 2 to 3 times a week. So if you don't hear something immediately. Just know that he's checking it. It just be periodically through the week because it'll probably be a while before I can like really get out and go and just
Yeah.
do stuff on my own. 'Cause I'll
Well,
probably still be
can I
oxygen
get a
for while.
promise from you? Can I ask a promise?
What?
When you get home, you slow and steady like you've been doing here. We don't need you going backwards.
Oh no, yeah, no. I'm not doing anything to jeopardize my health and get me back in.
Good.
I listen to my body, listen to the cues. I'm not gonna just sit around on my butt, but I'm also gonna listen to my body, and if it says I need to rest, I'm gonna rest. I'm
Good.
gonna keep a very close eye on my O2 sats and all of that, and just listen. And if anything starts to look like it's going south again, I'm immediately gonna make sure and seek some help just to make sure everything's okay.
That's good.
So
Good. Yeah. I mean, I may be like 10 hours away from you, but that's not too far to drive up there and whoop your butt back into shape if I have to. Okay, I can't drive. You can drive me.
y'all don't have to worry about that. I've got Natasha's and alter ego. She keeps me in line.
Good.
Like, I'm scared of that woman. I ain't gonna do anything to get her mad at me.
She'll put you in the gulag.
I'm scared of her.
You should, yeah.
You are not. You are not. So for anybody that's here watching that's not a normal sub to our channel, if you go to our channel, there's several updates on Tasha and her Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, and her snail mail. They're all listed in the descriptions there. So if you need any of that information, it'll be over there. So
And I'll put it all in the description in this one too later.
yeah. Oh, speaking of, last week we did this whole Deli's going to shave the beard off if we reach $500 for Tasha in donation. So, Tasha, what are you up to so far?
The PayPal has had 125 donated to it. I haven't seen any more donations since then, but
Okay.
I really appreciate the 125. That helps a lot.
Okay.
And then Sandra said something about the Cash App getting like $65
Yep. So, yep.
altogether. And I
Yep, we're
haven't
at
gotten
100.
anything on Venmo yet.
Okay.
So that's where we're at.
You're
Sorry, I know.
So we got to get 500.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Go ahead, Josh.
I said we're almost halfway there.
Yay.
Uh-huh.
We have 190 towards the 500 goal.
And I will report if anybody does, for some reason, send any cash donation, like in the mail or whatever. I'll report that as well, because,
Yep. So every Saturday, what we're going to do is every Saturday we'll do an update on donations to let everybody know so that we'll know if we're getting close to the 500 by February 5th. So if we get there, Dudley shaves off the beard, which I'm going to miss, but it's all right. It's for a good cause. So,
You're gonna miss. It keeps my face warm.
oh. But yep, that's our goal right now. So, but I figure after the holidays is when it'll pick up. So, not worried about it.
No.
So,
Emma, I understand. And that's why I really do appreciate Trish and Dudley doing the updates. It's just like a real fast, quick, easy place to go and check in the evenings and see what's going on. And sometimes it's really weird because, like Trish knows, it's been a roller coaster. Like, I'll wake up and everything's great. And then all of a sudden I'm having chest pains and they're having to do blood work, EKG. And then, O2 stats are excellent all day. And then all of a sudden they're crashing. And it's just like back and forth and stuff. And so Trish is like, okay, trying to keep it all written down and stuff. But y'all have done an amazing job just updating everybody. Now that I'm feeling a little bit better, I also have been trying to post on my community page. And for those that have me as a friend over on Facebook, I don't have a prep for it Facebook. It's just my regular one. So I don't have a lot of people over there. but I've been posting updates over there and then copy and pasting it over to my community page
Yeah,
here on YouTube.
I
And
did.
I do have TikTok too. You know,
You have
I was
TikTok now?
showing off. I have TikTok, prep for it, same as my channel name, and I was showing off my mad skills with my flow meter thingy, showing how awesome I am.
Okay, so everybody, I love this from you. Can you do your sexy and you know it bit that you did for me the other night? Would you mind sharing that with everybody?
Oh, I'm sexy and I know it.
It was great. It was great.
Hey, Diggs.
Right.
That's all right. She was kicking butt the other day. It was great.
Oh god.
Hi. Lots of laughs, lots of giggles. It was wonderful.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, let me show the pic.
Kelly blow up.
The really scary, the really funny pic. Just a second. I have to get back to it. It's the one Garden State Gardener used. Yeah.
The BiPAP.
My eyebrows were on fleek. Let me tell you. Look at that, baby. So sexy. Sexy.
Almost looks like my mask.
I died laughing whenever I saw a picture of that. I was like, oh my god. If you can't laugh at stuff like that, I mean, seriously. Come on, people. Oh.
Yeah, it's good. It's good seeing you laughing again and carrying on. Just don't overdo it. And just even being on the stream here tonight, I just don't want you to.
I'm being careful.
All right. Sorry, I'm a worrywart. Sorry.
It's There's not as much moisture with this nasal cannula, so
Right.
my throat gets a little drier.
Yeah.
But I'm good. I'm all right. I'll probably give it another 10, 15 minutes, and then I'm probably going to need to rest.
Yeah.
Especially not getting any sleep last night. So
Yeah. But they're going to bring me a yogurt here in a little bit. Hubby brought me some yogurts I've been craving. I'm like a frozen frozen yogurt waffle cone from the twist cones from
Mhm.
Braum's.
Those are so good.
hmm Have y'all been to Andy's? Have you guys ever been to the Andy's? Oh my goodness.
I have it.
They have frozen custard. It's so good.
They are good.
Frozen what? Custard?
Custard.
Oh, and I love custard. I've been watching like cooking shows and stuff like that, and I'm just like craving all of these crazy things. Of course,
Mhm.
earlier, like I was craving a nice, good hot dog with a spicy brown mustard and some grilled onions and some sauerkraut. Oh my gosh, that sounds so amazing.
I bet.
Because I've been on soft food diet because, of course, y'all know I have top denture, but
Yeah.
all of the steroids and the antibiotics gave me thrush. So my mouth was like really patchy and sore and everything. So I hadn't been able to wear my denture until today. And so now I can go back on a regular diet and not have to be on soft, and I'm ready to like sink my teeth into a burger or
Oh, I bet.
something really good.
I bet. I'm bored with food right now, so nothing tastes good.
Actually, hamburger helper sounds really good.
There's some things that still taste weird to me. Y'all know how much I love my coffee. You always see me in my big coffee mug. Coffee still tastes way weird to me right now.
That's
I
why I'm
hope
being
my-
really quiet. We haven't had coffee in a while, so I'm just kind of being quiet and minding my peace. Don't want
Yeah.
Natasha to throw me in the gulag.
I had to quit coffee altogether, so because that was what was tearing at my stomach so bad.
Yeah.
And it's not very good for your fibromyalgia, I was reading. So maybe this is God's way of saying you don't need it anymore. Just saying.
Hmm.
Hello?
I've been through so much, so now I have to give up coffee. Y'all realize
I know.
that whenever I was diagnosed with this, I had to immediately take off my hormone patch. I have a total hysterectomy, okay? And because of the risk of blood clots, I immediately had to take off my hormone patch. So not only have I been going through this, I've been going through menopause.
Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. Goody goody gumdrops, huh?
So
Yeah, which it hasn't been as bad as I thought it was going to be, actually. So I'm going to talk to my doctor about just staying off of the hormones, you know, especially since I did have that blood clot in my right lung.
yeah.
So I'm at a higher risk for blood clots now. So it's probably better just to not get back on it, to be honest.
Yeah, and you can do you've done all this research on herbals and all that stuff, so
Yeah, I can supplement with some natural things
Mhm.
and, work to make sure I don't end up with osteoporosis and things like that. But I really think that, I was, for whatever reason, supposed to go off them anyways. I was kind of feeling that beforehand.
Oh,
So I think, yeah, it's been very, very interesting. I'm surprised. It's only by the grace of God that I've been able to have the positive mindset that I've had because of everything. But hey, Abby,
hey,
yeah.
Abby.
but God is good, and He's been through with
This
me
is
through it all.
this is his way of putting you through a test to enlighten you to what's maybe other things you needed that you just couldn't see. His way of showing you there is a better way through the hardship, and that's
Yeah.
what he's always about. So keep the faith, keep the prayers, love and light, and we're going to get through this, and everything's going to be great.
The only thing I'm really mad about is the first week I had zero, like probably the first 10 days of being hospitalized, I had like zero appetite. Seriously, I could not eat. Um, and I was like, well, maybe at least one positive, I'll lose some weight. No, because between the steroids and everything else, I'm still about the same weight. But I can feel a difference in my body. Like my legs are like chicken legs now, like down below my knees, and I never have chicken legs. But so my body's definitely changed. But yeah, I hadn't really lost weight. I've got, it's not too bad, really. I'm not as swollen as I thought I would be, like in my face and neck and stuff, considering like I'm on 2 or 3 different types of steroids. I was on IV steroid and 2 different types of nebulizers. I may have been on a pill as well. So I've been on several different types of steroids, and then of course several different types of antibiotics. And between all that, you know what that does to the body.
Mhm.
So I'm a little bummed that I hadn't lost weight, but I think my body's shifting quite a bit. So it'll
Your
be
poor
interesting
stomach.
whenever I'm putting my clothes back on because I'm in a
Yeah.
gown.
Your poor stomach's probably going through hell right now.
Well, it was all bruised up from all of the blood thinner shots, but they changed me over to Entyvio, and so I'm just basically taking pills now, which is nice. I don't know if I'll have to continue. I'm sure I'll probably have to continue some sort of blood thinner for a while after I get home because of that PE.
Yeah.
And I don't know yet, like if that's something I'm going to have to do long term, or go in and do regular scans, or just go in and do regular blood work like D-dimers just to make sure my clotting agents aren't rising again. Because normal clotting agents are supposed to be around like 500 to 600. Mine was in the 6,000.
Yeah. That's scary.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's scary when you've worked with somebody, a nurse, that actually died right there from throwing a pulmonary embolism while
Yeah.
you were at work at a nursing home, and then you're told you have a PE. That's a little bit messes with your mind.
Oh yeah.
So, but they haven't reassessed that, so and I don't know if they will. It was a very tiny blood clot from what they saw, so I don't think and my blood work has all been really good since. So,
So I have a question because they travel, so I was just wondering maybe if it didn't get unlodged from your lung, and maybe that's what your chest pain was the other day. I was
um,
wondering if that was a possibility.
they didn't say. Um, it was just more concerned about my cardiac enzymes and stuff like that. But basically, it was just like heartburn. But the way, with women, it's a lot different with women than men.
Mhm.
Heart symptoms can be. Like with men, usually it's on the left side or you have pain traveling down the left shoulder. Women can get that too. That's classic symptoms. But women can also just have where it travels almost like a lightning across the chest and over like into the opposite shoulder.
Mhm.
You can have pain in your back, in between your shoulder blades, things like that. So I just, whenever I started having chest pains, I was just like, we need to check this out. um, but they determined they thought it was just just gas buildup, you know.
Yeah.
So, which grateful. Um, it's nice to have friends that no matter what time of the day or night, I can say, okay, here's what's going on right now. Here's the immediate need that needs to be prayed for, and somebody was right there praying right away.
Trish is one of the best friends a person could have.
Uh-huh.
He's the best wife a person can have.
No, I'm just. You guys would all do the same thing, so.
Well, yes, we would, but that doesn't take away from you.
Nope.
Right?
I will be honest. When you said you had a blood clot, and then you're like, I'm having massive change. Oh my gosh, it put the fear of God into me. I had back in 2007 when we had massive tornadoes come through our area here. I had a really good friend of mine that I went to school with. Her trailer was hit, and it nearly amputated her foot, and so she spent years. They kept having to go in every year and redoing surgery after surgery after surgery because her foot was just so mangled. And her last surgery, we were 44 years old. Her last surgery, she developed a blood clot that broke loose from the surgical site, and it went to her heart and killed her. So
yeah,
when you said that, I was just like, okay, I'm not gonna panic, but I was a little panicked. I won't lie.
Whenever they gave me that news, they could tell it shook me up a little bit, and they actually brought in something to calm me down a little bit. I wasn't like having a panic attack, but they could tell it hit me hard.
Yeah.
So they said, have you taken anything for anxiety? And I said, yeah. And they said, well, do you mind if we go ahead and give you something? Because I can tell this shook you up a little bit. And I was like, that would be great.
Yeah.
Because.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't want to tell you that story then because enough.
Oh, no. I mean, I know. Yeah. I mean, I know. I know a PE, it just hits so fast too. Blood clots, they can just, you don't even know they're there, and then just boom.
Yeah, it's exactly what happened to Leah. She had that heart attack from the blood clot and the stroke. It was a stroke, but the stroke was caused by a blood clot. And it was exactly right. All of the pain was radiating across and right between her shoulder blades.
Yeah.
It's exactly good.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was very relieved to find out that EKG and all of that was normal. Mm-hmm. And I do want to know more about the whole how long I'll need to take blood thinners, how often I need to go get tested, if I needed regular type scans, things like that now. Hopefully, I'm trusting and having faith in the Lord that it's just going to be, going to resolve and we won't have any we'll have some good test results, and they'll say, "Hey, we're good.
Yeah.
No need to worry about it anymore."
Well, make
So,
sure
I
you
mean,
get a full list of all your medications they gave you. Both hospitals, you want to make sure.
yeah,
you have
I am. I'm going to. And I still haven't got the name of that experimental drug they gave me as soon as I got to this hospital. I'm curious on that. But they gave me something and said either it's like a miracle drug, and I think it was just a one-time thing. It's either a miracle drug and it really helps, or it just doesn't do anything,
Yeah.
Nobody, someone doesn't respond to it. It's either extreme one way or the other. Either they respond or they don't. But hey, Ragnarok.
Hey, Ragnarok. Hey, Abby.
Thank you for coming in. Yeah.
But
That's one thing that I learned from Emmett's grandpa. He and his wife and son both had it, or all of them had it. He worked as an EMT for 30-something years, and she worked as a nurse in the same hospital facility. And they lost her, and he said, make sure she's got really good records of everything they did, every
oh
medication.
yeah, I will definitely
Okay.
will. I worked in medical records at this very hospital,
Yeah.
so I know how important it is. Every year you need to get a print off from your pharmacy of everything that you've taken and have a hard copy of that as well, because you may not realize that something years later will show, a side effect that they didn't know,
Right.
or didn't report or inform the public about years later,
Yeah.
so, or years earlier. So every year get a, like towards the end of the year, go ahead and get a full printout. You'll probably have to sign a release from your pharmacy. Get a full printout, have those handy so that you have them. That way you can show that if you have any issues later on.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, I mean, they just did everything they could to help me the best they could in the moment, and I can't fault them for that, Everybody just did what they could to make sure that I didn't end up on that vent, that I wasn't another statistic. And so I'm trusting that God's got my back, and he's covering anything that could have possibly gone wrong with all of that.
He's not done with you, but I got one quick question before you get too tired and have to leave.
Okay.
He's saying no coffee, nor no hormone patch, and Natasha has not put a nurse's head through a table yet. Is that what you're telling me?
Can you believe it? I think hell has frozen over.
I don't know.
Dr. Chocolate took an effect on her too.
We all want to reevaluate Natasha when you get out of here. I think she might be compromised to be a double agent now. We might have to get rid of her and bring in something else.
What I think is Natasha is just so exhausted because she's been kicking butt so hard. She hasn't had time to think about all that. So she's, between Natasha and I lacking sleep, we're just kind of brain fogged right now. And but
well, them nurses are lucky.
She might come out getting pretty scrappy whenever our strength builds back up and we both get some rest.
I don't know. If you're not out of there within the next 5 days, you're going to have a certain Marty Moody out there, and he's going to be visiting them. He's already threatened it once today.
That's right. That's right, man.
I'm looking forward to meeting Miss Murdy whenever she decides to come out.
Miss Murdy. Oh yes, Miss Murdy. My wig and stuff had come in just before I ended up, like the day before I had ended up in the hospital. And so I tried it on, and it was like, oh my gosh, it was awesome. I was like, oh, this is going to be fun. I'm going to try out a few different little, see which way I want to go with her. My grandma, Myrtle, she was named Mary Myrtle. Mary Myrtle. And when she became a legal adult, went and legally had it changed to Myrtle Mary because she hated Mary being her first name.
Mm.
This woman. But my grandma was one of those town gossips. My grandpa, Frank, her husband, my mom's dad, died when I was about 3 or 4. And I would sit on his lap in the mornings and during the day. And he, I was a smart little kid, very smart. And I was probably about 2.5, 3 actually. And the day he died, I was sitting on his lap and he'd say, I love you more than you love me. And I'd say, nuh-uh. And he said, I would jump a puddle for you. And I'd be like, I'd always have to one-up him. I'd jump over the ocean for you. And then it'd be like, well, I'd jump over a mountain for you. Well, I'd jump over the moon for you. And we'd just go back and forth like that. So the day that he passed, we were playing that, I guess. But anyway, a few years later, she remarried a little man. He was a short little man. He always had a beer in his hand. And he laughed. That's how he laughed. It was like the snicker. But he was the sweetest man. And anyway, when my grandma would start gossiping about somebody, he'd say, now, Myrtle, you know the good Lord doesn't what you talking about, people. He would scorn her and stuff. I mean, just an amazing couple, just watching the two of them interact. It was so funny. And my grandma, Myrtle, would make button necklaces and bracelets and sell all kinds of travel around and to flea markets and sell all kinds of stuff like that she would make. She was an expert crocheter, expert. She was so talented. But anyway, so I'm going to throw some of her in there and some of me in there and see what blends up and mashes up. But I think y'all will love her.
It'll be fun.
Oh yeah.
And then my local best friend, April, she's going to be Gertrude or Gertie. So it'll be Murdy and Gertie.
That'll
So
be fun.
yes. So we're going to have some fun with that. But yeah, I tried on that little wig and stuff, and y'all are going to get a kick out of it. I got the 50s style fin glasses, and I've got the chain to go, and the little pearl clip-on earrings and everything. It's going to be a blast. But yeah, I got that costume in before I ended up knowing that I was going to be hospitalized and everything. So nobody think I blew money on that, with anything that anybody donated. But anyway, well, y'all, I'm going to call it a night. I am getting tired now, and I'm ready to kind of kick back and put some earbuds in and just veg out and watch TV and relax.
Yeah, you need to get some rest.
Don't you have earbuds in already?
No, her TV, the ones for her TV.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I use the same ones. What's really cool is this remote, when you turn it up loud, you still don't hear it. It's not loud enough. There's a jack on the side. I can use these same earbuds and plug them in and
Oh, there you go.
pop it in, adjust my volume, and it just kind of gives me some background noise while I'm laying here, kicking back, falling asleep. Kind of drowns out the noise.
Yeah, you probably sleep better now. You don't have all the swishing going on.
Yeah, I mean, we still have the room air ventilation system, but it's not right next to my head like the other one was.
Yeah.
And I don't have that compressed air like in my nose and head and stuff. So it's a lot calmer and quieter and not so much sensory overload in here. When I don't have a bunch of monitors in here and everything too that have the LED lighting and stuff. So yeah, I think I'll get a lot better rest in here.
That's good.
All right. Well, I love y'all. Thank y'all again
We
so
love
much
y'all.
for
Love
your
you.
prayers, your well wishes and everything. And I just love y'all so much, each and every one of you.
Love you.
All right. Night.
Good night.
Night night. Well, she signs off quick.
She is doing an amazing job.
Yes, yes.
Amazing job.
Hey, Gear.
He's been there the whole time. He's just been quiet,
Oh, lurking.
lurking. Yep. So how's everybody doing tonight?
You're doing good.
You guys didn't have any of the crazy weather last night? What happened to Josh?
I don't know.
That blows.
Yeah, just me and you.
Yep.
Bonnie and Clyde.
No.
My left, your right.
It snowed, Emma? Ooh.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. Oh, under an inch. Okay. So it's not too bad.
Melted today.
Man alive.
Yeah, Gear, we got some of that.
Yeah, we got rain, we got wind, we got wind damage. Yay.
Who won the race there? Yeah, it's been a unusual weather.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Yeah, we caught some lightning. Seen the clip of it, I think. When we come out from dinner, it was a pretty decent light show. Oh, nice, Rick. Yeah, we don't show no more storms, I don't think. Supposed to be a kind of calm week. I say that and it changes. But it was really nice hearing from Tasha. Well, it looks like we might get some weather Friday and Sunday. Next Sunday. So what else everybody been into? Anybody thought about trying to grow something? Or start their seedlings? Neither do I really. Cool. Oh, you got all kinds of places, Gear. You can set you a little pot right there by your laptop or computer. Let it grow. Nice, Emma. Yeah, Trish she cut the bottom of celery and got it growing in some water and some onions and what else you got growing in there, baby?
Where?
Where you're sitting?
Onions. The
Onions.
green onions.
Okay.
Yep.
And what's those one on the table that look like winter onions?
Green onions.
And what's up in the window?
Green onions.
Oh.
Hmm.
Okay, she got green onions. I thought you had some celery growing.
I did. Keyword.
Did you forget to water it?
Maybe. I tried.
That reminds me, I gotta water the cactus.
Which one?
All three of them.
Hmm. Yep. Yes, Emma, they are.
Really?
Billy, I put it in your soup all the time, you ding dong.
I don't.
I know. You're
I
cool.
just know it tastes good. Bok choy.
Yeah, Gary, I'm running out of
Oh.
room here.
Oh, what are you trapping, Rag? Or what are you going to trap? I've already caught my trophy. So
Love you.
you. Oh yeah. Oh, that's cool. What kind of foxes you got? The red or gray? Uh-oh. Now, do you eat the fox or just make it into dog food? I mean, ooh, red fox. They're pretty. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I like to get me find me a big old fat coon to make a coonskin hat. Oh, if anybody cares to come up. Oh, Nebraska. Lived there for a couple of years. They're in the northeast, up by Vermilion, South Dakota, but in the Nebraska side. Right. Yeah. Hey, Gear. Hey, Gear.
Yeah, good.
Always. How about yourself?
Not too bad.
Oh. So you didn't get much of a weather last night from all this weather?
No, just some good wind, some rain.
Yeah, yeah. We got some wind and a little bit of rain, a light show.
And we had decent lightning off in the distance. Not really a lot of thunder.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a good thing too. But
Right. Yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
yeah, I'm glad it wasn't though.
All right.
If I was a tornado, I would touch down just about a quarter of a mile that way and go all the way through town.
Yeah.
Luckily, that hasn't happened in many a years.
All right. It's
They like to stay more over there on the highway,
all right.
there where all the boat factories are on 44.
Yeah. Love you. This one? Oh. Oh. This area is overdue for a tornado to come through, but it's like that 100-year flood. It's not predictable.
Right.
And if our place, floods, most of the town would be underwater because we're up on a hill.
Yeah, Emma, I remember back when he used to make videos. I'm just a dude. If I can do it, anyone can.
I don't remember him.
Oh, it's been a good handful of years since he's made videos. He was originally from somewhere in Missouri and moved to, was it Indiana, Emma? Indiana, Tennessee, somewhere over there.
I don't know why he would move to Indiana.
I remember why he moved from Missouri, but I don't remember why he moved there specifically.
West Virginia. That's pretty country out there. No, I think if we'd move out of state, I wouldn't mind living in Montana. It's pretty up that way. You can keep me out of Oregon and Utah and all that, but
yeah,
Washington, I'll just stick with Montana. Haven't heard nothing in the news about that state.
I don't really care much for their winter though.
No. But I think it'd be better than Alaska.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I looked up some land quite a few years ago, and ooh wee.
I've always liked Tennessee, but everybody's moving to Tennessee, so if I moved, I wouldn't want to move there.
Yeah.
There and then somewhere down south,
All right.
like
Right.
between Arkansas, Louisiana, somewhere down yonder.
All right. Yeah, I was born in Kentucky, so I lived right there on 65. Kitty, kitty. Yeah, when we was up in Nebraska, it snowed every weekend. It wasn't through the week when I had to work, but when we would have to be ready to come down here for the weekend, it'd snow every weekend.
I haven't ever been to Nebraska.
Oh, it's flat. You can watch your dog run away for 3 days. Oh, she must have got it
They have.
charging up.
Welcome back.
Right. Did I interrupt?
No,
Okay.
we was talking about the winters in Nebraska.
Oof, yeah. Rough.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad on through the week, but the weekends it snowed every weekend.
Yep. Every weekend.
In years, we was talking about if we'd move out of the state where we would like to move to, and Gear wants to move down south,
To where?
Arkansas, Louisiana border,
Mm-mm.
or he said Tennessee at first, but everybody's moving to Tennessee.
Too many
Thank you,
people
Magnolia.
moving there.
No, I'll stay where we're at.
I told him if we would move out of state, I'd like to move to Montana.
I guess.
Oh, look at there. There's Marty. Marty.
Hi, Marty. You guys missed Tasha. No, I'm going to stay right where I'm at. I'm too old to be moving all over the God's green earth anymore.
I think we should move to Alaska.
Oh, yeah. Like, the cold don't affect my arthritis bad enough here. I'm already in enough pain now. So, what do you think of our lovely weather today, Gear? 70 something yesterday and 30 something today.
I wouldn't know any difference.
I know it was.
I
Chilly.
technically wouldn't either. I feel it in my body.
I was gonna say, other than my feet are kind of cold.
My
Right.
I can hardly move today.
I know it was cold changing that wheel seal.
I bet. I bet they want that banana split, huh, Marty? Yeah. It's all right, Bountiful. Abby, everybody's decided to do live streams tonight, so that's all right.
It's fine. Just
Yeah, on my end, there's that I seen was 4 different ones tonight.
Yeah.
well, Marty, you can just hand that banana split over.
You don't need it. Ragnarok, I used to be that way. I used to be that way until arthritis kicked in, and now it's just like the heat kills me, the cold kills me. It's like,
Yeah,
whatever.
I can always layer her up.
Yeah.
You can only take so many off.
Yep. So true. I mean, I guess you could strip down naked, but you might go to jail for that. So somebody's bound to frown upon that one.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, lost my house shoe for a minute. I was like, where'd it go?
Uh-oh.
It's way under the desk.
And if I wanna garden in my underwear, the neighbors shouldn't call the cops. They should mind their own business.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. They don't have to look in that direction.
Yeah.
Oh me, oh my.
Yeah, we're probably not going to go too long tonight. My back's hurting and it's hurting sitting in this chair. So
Oh yeah.
I told you that earlier today, dear.
Well, I know.
It's early yet.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. I might get a wild hair and stay up all night. I don't know, but I don't want to bore anybody to death either. So,
You ain't.
huh?
Right, Marty. But you could always deliver it, you know.
Right. Yeah, Emma, that's the type of life I want. I want to be way out in the boontules. So if I want to go outside in my nightgown, I can, and nobody's going to say nothing. And
Yeah, see? You're not boring.
is that Rose, dear?
Yes. Let me let her out real quick.
She says, Daddy, now. Thank you, Suburban. I've just been hurting real bad today, so. Yeah, Emma, I grew up in a small town and everybody knows your business. If you sneeze, they know it at the end of the road in a matter of seconds. So I hated small towns. I hate big town. I just want to be in the country.
I don't remember if it was this chat or another one. I mentioned that my neighbor's house over here has been empty for like a month and a half now.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the guy that lived there, the main guy, I guess he passed away.
Oh, that's too bad.
I don't know if it was a heart attack or if he overdosed or what it was, but somebody said that it was his sister, that he was their sister and they was taking stuff, so I guess it was. I seen the vehicle there before, but I couldn't tell you I've seen them before.
Yeah, well, Deli was out working on the semi today, and I was soaking in a hot tub trying to get this arthritis in my back to lay off a little bit, and then I heard the dog was going crazy, and I had no idea what was going on, and I was like, well, if they're coming to my door, they're just going to stand there because I'm not getting out of this water for nobody right now. But it was for a neighbor. They were just at the wrong house. So they was bringing her a washing machine. Yeah, I want out of here so bad, so bad. I don't know if you guys can see the reflections, but straight behind this wall is a road that goes straight down that way, and we get people that race up and down that road, and this road that every now and then you can catch lights, and that's a highway, and constant traffic, constant noise.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't really complain because we basically got this house for free. I mean, there was some BS attached to it that we had to deal with, but basically we got it for free. We just pay. It's our early inheritance from my parents. That's turned into a total pain in the ass instead, but because they let a lot of stuff go. And when you first, your initial looks and stuff, you don't realize it until you're actually in it neck deep, but then you're
Right.
like, oh, hell. So it is what it is. So hopefully we can get stuff fixed up and get it sold and move out. But weather last night didn't help anything with that. We got to rip up the decking and redo it, and it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Hopefully we still have electricity out there. Hopefully that didn't get all messed up. So
And
plans.
when
Good dear.
I walk on my back porch, I got a neighbor to the two neighbors to the left that could see me on my back porch, and then two, maybe three on the right that could see me on my back porch. So I can't even pee off my back porch. Well, I can, but
Right. I get you.
safe for not doing it.
Yeah. Okay, Emma, you guys have a good time. We love you. I'm surrounded 360. So it's, I get, and I hate I hate it. I just hate it. I don't like, I can't go ever. I cannot ever go out in my yard and there not be somebody out, wondering what I'm doing, staring over at me. And it drives me bonkers. I'm like, don't even look this way. Mind your own damn business. So I hate it.
Sorry, didn't Jack want it out? Like,
You know why he wants out.
I know.
He doesn't want out because he needs out. He's just going to mark her spot.
All right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Ragnarok, we get funny looks ourselves, so
But you just shrug them off and do your thing.
Marty, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Truth be known, it's probably a good thing if the electricity's messed up because there's been so many people wire this in and wire that in, and it's probably a wonder it's not had an electrical fire, to be honest. So it probably needs complete rewiring anyway.
Yeah.
If we own this place, I'd have about 8 raised beds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, Ragnarok, that's true. That is so true. If you want to run naked through the woods, you should be able to run naked through the woods. Not that I'm going to. I'm sure I'd run right into some briars, but because that's
Or step on a thistle.
yeah. I've done that enough in my life. I mean, I'm kind of getting used to that part. The briars hurt a little bit worse than the thistle.
That
Yeah, Ragnarok. Well, I don't want to talk about cucumbers, man.
So what kind of cucumbers are you growing this year?
Honestly, I think I want to try to grow a white cucumber this year, but not like I did last year. No way, no way, and no way. I probably have enough pickles and relish to last me 2 years, which is good. And that is really good. But holy Toledo's.
yeah, that's why I don't
Toledo's.
swim naked either.
You afraid your little wormy's going to get bit, baby?
Yep. And not by a fish either. Not gonna snapping turtle or
Beaver.
crawdad.
There's beaver around here too. You know that.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, those thorns are pain in the keister.
Literally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to grow a cucumber of some sort because everybody in the house loves cucumbers, but it'll only be one variety, and it will not be Boston pickling or the Marketmore. I just want to try something different that we haven't had before, and there'll probably be like 3 or 4 plants, and that's it because I don't need that many damn cucumbers again.
You want to try those long, skinny ones?
What long, skinny ones?
The Arabian or
Armenian?
Armenian.
That's it.
I don't even know if I have seeds for those.
Oh,
I forgot. Babe, we've got so many seeds. I don't even know what we have, what we don't have. I'm going to have to just make a book.
You need to grow some Armenian cucumbers, some lemon cucumbers, some cucamelons.
those cucamelons, are they pretty good?
I thought so. If you
You
have
know, suburban.
if you have some kids that like picking them,
Oh, we got 3 of them.
Our problem is the baby wants to pick everything he sees, so he doesn't let anything ripen like it's supposed to.
We should grow some of those, what is it, jelly melons?
I don't know, babe. We've got
Jelly bean melon or something like that.
there's a jelly melon.
It's supposed to taste between a watermelon and a lemon.
Yeah, but nobody likes lemon, so I don't understand why you would want to grow something with. Since when?
I've always liked lemon.
Okay.
Lemon heads.
Well, that's candy, you dork.
At least it ain't vanilla.
Let's not go there. Turn the page. Turn the page. Next.
I'm gonna learn to trap beaver.
Good luck.
you didn't care for the lemon cucumbers, Ragnarok.
Is that what those little ball yellow ones are?
Yeah.
Oh, my back hurts.
With them, you gotta. For me, whenever I grew them,
Oh no, suburban.
I don't remember if I grew them 1 year or 2 year, but you gotta thin them, or you gotta slice them real thin for the best eating.
Oh yeah. We need to find a good variety for green to grow for fried green tomatoes.
You keep saying we, but you're never here to do the stuff, dear. And I can't be out there when it's hot, so it all goes to hell. There's lots of good tomatoes for that. You just got to be able to keep them watered and pruned and dewormed.
Yeah.
Because we got attacked by all kinds of worms last year.
And squash bugs.
Need to grow more marigolds.
Oh, honest to God, I had a ton more ready to go until the ice storm hit, and yep. So the marigolds I had were from. Well, a few of them survived the winter, and then they're the only 2 that survived.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, actually no. The one yellow one grew from. They were reseeded from last year. That's how we got those. And then I planted the Jester ones, but that one was the only one that come up. So. Oh, yummy.
Some strawberry preserves.
Yummy, yummy.
Strawberry shortcake party at Suburban's place.
Oh, hey.
Right.
I'm so hungry. Quit talking about food. All right, we can't talk about food. Yeah, if I have strawberry anything, I have to have it de-seeded, though. I can't have the seeds no more.
Well, I have a strawberry daiquiri.
Ew. Yuck. I don't like those.
I used to drink those like those water.
Well, we probably would if we had raised beds.
Yeah, the ash is good for your gardens. A little bit of the ash is good.
Oh, Rose.
No, but I watched a video today. They was burning off the raised gardens.
Living traditions.
Yeah, living the tradition.
Not that I watched it or anything.
What's that one you was watching today with the cow thing?
Holler Homestead. Gear
Holler.
watches them too. Why is it every time we do something the dogs have to go nuts?
I don't know.
Gear. Doggone it. Peanut.
Probably because Jack's outside.
Yeah. And barking.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Must be the fox.
They're barking that way, so I'd say it's the neighbor's dogs.
No, probably.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that was about.
I don't know. I thought he just didn't like us anymore.
I do too.
It went to some kind of error screen, said check your connection.
Uh-oh.
I've never in the 2 years that I've been using StreamYard ever had that happen.
Weird.
Weird.
I've had it to where it like gets real blurry. But
Yeah, I'd like to see that, Hillbilly. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
We gotta. I hope go all the way for. Well, it's not been cold enough yet. Oh,
What was that?
somebody honking a horn.
Oh.
The joys of town.
Oh yeah. You know those
what?
pots that you stick the hen and chicks in?
Mm-hmm.
Could you grow strawberries in those?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. Why?
I was just thinking.
Did you finally find mine?
No.
Oh.
I know where it's at.
Hmm.
It's in the garage.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Everything's in a. Oh, cool. Yeah, that would be cool, Suburban.
Oh, cool.
That would be really cool. Seriously, dog. You're gonna put Jack in.
All right. Be right back.
Sorry, babies. I think I'm gonna try to grow a shade garden this year. See if I can, because every time I try to grow lettuce or anything, it just bolts. So let's see if I can grow it in the shade and see if that helps. Yeah, Suburban. He has his moments. Oh my God. Anybody want a dog or 3, 5?
I was going to ask you if you want another dog and 5 cats, 6 cats.
You know what? I'm so allergic to cats that I can't even go to my family's for the holidays.
Oh yeah.
And because like my throat literally feels like it's closing and I get all these hair. It's just horrible. And my mom's all, oh, we're going to have a buffet for Christmas. And she's all excited. And I said, well, if you still have cats in the house, I can't go. And, you know, this has only been ongoing for the past 10 years. Everybody knows I'm allergic to cats and I can't be around them. And she's like, oh, okay. You know, it's like crazy. Ragnarok, my front yard's some large oak trees. So it'll still get some sun, but I've got oak trees. And then, of course, the front of the house will be shading it as well. So go ahead, Gear.
I don't know what I was going to say.
I'm sorry.
I even forgot before I even. Oh,
I know you're not
strawberries. Strawberries. I'm not grown them a couple of times, but I'm not going to mess with them. I've got some out there. If they produce next year, they produce. If not, oh well.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to put any more effort into strawberries until if we ever have our own place or a place I can have a garden or raised bed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For me, in the containers, they don't produce enough to be worth the space.
Right. Well, this year I didn't let strawberries grow. I just wanted the plants so that I can, produce a bunch of plants so that when we do finally get strawberries, there's, it's something worth dealing with, So,
Well,
yeah, Ragnarok, it's a really old oak tree. I don't know. It's, what would you say, 4 or 5 foot across, babe?
about that.
Around the one out here.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah, I call it Old Lady Oak. She's my friend. She's my friend.
Well, we could always cut it in half and count the rings.
Cut it in half and make a garden bench out of it.
No,
There you go.
no, you're
And I
not
can
gonna
use
make me
the
cry.
Then on the stump of it, you could feed the squirrels, and whenever you get hungry,
No, 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 no. I
she
like
won't,
my oak trees.
and she won't let me hunt a gray squirrel.
I didn't say you couldn't hunt them. There's not much there. There's a little, but sorry, it's a little red. It's the red squirrels I'm more fond of, dear.
Oh.
But
they taste even better.
worst case scenario, you gotta eat. You gotta eat. Just prefer not to eat
Your pets.
my pets, but
I don't know what morning doves taste like, but if it ever hit the fan and I'm hungry, I'm going to find out.
Right?
Our oaks are red oaks, aren't they?
Yes.
And then, okay, so we have 2 red oaks left out of 5.
That might
And then I have a little pin oak that popped up.
that might be a white oak.
The little one over here by the
The
road?
big one.
The big one?
Yeah, that might be a white oak.
It's the same as the other. I don't know. Okay, it's an oak tree. It talks to me. So there you go. Okay, don't talk to me, but I feel vibration from it, so it's my friend. And then we have
Hey, Courtney.
Hey, Courtney.
hard maple. Cannot remember the name of it.
A sugar maple?
No, it is not a sugar maple. It is a hard maple. Like Jack or something, blackjack or something. I don't know. And then we have, And then we have the magnolia and my dogwood and the sassafras tree. Dudley hunts Ragnarok. I've gone hunting, but I personally can't take the life of anything. So,
No, but she sure can clean it.
yep.
Yeah, if I had somewhere to hunt, I would. I mean, we do have public land, but you go into the parking lot there, and there'll be 15 vehicles, and nope.
Okay, Suburban. So my oak trees are all white oak thin, based on that, and and then the little one on the side of the road is probably well, it's either pin oak or red oak. So you're not making sassafras tea out of my tree. Sorry. You can make sassafras out of the other one, but not mine.
What about the one we cut down that's grown back?
You can make sassafras tea out of that one, yes. Just not mine.
Years ago, used to help
Go ahead, Gare.
Years ago, used to help one of my uncles cut firewood, and he'd be like, "Oh, that's a black oak. That's a red oak. That's a white oak. Oh, that's this maple." And I'm glad one of us know.
That's a tree. That's a tree. That's a tree.
Oh, well, and we also have a Bradford pear that we're in the process of cutting down if somebody ever gets gas so we can finish it. And it's got to come out so I can put apples and an actual pear out there. And then I have a whole bunch of Rosa Sharon trees, like 6 or 7, 8.
Our
Yeah.
city took out about 5 acres of those Bradford pear trees.
Yeah.
They sure was pretty in the spring, but if I rolled down my window, I'd be
Die.
choking up. Yeah.
Yeah, it kills my allergies. Yeah. The sassafras leaves, or the leaves of the sassafras tree, is actually used in Cajun cuisine.
Really?
Yeah, you dry the leaves and then grind it up, and it's gumbo filet, I think is what they call it.
Ooh.
Yep.
They split and smell bad. I'm guessing the Bradford pear.
And they're invasive.
So am I, but you know.
You're intrusive. There's a difference.
Oh. Well, you know.
Yeah.
That sure is a pretty tree.
I want to be where there's more trees. I would like cedar. I would love to have cedar trees.
Yeah, that way I can make cedar chests.
You would. My brother-in-law, he does lawn care. You would like one of his customers' places.
Probably.
Lives on about 5 acres of land. Decent house. 107 trees.
Wow.
That's
I
a lot
love
of trees.
trees. I love nature. So
She wanted him to do leaf removal. Wanted him to pile them up and remove them.
mhm.
He said, "What I can do for you is mulch them down, and then I'll blow what's left into the woods, or I can blow them in piles and burn them."
Yep.
She wanted them hauled off, and he said, "Well, I can't do that."
Not that many trees.
No.
That's a lot of leaves.
Yeah, Ragnarok. I didn't know that until here recently. So that's one reason I won't cut down the tree, because the leaves are as edible as the roots are. So, and we've only got the one main one. We have little offshoots that are sprouting off over to the side. So,
See, I can take the main one and you can have the offshoot. Oh.
No, sorry for you. Sorry for you.
Can't you use the sap or something?
I don't know. But that's why I want to be out in the woods, so I can have pine and cedar and oak. I'd like to have some walnut, pecan, hickory.
That's what I'd like to do. Have a big old field and plant a bunch of walnut trees.
Yeah.
Maybe if I'm riding on a mower.
No, you don't want to be doing that on a mower. That's how people lose their eyeballs. Ask my mom. Okay, she didn't lose her eyeball, but she got 9 stitches. Walnut to the face.
Hey, I wonder if I can put them in a rotator gun.
Yeah, most likely.
But I think, what is it? I'd have to look it up, but I think it takes like 15 or 20 years for a walnut tree to start producing good.
Yeah.
Either start producing or start producing good.
Yeah, and then you got to keep, like, if you're going to have any kind of other trees, walnut trees will poison the roots of other trees. So you've got to have a long distance between that walnut tree, mainly apple trees.
Yeah.
So,
Really?
and they are also toxic to certain garden vegetables too. So
Did not know that.
Two things
Sorry
I
I'm
know.
late.
you're okay.
I had to be on Hedgehogs because I hadn't been on hers at all in the past couple weeks, and I felt horrible. and then we got to talking, and it got way over. And then I was like, I got to come over here, so I'm over here now.
Well, you missed Tasha.
Aw.
You're okay.
Yep.
It's okay. It's all right. Another thing is it the cedar or pine? One of the two will cause rust on your apple trees as well. So you got to make sure you're pretty far from them too. So
Man.
I think it's pine.
I don't know. I can't remember.
If you don't know, I sure don't know.
I can't remember.
Instead of fruit and nut trees, the first thing I'd plant when we get our own place is asparagus.
See, I don't have to worry about it because they were already here when I came. So all I got to do is just go. I've tried to grow asparagus several times from seed. This year I was so excited because I had asparagus plants like this big, doing wonderful. Here come all that damn snow and freezing weather.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I'm just gonna buy the crowns and start that way. It'd be much easier.
Browns.
Yeah, asparagus crowns, dear. That's what they're called. They're little root balls. You won't go roadside picking with me, so I can't go dig it up off the side of the road anymore. So
Yeah, but you can't transplant it, can you?
yeah, you just gotta do it real carefully.
I want to get some bamboo.
Huh?
Bamboo.
No. Not here. I've already told you we're not doing that here. Dudley,
What?
you know what bamboo's really good for?
No,
Removing fingernails and toenails.
you're not Vietnamese.
Didn't say it was. You learn a lot from your enemies if you pay attention.
Bamboo, you can make fishing poles, you can make trellis for the garden, you can make all types of stuff.
Oh yeah. Food. What are you
Yeah,
doing?
bamboo shoots.
Yeah, I don't like those though. Not a fan of bamboo shoots.
I like them.
Do
I
you?
like them. Yeah, I like them in my Chinese food.
Yeah. See, I like water chestnuts. I love water chestnuts, but I just cannot. I just never, and I have tried all my life. I've eaten Chinese food all my life, and I just cannot do bamboos. So I'm just like, all right, it's just one of those things.
Ginger.
I like ginger, but
Did Fishes come up here?
uh-uh.
Uh-uh.
I wonder what's up with her tonight.
I don't know. Suburban, I did not know that. Thank you.
What?
Sunflowers can do the same thing to plants.
Really?
Like I was talking about with the walnut trees and stuff. I didn't know that.
I never heard of that. I was told that they neutralize this. They put nitrogen back into the soil. They suck up all the heavy metals.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. So they become a 80s rock band.
Yeah.
No doubt. No, I gotta
Hi, Martin. Moody. What's up?
reconfigure our garden for next year.
Yeah. I got to till up that one spot.
You're not tilling it up again. No, that's what the chickens are for. We're going about this a whole other route. You're not doing. Okay, so he's tilled up the same spot 3 times, and all 3 times he just lets it go and it goes right back to weeds. Well, we have crabgrass, Bermuda grass, whatever you want to call it, really bad here. So every time he tills it, he's chopping it up and making even more plants, making it even more difficult to kill. So no, we're not doing it.
It's aerating the ground.
Oh,
It's 2021, almost 2022. We need to practice no-till.
no. That's what
I'm
my
just going to
chickens
get a
are
couple
for.
goats and put out there.
Right. Sure.
Do you have a propane torch?
Yes, sir.
Yep. And a 100-gallon propane tank.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna check on my husband real quick, and I'll be right back. He's sick, so
Oh,
just be a minute.
Yeah, that's that. I went to Harbor Freight, and I had a little too much fun there, and so I'm not allowed to go back. So
without me.
yeah, he's mad because I spent more money on tools and things than he does. So sorry.
I'm working on it, Ragnarok.
Yeah, really hard too.
I am.
I went to Harbor Freight and I just left with 2 cowbells.
Yeah. You know what? I like tools. Sorry, I'm not a girly girl per se. And I was like, oh, I like this and I like this, and we need this and we need that. And we walked out $300 later, and Deli was like, my God, I don't even spend that much money there. I'm sorry.
We need 10 10mm inches.
10. Huh. That'll actually-
10. Deli, you need probably, Deli loses the 10 millimeters all the time, so probably more, but
Not the wrenches. I keep a hold of the wrenches.
right. It's the
socket-
sockets. I know. I'm sorry. I misspoke. I apologize.
Aliens come take them.
No, we can't fit in with ZZ Top. It's not wide enough or long enough. That probably didn't come out right. Sorry, but it's the Trish is going to put her foot in the mouth hour. Mm-hmm.
And I don't have legs. And I don't want a pearl necklace.
Yes, Marty. Yes, it is the candy store for adults. Ragnarok, I am addicted to pallets, so yes, pallets are awesome. Pallets are going to be my privacy fence, hopefully.
So you dig them out of the dumpster.
Dudley,
What?
I could be the type of woman that makes you spend more money than you make every year. I'm just saying, I could be. It's not a hard choice. Yes, Marty. Yes, I have a habit of doing that quite often.
Sometimes.
Quite often.
Hey, Purple T-Bear.
Hey, Purple T-Bear.
She's with you. She got the Harbor Freight fever.
Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with Harbor Freight. I'm just saying. I mean,
Their tools are actually getting pretty good now.
some of the stuff's been garbage, but I mean, you get what you pay for. So
Yeah, they're
it's
shipping
like
it
garbage
right
from
into-
Walmart. So you might as well.
Who was it? Someone was telling me that DeWalt bought out Craftsman now.
Didn't they?
Again? Golly. Craftsman sold
Yeah.
more times than JCPenney's.
Yeah, Ragnarok. That's what I made my dog houses out of was pallet lumber. It takes 6 people to move the damn thing now. But it's held up for 5 years now, dear.
Yeah. I'll go with that.
I don't know.
Someone I used to follow used to have their hog pen was the crates.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong with pallet lumber, man. I built Adirondack chairs out of pallet lumber. You know,
bunch of stuff.
bookshelves. I've made some really nice bookshelves out of shipping crates. So
Well, that trash lumber we get from Mills, we built a nice garden bed out of.
yeah, slab
Cool.
lumber.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were gonna have to get a trailer so we can go get some more.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm gonna have to get one here pretty soon, anyways,
Oh, Nick.
to be able to move my toolbox over to the shop.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
That heavy thing.
I bet it was right now. What kind of pigs are you raising?
Oh, that's he just gave me an idea.
Hmm.
Killing the pigs. I wouldn't have to do it. And they'd eat the grass.
You're the only person that's ever thought of that ever, Dudley, too. Totally. I'm so happy for you.
I know,
What an
right?
amazing concept.
I know, right?
You're a genius, babe.
Oh, I know. I got that on video now. So yeah, everybody heard it.
Total genius. You might want to look up Joel Salatin.
Who?
Joel, Joel Salatin. You might want to look him up. Just say.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Durox, cool. Cool.
See, even Ragnarok agrees with me.
Mm-hmm.
So we gotta get some pigs.
Mm-hmm. You need to buy me a house out in the Boontillies first. And my goats.
Goats.
And if you wanted to open some of the woods for grazing area, good spot for the pigs.
Yep.
Look at that. That's just a pretty dog.
What is it?
A golden retriever.
Lily?
What?
Why are you looking at dogs?
I'm
No.
thinking about getting one.
No.
Want to ride with you at work?
He's got 5 to choose from. He doesn't need another one.
Huh?
Yeah.
Hey, fishes.
Goats are really good for that.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. And I brought
back.
food because I'm hungry.
Oh,
What did you bring?
what'd you bring?
Some ramen soup.
I'll let you have that one. You don't need to share tonight. Dudley went to get me a steak for dinner, just one of those little bitty 6-ounce steaks, and it was cold, and the French fries were cold, and I'm like, I can't handle all the cold grease in my mouth. It makes me want to. Then never mind.
Hey, Purple.
Purple.
What?
Hey, fish.
I was starving. My stomach was hurting. My stomach was hurting earlier too. I don't know.
Yeah.
Gas?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
If I went into detail, you'd be so grossed out. I'm not even going to talk about it.
You'd be surprised.
He lives with me, so I don't know.
Well, that, and I've also was a record driver for accidents, so.
Yeah. I forget that one, babe. Sorry. I love you too, darling.
I
Aw,
couldn't
you guys
do
are
that
cute.
job.
Yeah.
I said I couldn't do that job.
Oh yeah.
First time a state patrol come up to me hollering I need to get the road cleared, I'd probably smack him upside the head with a shovel and go to jail.
Yeah, they're pretty nice to you because they know you can only get the road clear.
Fishes, are you going to come up? Did you get the link? What? You're absent tonight. It's okay if you are, but
I sent her the email. All she's got to do is email Dudley so he can send it to her. So.
okay.
Or Courtney can send it to her. Or
I don't care. Whatever.
Yeah, Ragnarok. I kind of illegally raised a goat here in town for a while.
it was
So
a dog.
yeah,
You walked her on a leash. It was a dog.
she was a sweet girl.
And you wouldn't know it if you looked at it far away. It looked like a dog. Looked like a Great Dane.
She did not look like no Great
Do you
Dane.
want me to send it to Fishes? She didn't get it.
That's fine. Ragnarok could jump up too if you wanted.
Yeah, Ragnarok.
Be interested to chat with him for a while too.
Okay. If Ragnarok wants to come up, I'll give it to him too.
Yeah, go ahead, send it to him.
The link is in the link.
The link is in the link. And the link in the link.
Actually, I don't know if I have his email. He might have to put it in the chat because I can't remember. Hold on.
I've got his email. I just don't know if it's in the link.
Copy paste.
Copy what?
The link?
Like the StreamYard link up here at the top?
No. The one
Oh.
the email I sent you?
Because I'm total blonde and know everything. Sure.
We know.
Okay. I'll figure it out.
We sure do. Yep.
Here's the thing about dyeing my hair like that gray blue color.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Why?
Why?
Because I'm bored.
Sent to you, Carol.
What about Reba Red?
Nah.
Hey, Ark Wildman. Howdy.
Hey, Ark Wildman. Thanks for coming in.
I liked
Hi,
your last
Diggs.
video.
Hi, Ark Wild. I'm not ignoring you. I can't. My brain can only do one thing at a time today.
Ain't that true?
Oh, shit.
Today,
Nelly, please.
you're welcome.
Is that Ragnarok? Yes.
I don't know.
All right.
You sure?
See if I figured this out yet.
No.
Okay. Ragnarok, I sent you the link.
No, you sent it to me.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm just saying.
Did you
Diggs.
really? Oh.
I could have, maybe, possibly, if he changed his email. Diggs, if you want up, send Aaliyah. Anybody, any of y'all want up, send Aaliyah email and we'll have you up.
Yep. We'll have you up to the sky.
Purple T-Bear, does he? I caught part of Laura's live tonight and heard him talking about that. Does he have cellulitis? Because it almost sounds like cellulitis.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Is that the
Skin
fat-
infection.
And you remember John kept going to the ER hospital for it?
Oh, yeah.
His leg would swell up and stuff.
Yeah. I remember now.
Very painful.
Hey, Courtney.
Yeah.
Have you tried the imitation vanilla lately?
Oh, shut up. Billy.
Oh my God. No, I haven't.
That's all right. I'm going to ask Ragnarok to teach me to trap beavers.
I'm so sorry.
Make it homemade.
For any of you guys that are just now coming in, Tasha was on earlier.
Yeah.
We let her do her own update, basically.
Aw.
She's been moved into a room, taken off the high flow oxygen, and they're talking like they may be sending her home in 2 or 3 days. So she's doing good. She's doing
That's
okay.
really good. That's
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
good.
So
Got happy news.
Before we know it, Natasha will be back.
It'll be a balk.
she'll be back with Murdy. Purple T-Bear, they never figured out how John got it either. So he just woke up one morning in pain and his leg swelled up, and it got to the point he was in the hospital. He was there for a whole week at one point, and he gets it all the time now. So please,
God.
please watch out. I'm not.
What
I
is
hope
it?
that's not what it is, but
What is it from?
No one knows.
They
It's
didn't
happened.
know because they were like, "Did you get a spider bite?" They were asking him all these questions, and he didn't. None of it. So they don't know how he even got it. So
Yeah, that's
hopefully,
interesting.
hopefully that's not what Bruce has, because that's crap. That stuff sucks.
I need to find a spider coming out of a power plant.
Do what, Dudley?
I need to find a spider coming out of a power plant.
Oh, you're a goof. But yeah, she's doing really good. Joe gets to come visit her now, so she's looking forward to holding his hand and getting kisses. He has to sign
Oh,
away.
well, yeah. I mean, I can't even imagine like being in the hospital and not being able to see anybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Not a problem, Diggs. But yeah, she looked good. She sounded good. So, she's maintaining her oxygen. She said when she got up to go to the bathroom, it did go down to the 80s, but as soon as she sat down and in her bed and
Yeah.
it went right back up into the 90s. It didn't take her very long to get back up into the 90s.
That's good.
And her mother-in-law's sending her a, oh my God, oxygen converter. Is that what it was? I can't
Yeah.
remember. And so she'll have it at home. So that's going to save them some money with that. So. Yeah, when Purple Tea Bear gets back, I want to ask her a couple questions about Bruce.
Oh yeah.
So because she may have to get him on antibiotics, baby.
Yeah.
Because that's what they had to do with John. Because it's not something to play around with.
No, it's a skin infection, right?
Actually, his was. They said if it would have gotten his bloodstream, it would have been deadly. So.
Oh my God.
Because I've heard of cellulitis, people getting cellulitis, but I've only heard it in small little patches. Like not. But John's entire leg, like from his hip down, would swell up great big. It was hot and inflamed, and
Looked like elephantitis.
yeah. So.
Oh, nice, Diggs. Yeah, I'd like to learn to trap.
I'm excited because I'm having trapping with Jinx on Wednesday.
Oh yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Definitely gonna catch that. I've been trying to watch. What was that, Mama Bear's prepping?
Yeah.
About when you and her done the YouTube thing. Now I can learn some stuff.
Yeah. She's smart cookie.
Speaking of cookies, baby, when are you gonna bake some cookies?
I'll get right on it.
Alrighty. That's what I like to hear.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Ragnarok, did you get the email? You're so funny. So funny.
I know it.
Some no bake cookies sound good.
Oh yeah. You made you caught Courtney's attention.
I like no bake cookies. I've never made them before, but I like them.
Really? Oh, they're real easy.
I don't do a lot of baking. I mean,
Well,
because it's not good for me, so I don't do it. So
Oh.
I'd probably just eat an entire batch of cookies at once.
Yeah.
with a cup of milk.
Exactly.
See, I make these cookies. I call them candy bar cookies, but they start out with the chocolate chip cookie dough, and we put a little Heath and butterscotch and Reese's and all kinds of stuff in them.
Wow. That sounds good.
Oh, they are.
If he pays attention to them, otherwise they turn into a brick. You take a bite and it crumbles into dust. I don't really do cookies anymore since I can't have milk anymore, so just not the same.
I don't know if any of you follow Bland's Promised Land Ranch or something like that. They had a video. You take peanut butter, put it on a Ritz cracker, put another Ritz cracker on it, and dip it in some melted chocolate, and set it on paper and let it set up.
Yeah, my sister makes those.
Yep.
She makes those every year. And then butterscotch haystacks or whatever.
I think.
What I'm thinking about trying is Ritz crackers and Reese's peanut butter. Put that on one cracker and then drizzle some chocolate on top of it.
Ooh.
Yeah, that'd probably be good. Yeah, my sister's like, I make homemade candy for Christmas, and she brings over a box, and it's those Chinese noodles covered in butterscotch chips, and then Ritz crackers and peanut butter. I'm like, oh, yay, thanks. my ex-husband's aunt, she made legit Christmas candy for Christmas. So was like, all right, pretty good.
Welcome back, Purple.
Purple.
That's good, Diggs. Purple, is his leg like hot to touch or red?
Welcome back, Purple. I'm a little late. I know. Well, we need that.
Mm.
He probably needs to get on antibiotics pretty quick. Then that sounds like he's got cellulitis.
I wouldn't let it go any further.
No.
Yes, hot and red.
Bruce, she's probably gonna have to take him by his nose with a pair of pliers to get him to go to the doctor. my dad's that way. Bruce may not be like that, but
You can always do that virtual.
yeah, teledoc or whatever
Yeah, right.
they call them, telehealth.
Telehealth. Yeah. Well, he has the VA, so might be a little different.
Yeah, you'll need to definitely get an antibiotic ASAP. It's nothing to mess around with.
No, especially if that infection spreads.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, after a certain point with cellulitis, you can't take oral antibiotics. You have to have it intravenously done.
Okay. Yep, which means that's
Without
what
shot in the butt.
yeah, that's what happened with John. He wouldn't go, and then he got really bad sick, and they had to put him in the hospital with.
That's serious.
Mhm. Yeah.
Hang on.
Doggone it! Now you're prayer list for Bruce.
Yeah, for real.
Yep.
How's Yossi? I didn't hear from him today. Is
Yeah, I
he
think
doing
he's
better?
better.
Is
I'm
he?
not sure.
Good deal. He looked pretty good on your stream yesterday when he was
Yeah.
on. Yeah, I understand.
Yep.
My dad's going through the same thing with the VA here.
With the VA, is it you get what you get, or can you say, I want someone else?
I don't think you can. I think it's just like you get what you get.
Or you get a bigger one next.
Yep. VA's not all that grand and glorious.
I don't. Didn't T-Man change that where you could actually choose your doctor now?
Yeah. Well, supposedly, but there's still people having problems. Look at
No.
Dad. They won't even treat his leg, dear.
Well, that's
I mean, he's probably going to end up with it being amputated by the time they figure it out. So,
yeah.
Well, that's not cool.
nope. He can just be sitting there, Courtney. His legs are purple from the knee down. Both legs are purple. And I'm sure it's circulatory, but he'll just be sitting there, not touch anything. And all of a sudden he'll look down, his legs popped open and oozing. So,
That's not good.
no, it's gross. It's really nasty. And he's like, somebody get me a Band-Aid, please.
How's them ramen?
Good, because I'm starving. I was hungry. I only had one bowl of soup today, previously to this, so this is my second. So I was starving.
You know, I used to take the ramen noodles and the juice, the water you boil, I'd put some instant taters in there and mix it up. Where
My husband does that. Yeah.
That makes a meal.
Yeah, he does that all the time.
Yep. It was.
The only reason why I even allow this in my house right now is because my husband's sick.
Yeah.
So all you want is when you're sick is soup, so. But on a normal basis, ramen is not allowed in the house because it would be eaten and gone.
Well, she don't allow me to have hamburger helper in the house.
I like to know somewhat somewhere where my food's coming from. Just saying
Coming from the box.
exactly.
Some double macaroni hamburger helper. Mm.
Oh,
I just prefer making that stuff homemade instead of buying. God only knows what's in the seasoning packet. Just saying. So,
well, I know it's not imitation vinegar.
Kelly,
Imitation.
shut up with the beaver thing. It's dead. It's gone. It's boring. Move on.
Who killed the beaver? Actually, truthfully, Ragnarok might know, but if
Is he coming up here?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know if you got the link or not.
Where's everybody at?
Don't know.
Cosmic Cultivators.
Mm.
Hey,
Hey,
This.
sorry. I'm
But I
having
heard-
just a heck of a time with. I have.
I
such
got
a
an
small
invite over there
desk
too.
now.
I'm being stretched very thin tonight. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
We've
Oh, yeah.
always since we started lives, it's always been this time every Saturday. So
Yeah.
because nobody else was doing lives really, so
Yeah.
that's why we picked Saturdays, because that was like the one night nobody was really doing anything.
I
So
think everybody decided that like at the same time, around the same time, and that's
Yeah.
it's hard. I'm sure for it, but it's nice too. Like that everybody is doing lives. It's good to see everybody. I'm just having trouble with myself. That's all. I've got this tiny little desk now with all my wires and stuff, and just
That's
getting
all.
sorted. And we were at the mall all day. That's why, like, not all day. I shouldn't say that, but most of the day. So I'm tired.
for me, if I'm there 5 minutes, I've been there all day because it just
It
sucks me
feels
dry.
like it. Yeah, I'm pretty much sucked
So
dry.
drained afterwards. I'm like, okay, that's it.
Mhm. Yep,
I
that's
can't
how
do
I
it.
feel. I mean, I think I'm finally done. I hope with. I know my husband hopes I'm done with Christmas shopping. but I also do the shopping for like on the sales for the coming year, like
Yeah.
for different clothing and things like that when they go on a really good sale. Got my mom some bedding because I know she's going to need extra bedding. Hey, Gear, what are you doing in the silence over there?
Hey.
Hear you watching a show or something?
No, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm looking over there at the outside and
Okay.
rareseeds.com and
Oh, rareseeds.com. That's a place you can get lost in.
No,
Baker
yeah,
Creek. Baker Creek is like, oh my gosh, most gorgeous catalogs. They sell them at Barnes and Noble.
they sell them at Walmart too.
I'm like, wow. Oh, your Walmart has it? See, I don't know if ours does yet. I found them at Barnes and Noble first and was
You
That's
go
where
like,
to where they sell the magazines, and they're right there.
oh, okay. I'm gonna have to look. I
Yep.
need to. So then I think Garden State Gardener showed it. That's the next. Is that an old one or is that the next
No,
spring
that's this
catalog?
year.
It's already.
That's this year, the one they just put.
I didn't get any yet.
Yeah, I've been getting all my seed catalogs in for 2000 and
Mhm.
yeah,
22.
22.
I know. I
almost-
can't even say that yet. 22. Like what?
Getting started homesteading. Well, welcome your nakedness.
You can't do lives. I swear. Do you follow me around just to say that? Because I said that about you. You said it about yourself. You know that, right, bub? I said I know that about you. You said it one night in a live. You can come do lives. Come on. Come on
Fishes.
up. Click, click, click for the nakedness. No.
Dudley
joking.
finally got a hold of his brother, and he and his wife are safe.
Good. Good. Well, I see Dudley, so I know Dudley's safe. I know we were concerned about him. You know.
Yeah, a lot, sure. But
Yeah.
they,
Okay.
they sustained some hail damage to their car, and then
Oh.
her McDonald's was hit, but I guess there's not. I guess it's mostly roof damage. So
Yeah.
so
Hey,
hopefully
Faculty Bear.
she'll be back to work, but they're safe because it hit
Very good news. Yeah.
not too far from where they live. So
That's scary. Though we were just saying that, like on another live stream, that Amazon the pictures they're showing above.
Mhm.
Horrible. Just
Mayflower?
frightening.
Mayfield.
No, Edwards,
The-
Illinois, baby.
The
Oh,
one where it just barreled right through there and it just
Yeah.
saw flatness. And they mentioned too that it was a CBS structure on the sides. I don't know
Oh,
if they didn't
wow.
have enough. Like whoever did the construction's gonna possibly hear about it if that was CBS, but I don't know. Never seen anything like that if that was
There's-
CBS.
Well, the one of the tornadoes that touched down here in Missouri last night was a wedge tornado, and they're saying it was probably an F5.
Okay.
They won't know for sure until they're done with all their
assessments.
surveys and stuff. So
Yeah, and I don't know how much stronger those are to like our Cat 5s when we have hurricanes. I don't know. Like
I
the
don't- I don't
wind speed
know.
difference.
An F5 usually generates wind up to 180 miles an hour, I believe. And what's weird is the one that hit Joplin, the wind and correct me if I'm wrong, Gear, but it was above 180 miles an hour. So
Mm.
Well,
it was a 1.5 mile wide path when it went through Joplin. So
the EF5 is the highest.
right,
Anything above that, that's automatically EF5. A
yeah,
Cat 5 hurricane is was it 200 mile an hour winds or more?
you have the experience with that. I don't. So
But the hurricanes produce more wind than the
Hey!
tornado.
oh my gosh, gardening prepper, thank you for coming over,
Hi,
Guardian.
gardening
God,
Hey, Guardian.
guardian.
Sorry.
that's so cool.
Looking at a message. Some douchebag that starts shit was starting another shit again.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Sorry.
Where
I
at?
just said that
What?
out loud.
You're okay. You're okay.
I'm having one of those days. See, it's the mall. The freaking mall is so overwhelming when you have fibro or any kind of pain issue. It's like
Mhm.
sensory overload, pain overload, and you come home and I'm like wiped out.
That's
Um,
cool.
Yeah. No, they were just talking about it in Cosmic. It has to do with
Do you
Shed
care
Wars.
if I give Guardian Prepping the link?
Okay.
It's fine. That's awesome.
Morning. It's so funny to see him say morning.
Yes. Well, it's morning for you for sure.
Yeah, it just turned morning here, 12:23 a.m.
Really?
on the East Coast.
It's what time?
Oh,
12.
yeah, it is.
23 a.m.
12. Yeah.
Just clocked into the a.m.
I thought you said 1:23, and I was like,
I live in my own island off the coast.
my arthritis has played up really bad in my back because we went from
Oh,
70
sorry.
degrees yesterday to 35 today, and I'm just like,
Oh. yeah.
ow, 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 ow.
I thought it was going to be a lot colder today, but same thing by how stiff I was. And then, of course, they have those darn Cinnabons, and I never can not have one.
Oh.
Right.
And that's a total no cheat. I'm going to pay for that.
Yeah.
That's probably why I'm so like, "Meh." All that sugar and all that gluten. Oh, yeah. I was just leaving and I saw you go in. Oh my gosh, 100 people dead in Kentucky
Yeah.
for out of the.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
didn't.
it's
See,
bad.
I have.
Yeah.
The guy was saying that was like the most killed in one spot from a tornado ever. Like it's like a, yeah, it's bad.
Then it's over 100 because there was 123 killed in Joplin when it went through. So
Wasn't that Diggs? Wasn't that the F5 was what took Helen Hunt's dad? I think in that movie.
yeah,
Mhm.
Tornado, like yeah, and they were going into the storm
Twister.
shelter. I'll never forget that. That was horrible. That
Yeah.
scene that happens that for real to
It
people.
does,
that
it
it's
does.
just,
yep,
like even
And-
knowing that, like watching the movie, like this happens for real. I can't.
yeah. Diggs is correct. Nothing survives. The one that went through Pierce City, which Pierce City is like 5-minute drive from my house. So when that one went through, it went right, and
Yeah.
they were finding cows in Springfield, not far from Gear, that belonged to farmers in Pierce City.
Oh my gosh.
Like were they alive?
Any of
They
them?
had to be euthanized, but yeah, some of them were still alive.
Oh, those poor cows.
Hmm.
And the people, duh, but I mean, like they have no clue what the hell happened. The animals.
My Little Creek.
Hey, Little Creek.
Hey, Little Creek.
Hey, Little
Excuse my
Creek.
cursing tonight.
Yeah, they did have one little miracle story. They found a home was hit in Pierce City, and they couldn't find their little dog. But there was a church outside of Monette here, and the little dog was there.
Oh,
And
good.
it lived. I mean, it's
Mhm.
welcome back, Emma. It's terrified of storms now, but
Oh, yeah.
it lived amazingly. So, and that was a nightmare. I worked the actual scene in Pierce City, so around here forever, and Gear can vouch for this. People are like,
Yeah.
"Oh, tornado touchdown." Well, usually it's like your silo got hit, chicken barns, a couple trees.
Yeah.
We've not really had a whole lot of major damage for a long, long time,
Mhm.
and well, at least not since I was a little girl.
Hmm.
And it was a sunny day. Skies were bright and clear, and we lost power. And that's when I lived in Purdy at the time.
Mhm.
And I said, we need to go to my mom and dad. Something bad just happened. And my boyfriend at the time was like, well, what do you think it is? And I said, I don't know. And it's about a 10-minute drive, give or take,
Mhm.
from where I was living to my parents' house, where I'm at now. And the closer we got, the greener the skies were. And I said, did you hear anything about a tornado? And he's like, no. And I said, okay. So we got here, and just as we got here, my mom was running out the door, and I said, what's going on? And she's like, tornado just hit Pierce City, and we're going to check on Michelle. And we all worked at Walmart, and Michelle worked there as well. So I said, well, I'll go with you. She's like, okay. And I tried to get the kids to stay home, my two kids.
Yeah.
They were little at the time. And my mom's like, no, it'll be all right. And we didn't even get in town where the actual damage, the severity of it was. And we stopped on the side of the highway, and I had to jump out and keep people from coming up the highway because we were pulling people out of there in the back of cattle trailers and stuff because there was not enough.
Oh my gosh.
And so my kids got to see chickens with no heads, a horse with no leg.
Oh my gosh.
So they were pretty traumatized by all that. And
Yeah, I bet.
and then a few hours later, my sister came in, and she was trying to help with the cleanup and stuff. But the main place in Pierce City that they were using for a shelter was the Armory, and it took a direct hit. And so
Oh.
we all night digging people out, and a lot of injuries, a lot of severe injuries, and one fatality. So
Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry Riggs.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. And F5 wind speeds are 261 to 318 miles per hour.
Thanks for answering that. Oh my
Holy
gosh, a
crap.
318. Woo-wee.
yeah,
Yeah, that's faster than I'm pretty sure Cat 5 doesn't get that high.
yeah.
That's awful.
It was and the one that hit Pierce City was half a mile wide. So, and it stayed on the ground. It was on the ground for 75 miles. It hit us and went all the way up. How far up towards you did it go, Gear? Do you remember?
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. But it was 75 miles. They tracked it.
Wow.
Yeah, I know Dawson Springs. I used to live near Hopkinsville.
Yeah. Wow. I'm just looking at the National Hurricane thing. Yeah.
Guardian Prepping, I sent you the link, so if you want to come up on panel, you can.
Yeah, it
looks
starts at 157. That's
was
the
gonna say
low end of a
157.
Cat 5 hurricane. So, yeah, that's way worse. That's the upper end where they can't even count, like on our scale for hurricanes. But we do get the circling tornadoes. If you've got a Cat 5, you've got circling tornadoes that are what does a lot of the damage too, that are like that come off the bottom of the hurricane. That's what was so bad about Hurricane Andrew, was they tracked like tons of tornadoes that were coming at its base and were doing a ton of damage all around.
Yeah.
That's awful though. Oh my gosh, all those poor families.
Mm-hmm.
Right before Christmas. I was just thinking that. I'm like, why does this stuff always have to be on the holidays? Like, what the heck?
All right.
Right near the holidays.
Yeah.
Like the shed wars.
It's
Like the Shed Wars.
and the
Yeah.
night ones are the worst ones because you
Dawn.
can't see them unless there's lightning, you know. So
Yeah. That's what I was saying in the other live. We were talking about that, how horrible it is. It was T-Bear and I were talking about, that it happens at
Oh,
night.
what's
the
'Cause
night.
you
Yeah.
can't see what's flying through the air if it's
Mhm.
coming towards your.
Yeah, Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Jerry Riggs. That's where I used to live.
really?
Hmm
You didn't live too far from me.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I was born in Cave City.
Oh, okay.
Well, I grew up in Cave City. Born in Louisville.
Yeah. That night when we were working the one in Pierce City, there was multiple tornadoes that whole day and night. So I was standing out there. I was in charge of directing the heavy machinery we were bringing in and keeping people from sightseeing. And they come up and they're like, Trish, they just spawned another one, and it was coming right for us again. I was like, there's nowhere to go, everything was gone. So, and it was sad because the whole storefront of the town, those buildings were 120 years old or older, and the insurance agencies wouldn't insure any of them because they were so old. So
Yeah.
those people lost everything. Jerry grew up in Owensburg.
Yeah, they
Mm,
they had a good barbecue
Brutal.
place there.
Oh, what was bad about last night was his brother was in Arkansas and then his sister-in-law was there in Kentucky. So they were both right in the middle of all of it. So thank God they were both safe, and his brother wasn't driving truck at the time. Hi, Idaho.
Hey, Idaho.
hi. Hey, Idaho. I didn't get to say hi to you before I left in the other one.
Hey, Idaho.
Yeah, I just dropped in Cosmic and told them I was sharing them out. So, and,
Good. Yeah. Yeah, they were talking about it. It was Homer, of course.
Homer.
What?
Homer
Dope.
being the douche.
Oh, that's normal.
Yeah, it's pretty much his normal thing,
Oh, are you talking?
To
Oh,
just, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And saying, of course, he's not for drama, but he told everybody to come, basically.
I'll drop it in private.
Yeah. What's up?
Hey,
Hey
guys.
there, everybody.
Hello.
Hi, Guardian.
Thanks
how
for
are
having
you?
me.
It's our
Yeah, thank you
models.
for having me up on the stream. I appreciate
Sorry.
it. Nice to meet you, Gia Gridden, and then Gurgolden, and then also Wally. Hello to the both of you. Thank you for having me up. I'm not going to distract you guys. Continue the conversation because I think it's quite important right now.
Oh,
It is.
okay. Well, thank you for coming on.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of signs in the weather. Recently across the world, there's a lot of weather disruptions everywhere, and I don't know, it's kind of like the Earth speaking to us. Like, it sounds strange, but yeah, I feel so sorry for so many people that have lost their lives and their livelihood. Recently, it's pretty rough.
Good night, Martin. You have a good day. Good
Right,
night.
Martin.
Tell Sandra we love her. Do
Hey,
you have any
Martin.
kind of weather like that there in Africa?
Mhm.
No.
Not so much, no. Yeah, it's pretty much. We don't really get hurricanes, tornadoes, or anything like that. We don't even really get snow much. And all year round, our weather is pretty much the same. So we got on that side.
Really?
Yeah, we
That'd be
have.
kinda
It is convenient to a degree, but I also love the snow. So we don't really get to see snow here very often.
Yeah.
Right. What
Shame
about
on you.
sandstorms and stuff like that?
Sorry, Wally?
What about the sandstorms and
Oh,
no?
No, the closest to that is Namibia, which is northwest of us. So Namibia, they do get like a lot of sandstorms and that.
Okay.
But yeah, but we don't. We're blessed in that way. We've got good weather all year round, and yeah, it's really
Good
nice.
going.
That's good.
Yeah.
Dudley, you remember the missionaries that came to church were from
Yes.
Namibia.
Good night, Purple.
Good night, Purple. Hope Bruce gets to feeling better.
Have a good one.
Oh, have a good one, Gear. Or is that purple? I'm sorry, Gear. I mean purple.
Since you want me to leave, see ya.
No, I don't want you to
No,
leave at all.
you
No,
stay
I'm
up
sad. You stay up here.
I hope I'm not getting sick. I keep clearing my throat.
I know I had a runny nose when I came home, and I'm like, oh God, please let that be just allergies. Please, please, please. I just took some of my oregano.
Yeah, you make sure you're hitting your vitamins and stuff.
Yeah.
I have been vitamin C, and then I had some elderberry vitamin C tea before I got on this.
Yeah, my mom's been sick for 3 weeks, and they tested her for everything, and they're like, "No, we don't know what you have. Some viral thing going around." So
Nice. That's always
Oh.
helpful.
I had my
After you have it
vitamin
that
G
long.
today.
Yeah. Vitamin
I-
G.
Yep.
Do I dare ask what vitamin G is? Is
Grease.
it gin? Oh, grease.
Grease.
Okay.
Yeah, he got enough of that today. Working on the semi truck.
Oh, got it.
He kept in. I'm like,
I like vitamin gin though.
Yeah,
sounds
I know
better.
you like vitamin gin. That's what it's like.
He came in from working on the semi, and I said, "You might want to take a shower before we go live."
My
His
dog's
nose is
barking.
all
Give me a
black
second.
Okay, Court. Yeah, that
and
helps.
grease everywhere.
That helps.
Yeah,
I
that's
decided
really
not to.
cool.
I decided
Sorry,
not to
go
wipe.
ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I decided not to wipe off the little bit of makeup that I had on from the mall, but I was ready to. I was like, no, just in case I'm invited on a panel, I better just keep a little something on. But even with this lighting, I can't get my lighting right in this spot. Like, I moved my spot, Guardian. We got. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. Let me see if I can
there's the
push
map.
it down. We got the little train
That is
set
awesome.
up for our son.
That's
yeah.
really precious. My grandfather used to do landscapes for the little
Mhm.
trains,
I want
and
to
he
do
used
that.
to like build like landscapes and these whole little villages
Mhm.
and mountains, and it was very
Oh,
precious.
cool.
So I love
I love-
trains. I'm such a nerd for trains. It's
So is Gil. Gil's really into trains.
yeah.
We told him he should have started like a train channel to the side because he's
Well,
like
it's-
so into them.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic. There's a lot of people out there that really enjoy them. And I know that Wiley, earlier here you were speaking about doing some mechanical work, early in the day on semi-trucks. And that's really interesting. That's such a brilliant trade to have.
Yeah.
There'll always be a requirement and a necessity to be able to repair vehicles,
Yep.
One
I've
second.
been working on them for 12 years, and now I own 3.
And you've been
Wow.
drinking them since 2001.
1.
He's been what? Draining them? What did you just say?
Driving.
Driving them.
No,
Messed up.
my dad has the railroad track, and what scale is it, dear?
An RO.
Huh?
RO.
RO.
Yep.
And he used to bring me all the little stuff to make his little trees and stuff for his little. He was going to do this big village and mountain and all this stuff, and so I'd make all the little trees for it. And then he decided he wasn't going to do it. I was like,
I so
Yeah,
want to
there's-
do that. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
not a problem at all. The reason why I'm closing my cam at the moment is Mrs. Guardian is woken up, and the Mrs. is she's feeling very nauseous in the morning recently.
Oh,
So-
Oh.
how far in is she with that?
2 months now.
Yeah, that's I until my, I think, what is it? Your first whole trimester. I think I was into my second before it started to ease, even maybe further. But they were like, "Oh, it's a strong pregnancy when you're thrown up." Yeah. okay.
Yes.
Prefer not to.
I didn't-
throw up
I didn't
too.
throw up at all. I wasn't nauseated at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't throw
Now
up either.
certain smells would throw me off.
Yeah.
Like if I
And
smelled
Yes.
something, like I was like I had super smell, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Everybody
also-
gets that, it seems like, when they're pregnant. Go ahead.
Yeah, and also the strange thing is the missus has just kind of, well, Kay has kind of just stopped eating meat completely, and she's usually such a coffee addict, and she won't go near coffee at the moment. We usually have like 5 cups of coffee a day,
Mhm.
and yeah, the coffee is just completely doesn't want to be near it.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that before. I couldn't go near, like, Bath and Body Works used to have this stuff that I loved. It was like a peach scented, bath wash, and it was weird. My whole sense of smell changed after the baby came. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand it at all for like the first 2 years that Hannah was around. I was still
Wow.
getting back like equilibrium. That's amazing how hormones can do that to us women. Just even change our sense of smell like that.
Yeah, I was sensitive to smell meat when I was pregnant with my son. And every now and then it'll still hit me. And it's like, oh, nope, I can't.
Yeah, I'm
Mm.
sensitive to smell too.
And he's 24, so
Yeah. Yeah. We're sensitive to smell in this family too. And my daughter like has aversions to foods because of it. When she would eat carrot, she told me later, she's like, the reason I can't eat carrot is I can taste flowers in it. She's like, it tastes like soap to me.
oh,
And so I start chewing on a carrot and I'm like, I never noticed it does have a floral note to it. Wow. And she's like, yeah, that's why I can't eat carrots. She's like, it just tastes like soap.
wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I know. But next time you eat a raw carrot, try and like put it through the back of your nose and you might, smell it.
That would have hurt.
Well, not, I didn't mean to literally, I meant like as you're eating
She
it.
didn't mean
the
to
breath.
shove it in there.
I mean, to shove
Let
it
me
up
help you the next time you eat that carrot, dear. I'll
You got to put warning labels on stuff.
no, God.
just for you. Just for you. Shove it on up in the back of that nose. And
Oh,
I'm like a
silly.
fine bouquet of wine. Give you the sniff.
Yeah, get it far enough, you can actually chew on it at the same time.
It freaking
Lovely.
reminds me of Chadio. Every time he tests something, he shoves that thing right in his nose. He's like, it's freaking
Chadio
hilarious.
sniff.
The
Yep.
Chadio sniff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he made a big mistake with the devil's dirt, though.
Oh my Lord.
Oh, that I like that stuff.
That'll take your breath away, man. No. I
Did
didn't
you,
mean-
Fishes, did you get your package?
Mm-mm, not yet.
I think Bruce said he got his. I'm not sure.
Well, he's closer to you than I am.
Yeah.
I'm way down in the bottom of the penis of America. That's what Bob says, basically. Or was it Bob who called it the ding-a-ling of America? Was that you?
I
I
can't
think it was
remember.
me.
Yeah, basically the weenie of America.
And I called
Florida.
California the ass. And Florida the ding-a-ling. Couldn't help it. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
But yeah, I'm down there. So it'll take a while. Plus,
Yeah.
Florida's we move slow down here when it comes to shipping.
Yeah,
Just
the
hopefully
snowbird.
nobody's sticking their hands in it.
No,
yeah,
they
it is
can't-
season.
it's in a watertight envelope.
Oh, that's right. You told
And
me that
it's,
part.
yeah, if somebody breaks that open, they had to cut it.
Okay.
Yes.
Good.
But
Well, they
same
did.
way-
They peeked inside my mom's bedding. Somebody's like, you can tell it rubbed against something, but then you can tell it was like somebody did a little finger just to see what was inside. It's like nosy little thieves.
It's really pretty there by you, though, Carol.
Thank
just
you.
Florida and the Florida Keys specifically, and that region is amazing.
Yeah, Florida Keys is it's pretty. The Palm Beaches, like where I'm near, is very pretty. Even our West Coast, we have some really gorgeous areas. It's just getting out now after the parallelogram happened. And we all got locked down. It's really odd, like trying to plan it with my mom here. I have to have my husband here. I can't leave her by herself. So I miss the beach. I miss going. And
Clearwater.
Clearwater's beautiful. Clearwater's beautiful.
I haven't
I
seen
like-
Clearwater before. I need to
It's
look
the
into that.
it's the white sand beaches over on that side. On the west side, they have more of the silty sand. We have more of the shells where you see the different colors in the sand from all the pulverized shells. And then I think the Keys is kind of a mix. I can't remember. I think it has a lot of the silt there too. It has a lot of the silt, but I don't go down to the Keys that often. I dated somebody that now has a house in the Keys. And he's quite well-to-do. So yeah, I don't have any
And then-
desire.
Are you familiar with the Ozarks as well? Like the,
Yes.
Mm-mm. I haven't been there.
Yep.
Mm-mm.
I'm very familiar with the Ozarks.
Well, that would be Wiley.
It's beautiful. That's nature at its best. You know, there's
Yeah.
some incredible territory out there. I was looking at Clearwater, Florida, and that's really pretty.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I'm trying to think if it's Destin
m-
Beach. Destin, I think it's a
Destin
lot of
is good.
Destin is where a lot of people come down from up north and visit that beach.
And it's also a hammerhead capital.
Yeah, which is nice. It takes care of a few. We just keep the money from the tourists, you know. Just kidding. We're not like that at all.
That's cool, Jerry. That's cool.
Usually you
Just feed 'em
don't
to
really.
the sharks every
We'll
once
just
in a
feed 'em
while.
to the sharks.
Yeah.
Actually, I have not heard of that many hammerhead attacks. It's usually nurse sharks because people
Mm-hmm.
step near them and startle them and they get bit.
That are
We do have great whites now that travel through. But I don't hear, it's got to be a really slow day to start hearing about shark bites. The other one is it's called a spinner shark.
Yeah.
And the reason people get bit is because it's right in an area where people go surfing. Like it's just where the surfers
It's
and
just
the
like
sharks meet.
the white,
Otherwise,
the white tips and the black tips.
yeah, those are further out. They're usually not as close to
Oh,
the
really?
beach. Yeah, they're not like hitting on people.
Right.
I
I
don't
think-
know. Is that what a spinner? I thought the black tips and the white tips were mako
Well, you got
sharks, not.
the makos, you got the thrashers.
Yeah,
and-
we just
Who's
call them
Ragnarok?
spinners. They're off.
Hey, right.
Is that Ragnarok Prepper?
Yeah.
What?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up,
Yeah.
man?
Hold on.
Welcome.
I always feel
Thank
like
you.
we found you in your cave and you're about to light a big torch, lead us in further.
He had to stand on top of a mountain to get a cell signal.
That sounds about right.
No, Guardian. Me and Trish Wiley, we live in the Ozarks. So
Oh wow.
Gear.
That's
Gear just do.
yeah, you're does too.
Oh, really, Emma? I didn't know that we have high taxes on our gas. Our gas prices were like some of the best before.
Good night,
all
Vicky.
this.
Have a good day.
Good night.
Good night.
Gear, they're talking about Vicky and Little Creek Homestead and Jerry live in Missouri as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't blame you. Have a good night, Little Creek Homestead.
Are you off today, Guardian?
Yeah. It's
Oh,
the
that's
first
nice.
day. It's like the first day that I've actually got a bit of off. Well, I'm taking my kind of holiday, doing like that side work, and it's really. I'll sum it up quickly. I don't want to make too much about this.
Oh,
I always
yeah.
end up rambling. So I just want to say hello properly to Ragnarok Prepper. Like, I love that camera angle that you have at the moment. Like the way that your camera
Yeah.
looks right now. So badass.
Really
I love it.
cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Like I
That's
said, it looks like,
very
we're going on an
mysterious.
adventure. Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
come,
Yeah.
come into the cave.
Right?
I'll
It's
show you
really
the
cool.
paintings.
Well, the
Yeah,
area
Ragnarok.
Ragnarok lives is very beautiful too. So
Mhm. Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've seen some of the video and the pictures from the video.
I just want to, before I chat about the work thing just for a second, the Ozarks is such a good area for emergency preparedness. That's the reason why I know so much about it, is because it's really beautiful out there, and the human population is dispersed to a degree. It's not congested the way that it would be in a city. So
Yeah.
like that's a really, really good thing. And so it's funny, Courtney, you ask about work. I've been working just over December now. A local convenience store needed a bit of assistance, so they needed somebody that was going to be there for like just extra security, and then also because the crime is pretty rough at that specific store over December, so they need a bit of assistance there, and then somebody also to be like a cashier to a degree. Now, I haven't done this type of work for the last, I'd say, about 15 years or so, because I'm in safety. That's my normal career. And I've got a bit of a holiday gap now in December, so I'm working at the convenience store, and it's just so refreshing to feel so ignorant about, because I'm usually very confident in my normal career, and then now on holiday, when I'm doing the cashiering, I'll be standing there, and there's a whole bunch of people. There's sometimes like 7 people in the queue in the aisle, and I'm still learning the numbers, and we've got to like know all the numbers in this store specifically because they don't have the scanning set up properly, and I've got to like know all
codes. You guys have codes? Yeah.
No, nothing. It's just the item, and then you've got to like know the price of it.
Oh,
so,
okay. Oh gosh.
It's and there's like a whole lot of people, and I just feel so. It's a very humbling feeling, is what I'll say.
People would be getting away with some really good deals with me there. I would be forgetting. I'd be like, no, it can't be that.
I know. I did it. I've done that twice, and I've got it. And fortunately, the store owner is a very nice person, and we've kind of built up like a rapport over time, which is why I'm willing to work there. And he's just he chuckles at me, so it's something. Yeah. Ragnarok, are you out? Are you out? They were saying that you're out in the woods. Are you out in the woods currently?
Yeah, I live out in the woods. Yeah. Like our homestead is on 17 acres, but we're isolated in a rural area, so we don't have a lot of great cell reception and things like that.
So he stood on top of a mountain and held his phone in the air.
And got this really cool camera angle off.
Yep.
Too. It's pretty amazing.
I'm actually glad it's working inside the house right now. I've only had success for like 10 minutes before. So.
Oh, good.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody put up something in the area and it's pinging off of it.
A booster.
That could be
something. Hey, Blue Farm. Good to see you, hon.
Hi, Nikki.
Yeah, because your quality is perfect for somebody that's remote as well. And the nice thing about it is, I really tip my hat to people who are always spending time out there, because that's the best and most efficient form of prepping, is to actually, get that experience out there in the woods and live it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he lives it. His family does. It's pretty awesome. I'm so spoiled. I'm so in trouble when what hits the fan. I am so in trouble. Oh, because we've done it when Hurricane Wilma came through, and I sucked at it. My stomach turned over and everything. I was like,
I don't know about that.
It did. I mean, I might be a little bit more prepared now, but back then, we thought we were prepared, and then we lost power for I don't even remember how long it was, and it was all 3 counties did. So you didn't. So it was kind of like a shift experience, because the county below and the county above us didn't have power either. And everybody was seeking out the same resources. And it was gas for the generators and water mostly. And then food if you didn't, stock up enough. And my daughter and I both ended up getting sick, even though I was bleaching stuff and everything, because I think it was nerves. Because we didn't know when the power was going to come back on. It had been off long enough to where it was like, okay, are we going to go a month? Like, how long is this going to go? I don't want to live that again. I'm trying to talk my husband into a solar generator. Hasn't worked yet.
It's always a good thing. That's maybe you'll win the battle.
Yeah, I'm going to start pressing about. We have our sons. I won't press it as in nag. I'll press it as in sweet talk, maybe pillow talk. We have our son's nebulizer. Like, we need something like that. We need something to hold some kind of quiet power. We can't have, worrying about setting that up at night and running that in the middle of the night during a shift experience to, give that to him. And I don't even know how long that'll last, because it's prescription. Like, Yeah, that kind of stuff worries me about things like that. Like, what would be the alternative for him with asthma? Like kids with asthma, what do you do as a parent? Like, what are the old ways? Like Vicks won't work for him. Like people are like, oh, just use Vicks. No, some people with asthma have a bad reaction to Vicks.
Yeah, caffeine.
That's
A strong cup of coffee will open the airways, and that's the only thing
For
I can
me.
think of.
Yeah, he won't drink it, but maybe he would drink like
I
a soda.
I know Whorehound works really good if you have him breathe that in.
Yeah.
That works really well for
I
opening
know
up the
steam.
airways.
We used
But
to use steam, like when it was croup, you would go into like the bathroom and run a hot, like everything hot, all the water hot, and just let it steam up.
yeah,
But yeah, I just
like if they're in an attack and they're all closed off,
that scares the heck
like
out
what
of
do
me.
you
Court.
do? Like
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is Primestine Mist is back out again. They reformulated it, I think. And that is like for us, like those quick inhalers, the rescue inhalers. That's the only thing, but I don't know if it's safe for kids. You know, I mean, it's safer than him dying.
Yeah.
Is to give
Hey,
it a try.
Hey, so
Hello.
I don't know yet. I haven't brushed my hair yet, so I'm sorry. But Carol, I have to tell you, my mom suffers from asthma, like really bad. And she always has, if she doesn't have her pump handy, she's always got prednisone available,
Yeah.
which also helps a ton. I mean, obviously, you don't want to be using that like on a regular basis.
That's only over the counter here. You can't. I mean, that's prescription only prednisone in the States.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that I
And
mean,
then
my
the other
son has that.
suggestion
Go ahead.
Was I don't know if there's something specific that triggers his asthma, and then trying to limit those things as much as possible. My mom's is activated by like dust particles and all kinds of stuff, and then her chest just closes up, as well as guava fruit for some reason. So trying to find out exactly what triggers it can help
Yeah.
a ton in like preventative measures.
Yeah. We went through it with my daughter and it was like dust and everything. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. But yeah, he needs his allergy testing done. That's for sure. But for him too, it's probably birth defect stuff. You know, there's drug and alcohol exposed, and we don't know what drugs because they just told us alcohol when we were fostering him. But anyway, I don't want to, but like things like that, like things.
Yeah.
No.
That's important. It's definitely like that's the things that we need to like always just look at in survival as well. Like in survival situations where you speak about the shift as well is it here. So it's just understanding that those are the realities. It's always nice to think about the gear and theory and that type of thing, but then there's like the underlying stuff that really needs to take priority as well. Like medical is such a big thing. So I also just wanted to
43 weeks? Do you mean 4 to 3? What? How many weeks were your?
I think they mean 4 to 3 weeks. I think
out
4
for 3 weeks.
Not 43 weeks. That would be ridiculous.
4. Yeah. Out for 3. Okay. Yeah. I was like, that's.
I read that too, and I was like,
does anybody else's food preps require a bunch of attention?
Like
Carol, I just shared a link.
Here.
Garrett, you're not eating your cat.
Thank you.
It's not happening.
No, go ahead, Gare. No, go ahead. Like I just wanted to say quickly, Gare, do you have a channel or something that I can follow or something like that? Because just from the way that you are treating that cat right there, like instantly.
You seem like a nice person.
Absolutely. I have the world of time for people who treat animals well. I really do. And I definitely get major brownie points from our side here.
He's a food troop member.
Awesome.
He's awesome.
That's my
Is that
channel
tenderizing
right
deer?
there, Grade 19. My newest video on there is me actually taking my foot and kicking. No, I'm joking.
That's terrible humor. But yeah, I definitely think that cat is beautiful. Like really, what's the kitty's name?
Garlic.
Garlic.
The youngest kid named him.
Garlic.
That's wrong. That rocks. I love that.
It's hilarious. I named a dog Rabbit when I was little, Gear, because I wanted a rabbit instead, and they got me a dog.
Our other,
I was like, well, this will be my rabbit.
our other
Smart
cat,
child. I was.
7-year-old orange cat. His name's Junior.
Oh.
I named him off from Billy Madison. Today, Junior.
Yeah, that is.
We had a stray cat show up before this one outside, and the youngest kid, my better half called it Scarlet, but my youngest kid would say Garlic. But that kitten disappeared, and then this one ended up showing up. And
Sweet.
Yeah.
Before I knew about it, he was already attached to it, so I couldn't find it a new home.
Yeah, that's not the one from the backyard on your video, is it? That you told somebody just come and pick up if they could.
The
One of your
Siamese looking cross-eyed,
yeah,
blue-eyed.
that's right. That's what that one looked like. You're right. I
The
forgot
one
what
that
it
they now call Snowball, and it has 2 little kittens. It's
No
still
way.
hanging around here.
Oh my gosh.
That's a
It
pretty-
has kittens now? No way. It's such a beautiful cat, though. Like the colors on it. So pretty.
Guardian,
The one-
did you get the link to his channel?
What?
Yeah, if somebody could put the link to Gear's channel, I'd love that.
I dropped it in there. Do you
Oh,
see
okay.
it?
I wouldn't subscribe. But the one kitten is white with like some little gray stripes on it, kind of like her.
Yeah.
And the other kitten is like gray tiger stripe.
Oh, sweet. I was looking at those ones that look like
I see you down there,
leopard,
Ragnarok.
like leopard coloring. I can't think of what they're called. There's specific. Oh my gosh, specific type of cat where they have that appearance on their fur, where it's like they look like a wild cat, like
Yeah,
a little
tiger, like a
cheetah.
tiger. Oh,
No, like a
cheetah.
cheetah, like the dot, like the spots. I can't think of the name.
A lynx?
But
It's like
no,
a savannah cat.
Yeah, oh shoot, I can't think of the name of it. They're not cheap either. They're bigger than like the average size cat.
Maine
They're not a
Coon?
lynx though. A what?
Maine
Penguin?
Coon.
Yeah,
A
it's
Maine
like a
Coon.
Maine Coon. Yeah, it's like a Maine Coon, but
I
the
was flipping
pattern.
through. I was flipping through the reels on Facebook. I do that a lot because like I get bored and you get sucked down that rabbit hole of watching all those reels. Somebody on there has one of those savannah cats. Those things scared the crap out of me. I could never own one. That thing is like 3 foot tall when it stands up.
Ew.
Oh wow.
It's huge. It's a domestic house cat, but it's freaking huge. When it stands up, it like can look out your windowsill. Like, I mean, it's huge.
Oh wow.
And it's like it has the striping of a wild cat.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah,
but-
I'll have to look it up because that's
Billy
cool,
and I, we had a cat, and he was half Maine Coon. Sorry, I'm still dealing with the allergies. And I did not want this cat to stay around because we already had like 10 cats.
though. Yeah.
And so I kept saying, "Drop dead, Fred. Drop dead, Fred."
Oh my gosh.
Because I didn't want it to die, but his owners abandoned him and another one.
Uh-huh.
And in Monette, where we live, they're considered a wild animal, so they won't take them.
Mm.
And I had to fight with the dog catcher to take the other one because it was deformed, and one of its hind legs was literally flip twisted. So when its paw was always hitting its tummy. But Fred ended up staying, and we dropped the drop dead part, and he was Freddie. We just called him Freddie, but he was like my little 2-year-old kid. He was the coolest.
Aw.
Night, Bub. That's a long time to be without power, Bub. I was trying to look up if it was on something how long we were without power because I actually cannot remember.
Have a good one, getting.
I
Started.
can't remember the longest I think maybe 3 days we've been without power once.
Yeah,
And it
this
was like a fluke accident when the grid went down in New York City.
Mhm.
You know, that we had that major blackout all across the, you know.
Yeah. This is storm surge came in like in the Keys and they're showing these pictures and it's like I forgot like how bad it really was during that hurricane. But nothing like I'm not seeing anything like what we've seen with this total awful thing.
We get ice storms around here, so we lose power and it's freezing ass cold outside. So that's
crazy.
That's where you really get your preps in order and
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
The oil lamps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to say, gear definitely has a lot of the same, similar mindsets material when you're speaking about preps there. A lot of some pretty good prepping content. So I really like that. I'll definitely be going through some more of that as well. Also love your collections that you've got. I won't mention which collections, but you have some amazing gear out there.
I think that's the cat. It is a Savannah cat. It has the spots on the back. I never noticed the stripes. I'm sorry. Sorry, Guardian. All right. I just saw the picture. I'm a little slow.
No.
Sorry.
This cat's a giant though. Like this cat is so big.
Yeah. I saw a lady in the mall with a younger one and she had a matching like jeweled collar on for like the lady had an outfit and the cat had a matching jeweled collar to the lady's outfit and they were just walking around the mall together down here.
Golly.
She was holding the cat, of course,
I love my animals, but I'm not about to do that.
I don't want to dress like my animal.
No, you don't want to dress like your cat.
My dog would probably eat my face if I try to dress him up. So he would definitely not like me after that.
Yeah. Our dog likes to dress up. She likes it when you get her new dresses. She was so excited about her new bed. It was the cutest thing.
I would have to buy human clothes to fix clothes for my dog, though. So
yeah,
Jack is large and in charge. So
my poodle used to have an extensive wardrobe. I also used to dye her pink.
Oh my lord!
Yes, I used to do that with my Maltese poodle. Yes, I used to dye her all kinds of colors with food coloring because it's not harmful.
Yeah.
That's
I love
you
it.
can call Jack.
Really?
And tell him Jack.
I'll try and see if I can find a picture of Smelly Ellie.
Daddy.
You can use food coloring?
Dudley.
Yeah.
See if you can get Jack to come to you and show them Jack.
Let me go get some food coloring.
Do not color my dog.
When I dyed Ellie, I used vegan hair dye.
Yeah.
That's cool. I would love to do that. But my dog is not light enough.
Will he come to you?
Trying to see if I can find a picture, but I don't know.
Wow.
Sure, Jack.
You'll have to turn your camera, sweetheart.
My phone just died. It's funny. My computer keeps telling me that I need to update my phone, like the software.
Mhm.
But do you think it can charge the fricker? No. Something's wrong with the connection. What?
There's Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Aw, beautiful face.
That is such a happy looking dog, eh?
Yeah.
Really.
What-
The dog
what
looks very,
breed?
very happy.
He's 3/4 Great Pyrenees and 1/4 Anatolian Shepherd.
Oh, he's beautiful.
And then Rose she's the black spot right there next to the arm. They're so jealous of each other.
Yeah. So she's wearing a tutu.
So cute.
That is so cute, Courtney.
Adorable.
Baby girl. I dyed her blue for my baby announcement.
Oh.
And I used her as my
Oh.
yeah. Because we were having a boy.
Yep.
I can't remember what I said on it. I said, she knows what we're having, do you? Or something like that. And then she's
Aw.
blue.
Aw.
Cute.
Carol, if Jack stands on his hind legs, he looks Gardner Josh eyeball to eyeball.
Wow.
I know. Yeah. He's
What did
big
you say?
boy.
Say the same what? I didn't hear you.
That ain't saying much.
Oh.
But Rose, my daughter found her last winter. Somebody dumped her, and she
Aw.
was trying to jump in cars as they was driving by because there was
Aw.
ice out.
Yeah.
Well,
Poor
just supposed to
thing.
went to the pound, but I don't believe in pounds. So
Yeah. So now we
Yeah.
have her.
Yeah. Yeah, I think ours was about 12 days or even longer. I don't know if it was up to 3 weeks. It sure seems like 3 weeks sounds right, but it might have felt like that. I have to ask my husband if he remembers the exact amount of time. But it was definitely made an impact on me. It didn't so much on him. He's always like kind of say lovey.
Yeah.
Say lovey with this kind of stuff.
He's ex-military though, right?
Yeah. Army. So inside his head, he knows he can get through. He just doesn't realize I don't have the same training or mindset.
Yeah.
And see, that's a lot of things like with prepping and stuff. People don't realize is these people can go stock their house with every single item known to man,
Mm-hmm.
but if they don't have the mindset, it's worthless.
Yeah.
It's all worthless.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
or if they don't know how to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I would like to kind of, merge our two brains into a super brain, maybe. That might help. Because we're just both opposites.
Half and half.
Yeah, we're both such opposites.
Well, they say opposites attract.
Yeah. It's really true. It's really true.
yeah.
And the way we just go about things is the complete opposite. So he's always thinking of one thing and I'm not even there, and I'm always thinking of something else and he's just not even there.
Here's the
So-
announcement. I was trying to find it.
Dudley, blow it up so I can see. I'm on this little tiny screen. I can't see all this. Silly Willy.
You just click on her. Yeah. Oh,
How cute.
really cute.
She was blue. She was blue
Is she
for
a
a while.
standard poodle?
Huh?
Was she a standard poodle?
Yeah, she is, yeah.
She's cute.
We call her Smelly Ellie because she farts a lot.
Yeah. So pretty.
Oh, cute. That's how I felt today at the mall. I'm not used to mall food anymore. I was
Oh
like,
my goodness.
I gotta get out of here. I think that was me. There's some TMI for you.
Just like
Yeah.
move away hastily and like
Yeah.
just make
Yeah.
sure that you're not in that position in that area anymore. It's terrible.
You just kind of like do a glance, like make sure nobody's around you.
Yeah.
Ah,
Like, oh, okay. Like you
You gotta
just
do
got
it.
away with something.
you got to do a
Yeah.
silent one right in the middle of the aisle.
And just keep walking.
That's
Drop the
Dudley.
bomb and walk.
Yep.
That's Dudley. He clears the aisles, and I'm like trying to look, and I'm like, oh no, I can't even be on the aisle. I'm like, that's not how this works, dude.
If the aisle's crowded and I want to look at something,
Yeah. Hey.
give me 5 minutes.
My husband used to do that to me too. Just drop the bomb and I would walk into it and he wouldn't tell me. Mm-hmm.
We were sitting in checkout. We were sitting in the checkout lane one time, and there was no getting out of this lane because it was like
People behind you and he's in
I
front of
think it
you.
was the holidays or something, and all of a sudden it was the nastiest ring smell I ever smelled, and I'm like giving him the eyeball like you are gonna die, and he's like, "You and me." It was the little lady in front of us, and I was like, oh my god. And we were trapped. I was trying not to hurl. It was great. It was great.
Yeah,
Walmart.
there's other situations if like if there's something that actually makes like a sound and you make like a movement with your chair and be like, oh,
Yeah.
the chair's got this strange scraping against the floor sound, you know?
Yeah.
Mine
Yeah.
actually does make noise and Bruce always tells me I'm farting. And I'm like, no.
I have our kitchen table chair is like that. You sit in it and it'll move and it's like, and it's like, I hate sitting in it.
Yeah, my dad used to say that. Like, did you see the duck that just went through?
Hmm.
Yeah.
You hear the
The
frogs
barking
croaking?
You hear
spider.
the frog? Yeah. I think I sat on a frog. Like,
Well,
Dad.
It's
Yeah,
funny
with
because
my-
Courtney, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Yeah, Trish.
Courtney's dog's name's Smelly Ellie.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Rose, the lab mix that you can't hardly see because she's black.
Yeah.
She is scared of her own farts. So she
Yep.
gets like these, and it sounds like a bottle rocket, and she'll run like as fast as she can from the sound. And I've never experienced this before with a dog. She had the walking farts the other day, and she was just running around the table
trying to get away from her own butt. That's
I'm
hilarious.
like, what did you get into this time? Because if
Oh
we're
my
not
gosh.
careful,
Yeah.
they'll pull the trash can over or something,
Yeah.
you know, and it's like,
Because she's
and our
lab,
dog's
right?
bowls are literally like this big, and we have two because
Mm.
our dogs are so spoiled, they have to have their own bowls. So
Mm.
they'll share the water,
Oh
but
yeah, not a food bowl. Yeah, a lot of dogs.
they don't
though.
fight. They've never fought.
Oh, okay.
But it's just like Rose knows this is hers, and Jack knows this is his, and like he'll lay at his bowl when he eats. He lays down, and then she'll go to her bowl, and when her bowl's empty, she'll sit there and just watch him, and he's like looking at her, but they never ever have fought ever. It's the weirdest thing.
Mm.
But she
Well,
don't want to eat out of his bowl, so maybe it's the slobber. I don't know, but she's
Or-
Perhaps.
nah.
Now,
I want
before
my
they
bowl.
used to share a bowl,
Mhm.
Mhm.
Jack would let Rose eat first, then
Yeah, he's a gentleman.
Oh,
He
how
is.
sweet.
It's
That's
crazy.
really
How,
sweet.
yep. But
Yeah.
yeah, it was so funny because I was like, oh, and I never have my camera when she's doing this, you know.
I know, because that would be a great short.
It wasn't very short though, because it was like, I was just like, oh my god, Rose. So yeah.
It's too bad you can't just attach your phone with the fart app
Mhm.
and like
Oh,
So,
shoot.
do it back
Rag-
in.
Ragnarok, do you have any farting animals?
Farting frogs.
Actually, a
Do that.
Chihuahua and a Blue Heeler.
Oh, there you
man.
go.
oh,
Yeah, both of them are good for that.
No,
Oh, yeah.
nice.
Dogs
Yeah,
always
you
are.
know, it's out of all the animals in the animal kingdom, Chihuahuas are one of the animals out there that really just scare me to death. Like
Yeah.
I'm not actually really scared of them per se, but I'm always concerned because they're very alert dogs, so they're excellent
Yeah.
at like being able to let people know if there's intruders and that.
They're
Mhm.
actually known as the
Mhm.
most aggressive dog. Like
Yeah.
if that was
Mhm.
a big dog, they would be biting kids' faces off
Yeah,
everywhere.
yeah, but they're just in general, like but they can be so loving as well
Mhm.
to the
Mhm.
people that they have them. So
Yeah.
when you mention Chihuahua, instantly I get like my back gets chills and that. So sorry, Ragnarok.
Yeah, I
You and the
refer to
FedEx
them as
man.
the little demons. I'm not a big fan of Chihuahuas either.
Oh, some of them are so sweet.
I
Yeah.
love all animals. I'll never like, I'm sure that you feel the same way, Trish. And you'll never like go to hurt an animal, like hurt a Chihuahua, but it's just like their presence just frightens you to a degree, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, not only do they're just little yappy dogs, but they have like the mentality of a Rottweiler. They have no fear. They're like gonna
Oh,
eat
yeah,
your
they
big
don't.
dog,
They do
even though
not.
you're like 100 times bigger.
Yeah.
a little
And they
man
have a
Yeah.
little
syndrome.
PMS, some of the Chihuahuas. Like they have a little, but if you were their
little?
size, I probably would act that way.
I don't
Emma,
man.
I've
Please.
always wanted a teacup Chihuahua. A
Yeah.
teacup one.
Too.
They're mean.
Yeah, the
Um,
little ones.
My mom has a Chihuahua and she weighs 1 pound.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, how does she keep it alive? That's so small. Like seriously, like they can go into like a hyperglycemic state.
Yeah,
The tiny
no.
dogs.
And that
She
thing
worked
won't
her
shut
head
up
off.
or nothing. If somebody comes in the house, the whole time you're there, and my dad's losing his mind. Shut up! Like I gotta go. Between the dog and my dad screaming, I'm like, see y'all later. But yeah,
Just give them a little
and she's so
anti-anxiety
funny.
med.
She's got these really long legs and this itty bitty little sausage body. I don't even know what happened to her, but she's
They're
just
so
1 pound.
cute. I always wanted a teacup size one too.
I
They're
wanted
so
to
cute.
ask Ragnarok, what is your Chihuahua's name?
Her name's Bella.
Aw.
Bella.
Yeah.
What type of Chi-Chi is she? Is she like a tan or just? Did you guys get her
She's
from?
black.
Oh,
She's
a
actually a
black one?
rescue. Yeah.
I was
She's
going
all
to ask
black.
you if you got her a rescue because they do go in because people do get tired of their yapping. They don't know what to do about it. They don't know how to train Chihuahuas.
See, I
You
will say
can.
she is not a yapper.
I thought
She's
her name
not.
would be like Freya. or something like
Well,
that.
see, that's the thing. We kept her name from the rescue.
Oh,
Yeah.
That was nice.
See,
So,
that's,
you know, the whole Twilight thing was going on at that time and all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Much
that's-
respect from you. Much respect for taking the rescue as well. Like that's the best way to adopt. You know, that's the best way to get a puppy is rescues. Even
Mhm.
sometimes there's incredible stories out there. I actually love some of the stories, and it's really
There
commendable of you to do that. So thank you.
Yeah, we have another dog that ended up because we live on a highway, so people just come in and we're just right at the edge of town, so they just come in enough and dump them.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
why we kept Rose, and then we have one named Cricket, and we kept her because they're old and nobody's gonna adopt them, so we just
Yeah.
went ahead and kept them and let them live their lives here happy. So and spoiled, immensely spoiled.
Mm.
Dudley buys them dog treats every week, so
Yeah. I would want to do that. My daughter and I would want to probably take in those types of dogs, but we would need to run a rescue in order to do it. like
I'd like
get a
to
like
open one.
4013C or whatever to feed them.
Carol, we have 5 dogs.
Mm.
He said, not only do we take in children, we take in dogs. So
We got 2 inside and 3 outside.
yeah,
hey, Ginger.
Wow, that's a lot
Ginger.
of little puppy mouths to feed. Big puppy mouths.
50
That's how my
pounds a week.
husband would see it. Yeah. He
our
doesn't
smallest
want us.
yeah,
Go
our
ahead.
smallest dog weighs 45 pounds. So
Yeah, we go through a 55-pound bag of feed a week.
yep.
Wow, guys. Kudos to you, man. That's awesome. Though
Well,
that you're
if we was to
helping
take
them out.
Yeah, if we used to take them to the pound, they would just live in a cage the rest of their life. So
Yeah. Yeah, no, we actually to settle down at night look at rescue dogs and hope that my husband will let us get another.
you know, and what's sad is, and thank the Lord for this, but they're both spayed.
Mhm.
Both the girls are spayed.
Yeah.
They're both housebroken. But Cricket has really bad anxiety, so
Nice.
she has to stay outside. So
Okay.
or she tries to jump through windows and stuff. And I'm like,
Holy crud.
yeah. I call her a little Mexican jumping bean because she can jump probably 4 or 5 foot in the air. She's like, bang!
Mm.
She's a crazy girl, but we make sure we got good, sturdy.
Now, you said Cricket? That's her name? That sounds like a great name for her. She's a jumper.
She's a jumper. Yeah. So, yeah, they're, I think she's starting to lose her hearing because she will just look at the sky and start barking and there's nothing there. And I'm like, okay.
They
But
can
she's
get-
old. She's old.
Yeah, they get cognitive decline. They can get like a dog Alzheimer's. Our pug got that near the end. She went blind and kind of deaf, but it was cognitive decline. It was like
All of them are just sweet dogs.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They're just big lap dogs. Even Jack, I don't know if you noticed, he was getting his hugs from Dudley.
Mm-hmm. That was cute.
But they're just big babies, so.
Unless
Yeah.
they don't know you.
And then, yeah. So.
Yeah.
Then they're a big baby with teeth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That could eat you. Just a
Well,
bit.
Rose-
Just a little bit.
Rose impressed me today because usually she wants,
Lovey-dovey.
yeah, she's lovey-dovey. She's just like, go pet me, pet me, pet me. And somebody come up in our yard today that is not familiar, and she was not about to let them any further than they came. So she was like, no, not today, which is a surprise. So I guess she's learning from Jack that, if you're outside, they don't come to the porch. So,
Yep.
But we have them at our back door. So if they want to, they can come up to the front door and knock, but we don't usually use the front door because it's right off the highway. So.
Yeah. Yeah. That's. Oh my goodness. I'm probably gonna have to call it a night. I'm just
I
so
am
wiped
too.
out. Yeah, I'm wiped out from.
I
y'all
hope to
and-
God right now that I'm not getting sick because my chest feels heavy.
Yeah, I was.
Well, you're
Take
looking
a
real
really
pale.
hot, steamy shower.
I'm not like coughing or but I just feel
Yeah.
Well,
Run
you're
down,
looking real
maybe.
pale. A little bit.
I'm always pale.
She's always
Oh,
ghostly.
He's like Lauren.
I'm a freaking ghost here.
Translucent. Yeah, I'd
Oh.
go take a real hot, steamy shower or bath and let
Yeah.
that steam run through. And
Couldn't
See,
you
that doesn't
take
help.
some spearmint and throw it in the bathtub and let it
Mm,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
yeah.
take some fresh spearmint and throw it in the bathtub and let it steam up and
oh, you have spearmint, don't you, Courtney?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Crush it up. You could do that just over boiling water.
yeah, a
Boil
pot of
boiling
water,
water.
and a towel.
Yeah. If
You
you
like the old
can't.
timers?
Yep. If you can't hop in the shower right now.
I don't
'cause
know. It just happened like this tonight. I'm hoping that it's just I'm dry because it's
Yeah.
dry in here. Because
That
we have
might
the
be it.
fireplace. So
Yeah, I'm hoping too.
Well, I hope
All
you-
right, guys. Thank you for
Yep.
having me up, and
You're welcome.
it was
Thank
fun
you for
hanging
coming up.
out. Yeah,
Yep.
appreciate
Get
it.
some rest.
Y'all
Being
have a
up
good
and
night.
partying.
Talk
Rest
to you
well,
guys
ladies.
later.
All right.
Good night.
And we'll
Good
see you
night.
later.
Courtney.
Have a good night.
Good
Bye,
night.
guys.
You're
Nice
welcome.
to see you guys.
You too. You too, and the missus. Much love to you guys.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Ginger, yes, the onions in on your feet work really good too.
Really?
It's
Yeah.
it's 8:30 here in the morning, and I need to do a bit of garden work. It's 8:30 on a Sunday morning, and I just want to get into the garden and do some planting because I'm rearranging my entire garden at the moment. I'm doing a much more survival testing garden as well, so
Cool.
it's pretty it's a lot of work, but I enjoy it. I love
Well-
being with my hands in the soil and all that. It was nice to see you again, Ragnarok. Always a pleasure. And bye to the both of you, to Wally and Trish as well. And awesome to meet you, Gear. I'm definitely subscribed, and I'll check out some of your content soon as well.
Well-
and goodbye to everybody in the comment section. Cheers, everybody. Bye bye.
Have a good day.
Have a good one.
We'll have to find out what all he's growing in his garden.
That's
That'll
what I was
be
going to ask him.
Am I
Talk about it
frozen?
sometime.
No,
No, you're dark.
See, my whole StreamYard screen's frozen right now.
is it? Well, you're
Yeah.
not frozen on our side.
No, you're not frozen. You wave.
We see you.
We see part of you.
Ragnarok, do you
Oh.
grow like herbs and like medicinals and stuff out at your place?
Yeah.
Or do you?
Yeah.
Oh, he just.
I have a Yugal culture that is all herbs.
Really?
What kind of herbs are you growing?
Lavender, horehound, several different mints, catnip, all your normal garden herbs.
Hmm. That's really cool. Do you have I know you have a lot of trees out there and stuff. Do you have like Rosa Sharon or marshmallow?
No,
No.
neither of those two.
They're really good. They're really good. If you want seeds, let me know. I'll send you some.
Oh, okay.
And we have 3 different colors of the Rosa Sharon. And Rosa Sharon is a tree. It only gets to like,
8 or 10 feet.
yeah, it's not like a big tall tree or anything. So, but it has a lot of the same healing effects as a marshmallow.
Okay.
But with the Rosa Sharon tree, you can use the bark, the roots, the leaves, the flowers. So,
Interesting.
and the
I'll have
leaves,
to look into that.
the leaves you can throw into salads. The flowers you can put in salads. So,
Or teas.
or teas. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want any, just send me an email and I will get you hooked up.
Mullen
Okay.
probably grow good out there.
He probably has
Yeah.
more.
I do. Yeah, it does grow good out here.
And does it grow wild around you a lot, or did you have to get seeds for it?
No, I found all mine. I found wild. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, lamb's quarters grows well out here, wild too.
Yeah. I have a lot of lamb's quarter here in our yard. My neighbors hate me because I let these weeds grow.
Yep.
They're weeds to you, my friend.
That's cool, Emma. Emma ordered some feverfew.
Emma, you should have said something to me. I have feverfew seeds I could have sent you. I'm sorry. I wish I'd have known that. Yeah, I grew feverfew this year, marshmallow, valerian, yarrow. And the rest of my stuff died thanks to my grandbaby, but I'll
Yeah.
try again. Oh, lemon balm, spearmint.
If anybody needs seeds, just email us. We got a list of stuff that we can
Yeah,
send to you.
Okay.
I have a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Lots. But we have 3 different colors of the Rosa Sharon. We have a white, a pink, and a lavender color. So
Nice.
I can send you an assortment. That way you can have all the different colors. Hi, Demeter. Glad you're safe.
Hey, Demeter. Yeah, I'm gonna look into learning how to trap. That's got me not just beaver, but trap. Even though I heard beaver tail is supposed to be pretty good.
I've heard the same. I've never had a chance to try it.
Really?
It's supposed to be real meaty, real good meat.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Q.
Real good barbecue.
Yeah. Then do you get? I don't know if there's a lot of mink up there or.
Not really. I've only ever seen one.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you get it or?
No, actually, I was sitting on a rock by the river and it just creeped out.
Oh, nice. Then, no, because I'd like to get some of the furs, and because I was wanting to learn how to tan, because our freezer broke down, and I had, from always raising rabbits, I had 13 rabbit hides and 3 deer hides I was going to tan out, but
Okay.
our freezer at the time went out, and all that went bad.
Yeah, real quick too.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it made me, because there was some pretty rabbit hides in there, and she was wanting to make some moccasins out of deer, and I was gonna have her line them with rabbit fur.
That'd be cool.
So it'd be nice and warm.
Yeah,
definitely.
But
I
I
was
gotta learn how to.
I was really bummed.
I gotta learn how to tan first. Tan them and stretch them.
See, it's not as hard as it. A lot of people think it's really hard, but I don't think it is.
It's not.
I mean, it's just a matter of taking the time and doing the work.
Yep.
Right.
It's not
Now,
like an instant boom.
Do you salt cure them or chemical?
I salt them first, and then I'll usually brain tan, or we've been getting into egg tanning lately. That works really good on the rabbits and squirrels and stuff.
Really? I haven't heard of the egg tanning.
Yeah, it's basically like the same thing as the brain tanning. You just take the yolk of the egg and you rub that into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another reason to get chickens.
Yep. That's where we started. Chickens are a vital part.
Yeah.
Yeah, I finally got the lumber to make my chicken tractors, and then we got to get the
Hardware.
hardware cloth to get.
Then
So hopefully I'll have those
top,
soon. Babe?
the roofing part of it.
I thought we were going to use the siding off the.
Oh, that's right. Yes. That's right. I was just thinking of our neighborhood hawk.
That's why we got to use the hardware cloth. What about the raccoons, dear, or the possum,
Or the fox.
or the fox? We live we live on the edge of town, but close enough we can still get all the wildlife. We've had
Or
a
the
bobcat come up in the yard. That was
baby
fun.
armadillo.
That was not a baby. Okay, so I'd been drinking a little bit this one night, and all of a sudden I see this little teeny head bouncing, trying to get into the garage of the door of our garage. I'm like, oh, it's a baby. He moved the chair, and I was like, that ain't no damn baby. Did not realize their heads were that much smaller than their bodies.
That was an armadillo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now what kind of traps do you use? The old bear snap traps or the live traps or?
Well, I do use some live box traps, but mainly I use the foothold traps, the like 1.5 inches, 2 1/4 Minnesota traps. So I'm digging a lot of hole sets and things like that.
Okay.
I do use some, snares, but not in Pennsylvania, they're not snares because we have to have a stop on them that actually keeps the animal alive until you get there to harvest it.
Oh,
So I
really?
use the cable. They're called cable restraints here, but I do use those as well.
Now, do you have problems with hawks and stuff like that, or other predators getting them before you get to them?
I have not as of yet, but I check
you-
mine a couple times a day usually, so I'm pretty quick on it.
Okay. So I've heard a lot of trappers, they get problems with foxes, coons, or whatever going after them, or hawks, or depending on where
See,
you're at,
that-
eagles.
That's another thing where we're at. We're not allowed to leave any bait visible to stop hawks and eagles and whatnot. So everything we do is like, it has to be either in a box or in a hole. It can't be visible from the ground.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going to look up some videos and stuff. I just don't know. And I got to look up the trapping laws here.
Mm.
But like I said, I can't really find a place to hunt. So maybe I can trap.
Yeah. Our biggest problem around here is thievery.
Right.
It's like, I have plenty of land that I can run a line, but to truly trap, you need to run a long line.
Yeah.
Right.
And I happen to have a bordering asshole, pardon the French,
You're fine.
who is a thief and a poacher. So it's like kind of trying to hide everything from him and still running the line.
Right. And I don't hunt on government land because there's too many trigger happy people out there.
Idiots.
Yeah.
It is.
Very true.
So
It's hard to run a trot line around here too. They'll just cut it and go.
yeah.
Mm.
After they take all the fish off of it.
Of course.
What was that?
I dropped my lighter.
Oh, Sammy.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
You gotta light it with your hand first. Not hit it.
I didn't hit it. I picked it up. Dropped it. Mister, behave yourself.
Show me a day when I do behave.
Yeah, I know. Trust me. I know.
I remember growing up, Dad used to set trot lines, and one time he caught someone messing with them, and he is just sitting there from a distance watching. He's like, "That's cussing up a storm that's been messing with my lines."
Yeah.
And I said, "Why don't you go say something to him or do something?" He is like, "Well, the reason I'm not, I don't know if that's a game warden or not."
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't really know too much whenever I was that age what that meant.
Mm-hmm.
But he would run his regular, I don't remember how many hooks he was allowed, but he had two longer trot lines he'd run, and then he'd run like 10 limb lines. Well, the limb lines weren't marked.
Okay. See, around here, they're pretty good about wearing green jeans, is what we call them. So
Yeah.
we know anybody who's got those pants on, that's trouble.
Yeah, we whoops, hold on. Ginger, you have a good night, dear. Sorry guys. We rarely see any of the oh my god, you guys help me out here. My brain just went to sleep.
Game warden?
Game warden?
Game wardens or conservationists around here. So I mean they're out, but you just very rarely see them.
See, I've only ever run into one when
Really?
I've been out. Yeah, I've seen them around, but I've only ever hit one.
We have a really large Asian population down here where we're at. I don't know about where Gear's at, but I know down here, and they will if they catch the little fish, instead of releasing them back in the water, they just throw them back up on the bank behind them.
Okay.
And we're like, where's the game wardens? Where's conservation? You know, and as soon as, you know, you get caught doing that, they're there, you know, never fails.
Exactly.
So we have a big problem with that around here. So
They show up in one of them big transportation vans and pull out their cooler, and they start filling their cooler up left and right with trout, and you try to let them know what the rules are.
yeah. But we've gone
They
to
don't know what you're saying.
what lake was
No
that we were
English.
at one day, babe? They would catch like catfish and they would just fillet them out and throw them back in the water, and they're still like gasping, and it was disgusting.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
When-
it's
When you throw your line in, and you catch nothing but turtles eating on the dead fish.
But turtle
Yeah.
is good eating too.
Yeah, turtle soup.
Oh
That's-
yeah.
I've not had turtle soup, but
It has 7 different meats in it.
I'm
Yes,
I'm
it does.
weird. I just never.
Definitely.
I've had frog legs,
Oh, those are good. too.
barbecued, fried. They're good. They don't.
They are.
Everybody, that's so gross. No, it's pretty good.
You had rabbit brains.
Not intentionally, but I guess ate rabbit brain raw.
I haven't tried that.
Okay, so the story behind the rabbit brain is my great grandfather, which is Italian, told my dad when I was teething really bad to put raw rabbit brain out of a fresh rabbit in a nylon sock and let me chew on it because there's enzymes that will numb the gums.
Oh.
Apparently, I liked it and pulled a hole in it and started just eating it. So,
Interesting.
yeah.
There's people that eat that in eggs. So
And so like
Yeah.
Billy likes to call me zombie sometimes. I didn't. I was a baby for crying out loud. Like I really knew the difference, you know? So
Well, I've seen people like to eat monkey brains and things like that too.
there's
So
always room for Jello.
yeah, okay, Demeter, I will do my best, but we're supposed to be getting the kids back tomorrow, so I will try. I will try. I'm not sure when they're coming home. Not sure. Somebody's using your name for duck hunting? Dude, Demeter, I hope you get that straightened out. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Hedges. Hedgehog.
Hi, Laura. Good to
Hey,
see
Laura.
hi Laura.
you. Yeah, so like there's not, I mean, there's conservation like everywhere here, but you just don't ever see them. And then when you need them, they're not there. So
And when you don't need them to be there, they're there.
Yeah. It's the same way around here. Like the gentleman that lives across the way, on the first day of rifle, he shot 7 deer.
Oh,
wow.
nice.
Yeah. Except he didn't have tags for those deer. And they're never around when he's doing that.
Right.
You know, you don't shoot 4 buck and 3 doe in one day. No one has the tags for that.
Right.
Right.
But, you know, then he wants to know why there's no deer around here. Well, because you killed them all, asshole.
Right.
No,
Sorry.
You're fine. You're fine.
You're fine.
Hi,
But,
Idaho.
Yeah,
It is ridiculous.
I can't say nothing because I've hunted without tags, but I've only took 1 deer.
see,
When?
and that's the thing.
That was before we met.
Okay. I was going to say, when did you do this?
Like, I can understand when you're hunting for food, but when you're just hunting to kill things and then you throw the meat away later, because that's what he does. He'll stock his freezers up, and then come next spring, he'll be throwing them all in the garbage because he's got to kill 75 trout
yeah.
to
Golly.
fill in his, like, it's just a waste of food. He's only doing it to kill things.
Yeah.
That irks me.
And I've always had someone, the old trophy hunters that just want the horns. I always ask them, well, what are you going to do with the meat? Totally. Can I have it? Yeah.
See, and that's the thing. Even if you are doing that, donate the meat. Give it to someone who's going to eat it. Don't just leave them in a ditch and cut the horns off.
Yeah.
Like,
me and Tristan took them roadkill.
Same here.
Okay, it had just freshly been hit. Like my son got hit right in front of him, and so they had to wait the whole 10 minutes for the sheriff's department to get there and say, yeah, you can have it. And then him and his friends were like, oh yeah, Mom, we've totally got this. We totally got this. I'm like, you know how to gut it and everything? And they're like, yeah, we got it. We got it. I got 3 boys, teenage boys, and none of them knew what the hell. So I never have gutted a deer, was elbows deep, rolling all this stuff out and praying to God I didn't nick the intestine and everything else. I got it done. And I was a little sick. I'm a little sick. So, sick. And so they were being little shits. So it was a buck. And I'm like, here, you know what this is? And I threw it at him. I'm like, no, what is it? It's penis.
There you go. Hat tone.
Don't ever tell me you know how to do something and you not know how to do it. So, yeah, my neighbors, if it had been daylight, they would have ran me out of town. I have a clothesline pole out here, so I had it hung up on the clothesline and pinned it out. I didn't have a sharp enough knife to get through the neck, so I had to twist its head off. And the boys are like, Mom. I'm like, you got to get it done. We got to get this thing processed in the freezer. They're like, they were just, and then we found their testicles, and they were just, I threw them away, and the cat was eating those. And I'm like, I thought you guys were hunters. Well, yeah, we hunt. I'm like, your dads do all the work, huh? Yeah. Leave me to do the job myself. I was like, all right, well then.
Roadkill ain't that bad.
No clue. They didn't even know how to skin it. And I was like, okay, you guys, seriously. And that was a big buck. And I was trying to manhandle the thing by myself, and I was like, oh my God, little puds.
I was over the road, so.
Yeah. They really liked it because I had it, they dropped it on the ground, and I was like, so I'm like, okay, go throw it in the shower. So I was rinsing it off in the shower, trying to get all the grass off of it. Well, a bunch of soybeans come out of its esophagus, and I was like, well, that's what I had for dinner today.
Oh, yeah.
They were like, Mom, you're just not right. You're just not right.
Got to get it done.
Sorry, Ginger. Hey, and the only thing with that deer, we lost the shoulder.
And I think that one of the hams.
The tenderloin. The one tenderloin.
Well, and we lost the one of the back hams on it, didn't we?
That was the shoulder.
Oh. Okay.
Other than that,
it's tender meat.
Yeah. Yep.
But
it was barely, it was a button buck. It wasn't like.
But best deer I ever had was from Nebraska.
Oh yeah.
Corn that corn up there. It takes all that gamey out of it.
Yep.
Tastes just like beef.
Yeah, I made 10 pounds of beef jerky. We were given 2 deer. And I made 10 pounds of deer jerky. And my dad at the time could have spicy, so I made him sweet and spicy deer jerky. And we gave him 6 pounds, and we kept 4 pounds. And he was so mad because it tasted like beef. And I said, that's what the deer tastes like up there, Dad. He just bitched. I was like, well, I ain't making no more.
He still ate it, though.
Yeah, he did. He ate all 6 pounds in 2 days. Nice. So it must not have been that bad.
Exactly.
Yeah. Corn and soybeans. You're right, Emma.
First deer I ever killed on my own my dad told me he would help me.
Yeah.
Him helping me was him standing there with a beer in his hand telling me what to do.
Yep. He was supervising.
Oh,
Now you're going to cut the deer right here. Don't cut it too deep or you're going to
Puncture it.
Yeah.
you're going to be eating some tasting deer.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
see, now I'm not gonna lie. I do the same thing. When they shoot their first deer, you've watched me do it. You've helped me do it. It's your turn to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have a beer in my hand, but I will stand there and be like, "Here's your knife." And if
Well-
they have questions, I'll help. But the dirty work, they're gonna do it.
Yeah, I've never been with my dad or my brothers when they gutted the deer, so I had no clue. So I'm just like, okay, so this is how I do it on the catfish. So I just carefully went up the gut, and skinned it open and then
Yeah,
rolled it
pretty
out.
much the
and-
same. Yep.
So good night, Hedgehog. You have a good night. But I've been around with my dad whenever he skinned them, so I already knew what to do. And Dudley and I had he was given 2 deer in Nebraska, and I said, okay, competition. And so we was seeing who could skin the deer the quickest and not
Nice.
mutilate the meat, and I won. So
Uh-oh.
I can also skin a catfish faster than him too. So
Yeah.
yep.
But those deer in Nebraska, we hang the hind legs off the rafter, and the head be bent on the ground.
Yeah. 8-foot rafters.
I think that one buck
Wow.
was
It was 200 and something.
pounds,
Huh?
240 pounds, I think it was.
Yeah, she was
That's awesome.
she was 190. So
Yeah, for a doe.
yeah.
Damn. I wish we had deer like that around here.
Yeah,
They were huge. They're huge. Hell, the raccoon are huge in Nebraska. Holy moly. I was like, we'd been there, a week? And
yeah.
I seen that raccoon on the side of the road, and I was like, oh, somebody's dog got hit. And we got up there, and I was like, holy God, that's a raccoon. Yeah, they're huge. They're not little.
Yep.
Another
Yeah,
thing growing
it's
up.
true.
Another thing growing up, Dad had a rule: if you kill it, you clean it and cook it.
Yeah.
Yep.
But he would never tell me how to clean and cook possum though.
Oh, gross.
Oh, you gotta.
Oh.
You gotta
boil that
boil it
down.
like 5 times, and
We just threw them in the lagoon.
And that's one thing I don't know that I could ever eat a possum. I just don't know. That and a skunk, I'm not so sure. I don't know. I would try if somebody else was doing it that knew what they were doing, but I don't know. But I'll be honest, Ragnarok, I cannot personally take a life. I cannot do it, but I can take care of it after it's been, you know what I'm saying, dispatched.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not going to go out and pretend that I can do something that my heart just can't handle. So, I will clean anything and everything, but I just cannot take its life. And maybe
Understandable.
if I was desperate, it might be different, but I've never been put in that situation. So,
Rabbits were fun.
so
when I done the rabbits, they were fun.
now I could probably do the chickens and quail and that kind of stuff, but I don't know. No, I like catfish and stuff. I can do the catfish and the fish is different. They don't bother me, but I just don't think I could take down a deer. I don't think I could do it.
Chop the head off, throw them over in the corner, and let them run around till they fall.
No, sorry, no.
Watching all these homesteaders with the fancy cones, I guess they are.
Yeah, the kill cone.
Yeah, the kill cone.
Growing up, whenever I was younger, when we had chickens, it was always had a stump with a couple nails on it. Dad would take his hatchet and
Yep.
pop. Or every once in a while, he'd say, "Hey boys, watch this." Ring and sling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Mm.
Here, I know. Oh boy. Yeah, some people I know. My dad's like, because I asked my dad, have you ever had to kill a chicken? He's like, yeah, you just ring it. Oh, okay.
See,
Not
I always
me.
hang mine.
Yeah, that worked too.
Yeah, I hang them by the feet, and then
Cut their neck.
yeah, because the upside down calms them down.
Yeah.
They kind of get into a trance, and then just slice.
See, that's what you could use
Yes,
your
Emma.
lockers for.
Yeah, Emmett Quail are really quiet. A lot of people keep them in city limits because they're so quiet.
We're going to be raising quail as soon as I can get the cages built.
A fence and a door.
That too.
So we had rabbit, and somebody decided to decapitate them all. So it's like,
Wow.
oh yeah, we don't. It's not such a great town to live in. Like, majority of the population's on meth. So,
Oh, okay.
and we have a lot of homeless people here. So, and somebody was like, "Are you sure it wasn't a wild animal?" And I'm like, "Last time I checked, wild animals go for the soft innards,
Right.
and it's not a clean cut decapitation, and not touch the innards." So, these were clean cut decapitations. My cage doors were ripped off. Yeah, no, it wasn't a animal. It was a human. Yeah, it was an animal. It was a human.
Right.
So I said, let's not do this until we have a fence around the yard so that I don't have to do that. I could, okay, this is going to sound really bad, and I don't mean to like offend anybody, but I could probably take a human over a deer if it came down to it.
Mm.
I could take both.
I know you could, but I'm just saying I would be, because of the crap I've been dealt, I could probably, that sounds horrible of me, and I hope to God it never happens, but
then again,
there's
there's a
just too
place
many
for all God's
people.
creatures.
Huh, babe?
There's a place for all God's creatures.
Yep.
Right next to
True.
Mash Figures.
Just, gosh. I walked into that one. I knew you were going to say that. You say it all the time. I'm a dork.
What'd you say? Right next to the mashed potatoes?
Yes. Yeah, weasels and raccoons are they're rough on chickens. Yeah, my dad had a pretty nice flock of chickens out at his place, and he kept saying, "My chickens are disappearing. I don't know where the hell they're going." And went out there one day. We were looking for the goat, weren't we?
Yeah.
Big storm came through, and we couldn't find the goat. And so I picked up the goat house where the goat should be, and we found all his missing chickens. And the raccoons snatched them and taken them into the goat hut. There was all his missing chickens. We found the goat in the chicken house, actually. So we don't know how he got his big butt in there, but he crawled up in the chicken coop. It's like Hobbit. His name was Hobbit. And so I'm like, Hobbit, how did you get in here? And he's like, meh. It was fun getting back out, but it's like, oh yeah, he was fun. He was Nubian Boer cross, wasn't he, Daddy?
Yep.
Yeah. He was my baby. He was my lap dog, lap goat. He was pretty cool.
We could have 4 chickens here, but that's not enough for me to mess with.
Right. See, here where I live, I can have as many chickens as I want. I just can't have a rooster.
Well,
I'm not being racist, but it's because my skin isn't dark. All the Hispanics in town have roosters and chickens, and nobody says anything to them.
Honestly, I don't think if we had a rooster, I don't think they'd say anything to us either. But
You don't think that drunk bastard behind us wouldn't be on? Yes, try again. No offense. Sorry for my mouth, guys.
Oh, Phil.
Phil, yes.
That's when you get on Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace and find as many roosters as you can get.
But he was calling the cops on us almost a daily basis, saying our dogs were barking.
Find them.
And so the cops roll up here, 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. and no barking dogs till they stepped out of their car and got in the yard, and then my dogs would bark. And we'd get woke up, and I'm like, how many times we gotta go through this? My dogs weren't barking. And I said, can I file a complaint against him because he's making false reports against us? And he's like, matter of fact, I'm kind of getting tired of seeing your house. So he went to him and he told him it's the neighbor's dogs barking, not theirs. And if you make one more false report, you're getting the ticket. So needless to say, nobody's getting reports made on them anymore on the street. So
go buy a bunch of roosters and throw them in his backyard.
Huh?
Go buy a bunch of roosters and throw them in the backyard.
No, I just want to move. I just want to move.
That or it feeds the hawks, one of the two.
Oh, Spirit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or its offspring. One.
Yeah, but you have to admit, he's been pretty cool. He keeps all the mice and the snakes at bay, so we haven't had any problems with them this year or the past 2 years. So
Speaking of birds of prey,
yes.
on my way over to Meta, when I picked up, on the way there, I seen a bald eagle eating off of a carcass, and it flew up.
Yeah.
Now on the way back, there was a little pond out in the field.
Mhm.
Now I try to watch for them. There was 2 of them sitting right there on the pond bank.
That's
Then
cool.
I've seen a little
Juvenile.
juvenile, but his feathers were just starting to turn white.
Yeah, Judy. That's cool.
Real cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ginger said she's sleepy texting, so she might be a little sideways. So
That's all right. We're all sideways.
we will hold it against you, Ginger.
The straight ones is ones we got to watch out for.
The what?
I said we're all a little sideways. It's the straight ones we got to watch out for.
Are you coming out of the closet here, dear?
I love you.
I love you.
I think I'm on the
Good
wrong
answer.
channel.
Yeah. Excuse me while I exit. This is my home.
Yeah.
Is there
We
something
turned
here?
into boys to men.
Do what?
We turned into boys to men.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm a little outnumbered here, so.
Let's
Well,
not
you
include
can
any
always-
mountains.
You can always identify. Oh,
Sorry, I'm reading the privates because didn't realize everybody was talking in the privates.
you like reading my privates, don't you?
I don't know about you some days.
What about Saturdays?
Do you plan on hatching eggs, Emma, or just getting eggs, or getting quail and raising them up, eating them, or what? What's your idea plan?
Yeah, Demeter, you could jump up here and join us and not leave me all by myself. I can. It's all right. It's all right.
But I'll be helping off here pretty soon to hit the bed.
It's
Aw,
early yet.
Pobrecito.
Early in the morning. Meat and eggs. That's a good combination. Steak and eggs.
Okay, you're not getting a steak off a quail last time I checked. Just saying.
Yeah,
She's
one for a
referring to
midget.
quail. Huh?
One for a midget.
Darling, you're something to get us kicked. Yeah. He has no concept of political correctness, y'all, so please forgive him.
Hey, Josh tries quail or steak.
Right. Okay. You're silly. Silly. At Ragnarok, does your wife have a cloak by chance?
A what?
A cloak?
Yep. What does she got? What is it made out of?
She has a wool one, and then I'm not sure what the other one is. It's almost like a velvet. It's more of a costumey cloak. I don't know what that material is called, but yeah.
No,
Oh,
cool.
I thought we were going to start talking about Star Trek. Go
No,
for the wrong
no,
one.
We're not.
Or the Klingons.
Like the one that's hanging next to you, dear. Why don't you show him real quick? The other side. There you go. On the door. On the door.
All right, hold on.
Show him.
Show him what? I'm not that type of guy.
It's gonna be more than your beard shaved if you don't watch it, dude.
Ooh.
I won't. It turns him on too much. Yeah, honey, seriously.
It's hard to do.
Unfold hits. Unfold it. You'll probably have to put yourself up there so everybody can see it because it's, littles. Honey, put it up closer to the camera so he can see the buttons and then blow up your picture. Oh my gosh.
Nice.
I want to line it with rabbit fur. I think that would be so cozy.
I don't have any more like.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I crocheted that.
Awesome.
He has a
Now, is
fisherman's. Go ahead.
Is that his or yours?
That's mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's gonna have a matching one, right?
Probably in a different color.
I want
Okay.
a duster.
I mean, I could do a pink one, but he'd probably choke me with it. I'll make him a fluorescent orange one. Well, that's why we were saving the deer hides too. Was I was hoping to get enough deer hides to make him a duster.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice of you, Demeter. That's awesome. Real quick, I need to say something. Idaho Garden Girl. Tasha wanted me to let you know that she sees that you're watching her videos and she appreciates you very, very much. She thanks you for all the comments and everything. So she wanted me to let you know that. But you're a dork. I loves you, but you're such a oompa loompa sometimes.
Oompa, loompa.
Oompa, oompa, oompa day doo. I've got the riddle just for you.
That's it? Okay. Yeah. Silly. Yeah, I crocheted him a fisherman's sweater a long time ago. It's packed up in it, dear. But he's kind of outgrown it a little bit. So he can't wear it right now, but it was nice.
Yes, it was. It was warm.
Yeah, it was a little too warm.
I didn't think so.
I
didn't think so.
That one time you did.
Summer.
It wasn't summertime.
That's why we need to get a little shrimp or a fishing boat and go lobster fishing.
Yeah, Emma. Kevin's got an awesome setup for his quail. Yeah, I watched their channel too.
What kind of setup do you have?
Why don't you try following along with the community and you would learn?
Because I got
It's
a
very
wonderful
beneficial.
wife that will tell her husband.
No, you don't.
Oh, I don't have a wonderful wife?
No, not really.
Oh,
But
okay.
okay. She only plays one on TV.
Oh.
I was gonna say, if you're gonna get an incubator, I would get a good one to start with, and even if you don't decide it's not for you, your return on selling the machine would be a lot greater than buying like $100
Little styrofoam.
Yeah. I mean, the styrofoam ones work for, I know, chicken eggs. My dad had several of them going whenever I was a kid, but
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta get some tea.
But I always
Yeah.
heard him say too that he wishes he would have just bought one good one.
Yeah, our friend had a nice setup in his little building. I'd like to do something like he had, but when his house burnt, it burnt with it. So, but he could do, oh gosh, 200 eggs at a time.
Nice.
Wow.
And it was all automated on timers and everything to roll the eggs and everything. Then as soon as he got it out of it, he had his heat cages, warming cages, whatever, on the side right there. He can just put them right in there. And he had them temperature controlled because at quail you got to keep it at 99.7 or something like that for 3 weeks when they're first born.
Okay.
They're real finicky. So then he have one side for his chickens or ducks, or one cage for ducks and one for turkeys.
Mm.
And they're all set different temperatures.
Interesting.
But it was a nice setup.
For chickens, he had a one of them old metal wash tubs.
Yeah.
He would put cardboard down on the bottom, and he'd put the chicks in there until they got so big, I don't remember like how many weeks. And then he had a old refrigerator outside that he would put them in. He had a like a wire and a wire door, but he had a plywood on it too, to where he could shut it off, but they could still breathe. They'd get so big in there, then he'd move them to a little doghouse with a little pen around it, and then they'd be there for a couple of weeks, and then one night he'd move them into the big chicken house.
Nice.
What do you want?
Yeah. That's pretty much how I do mine. I'll keep them in the house for a certain number of weeks, and then to a smaller coop outside, and then eventually into the big coop.
Yeah, acclimate them.
Yep. Always at night.
Oh yeah, when they're the tiniest. Yeah, I was telling them about John's chicken or hatchery setup.
Yeah,
It was a nice one.
it was.
Yeah, until you had barbecue chicken.
Yep.
Barbecue chicken, duck, quail, turkey.
Yep. What?
And a bunch of fried eggs.
Yeah, their house caught on fire, and the fire department just stood there and let it burn. And his incubation house is what it was about 30 foot from the house, and it got so hot it caught fire and it burnt.
That's a shame.
Yep.
They put a lot of money into it.
He lost about, not counting the building, he lost about $2,000 between the birds and equipment. So, would you go lay down, please?
Have a good one, Demeter.
Have a good one,
Demeter.
Demeter.
Yep. She was up pretty late with those tornadoes last night.
Oh yeah.
Do you have a spot like in the backyard, Emma, where you could put rabbit hutches and none of the neighbors would see?
Does she live in an HOA or something? Or is it like city ordinance?
Just city regulations ordinance, I think.
Yeah.
Get a brush
Some
in.
of them consider rabbits wildlife, and you can't, or farm animals.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, what do you have to complain about rabbits besides, I mean,
the smell?
Yeah.
Well, they don't really have
clean.
if you keep the area clean, there's really no smell, and it's not like they make a lot of sound. So, I mean, they could scream, god awful scream, but that generally don't happen unless they're attacked. So,
My neighbors love it when I add fish emulsion to my garden.
Oh yeah.
And black cow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trish knows all about that.
Go lay down.
Trish knows all about fish emulsion.
Oh yeah.
She dumped it on her twice.
Yep. All done in front of me. Beautiful smell.
When the plants start growing and then right before they start producing.
I thought I was smelling something fishy, then I turned around and
You went there. Jack, I'm sleeping on the couch with you tonight. Sound like a plan?
no, I get the couch.
Daddy's beat no.
You can have a bed.
You
can walk upstairs. I'll have the couch.
No.
I can get it because I'll go to bed before you.
Go lay down. Go.
She's allergic to the dogs, but she's petting them.
Go lay down. Out. Good boy. Wish you'd shut the door now. That would be nice. One of these days, maybe.
You're right.
Huh?
That one don't have a smart knot, baby.
Jack does. It's got a very smart knot than you.
So does Elmer Fudd, but I ain't saying nothing.
I love you, dear. You are Elmer Fudd. Oh, wait, that's Sylvester.
Speaking of Anatolian Shepherd, did you see that poor bear got fixed?
Bear.
Independent?
Arms family.
Oh, yeah.
Dog.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Arms Family for ever a day.
Well, Bear kept wandering and straying away because apparently the neighbor has a female.
They still got their donkey poodle?
Probably.
Yeah.
Most likely.
They've got some mini Dexters?
Oh, really?
Mini Dexter cows now?
Oh, yeah.
Well, Lydia is adamant that when we get a farm, we have to get the hairy cows because she can't say Highland, so she wants the hairy cows. I was like, oh, joy. Something else is going to make me sick, but okay.
You're skinning that one. Hey, then you can braid its hair.
No.
A cow with dreadlocks.
Sure. I'll get right on that.
I bet.
I'll get right on that.
Or a cow with cornrows, one or two.
I could probably do that easier, but I am not.
Living Traditions was talking about selling their place sometime in the future. It's like, man, I'd love to have that place.
Yeah.
Is that the ones that live in Ava?
Yeah.
I was going to say not necessarily where it's at, but
Yeah, I don't want to move to Ava. Well, we cannot move to Ava. I'll just say that.
I was just there the other week.
Yeah.
Went to a recycling place. Well, one of those workshops like we have here for cardboard.
That we had here for the cardboard?
Well, we still got it.
Where?
Down by EFCO.
Oh, okay.
They just got $275,000 to remodel that place.
Ooh.
But I went to a place like that there.
Okay.
But they recycle bottles. And that made a mess in my trailer.
Mountain Home, Arkansas.
Is that a place that hires handicapped folk to work?
Yes.
We've got one of those in town.
Do they?
Her uncle worked there for, I think it was 35 years or something like that before he passed.
Well, yeah, I was going to work there, but I still wouldn't be the smartest one there.
They wanted him to retire, but he said no. So they had him cut down to like 2 days a week. And he still wanted to just volunteer to come in there.
The one here in town, when our son graduated high school, they tried to get him on at the sheltered workshop, but they told us they couldn't hire him because the first stage, you have to go through the stages to get to different areas, and they said that he wouldn't make it through the
Boarding stage.
first couple of stages to get to where he's actually good at, because he'd be too bored. So they wouldn't even hire him. I'm like, wonder how many of those special needs people get turned down because they have to run them through this stupid course, basically.
Her uncle, his official title was like cardboard supervisor or something like that.
Yeah.
Because he'd been there so long.
Wow.
My title would be supervisor or goof off.
But our oldest kid, luckily he got a job where he did now, or that's probably where he'd be working.
Yeah.
He's making more part-time where he is now than if he would have worked there for full-time.
That's nice.
Washing dishes and sweeping floors.
You can't beat that. That was my first job.
So, I mean, when I worked at McDonald's when I was 17, I wanted to work in the kitchen area. There's like, well, for the first at least month you'll be doing dishes. I'm thinking, all right. They showed me all you do is just wash the whatever it is off, put it in the solution sanitizer, then put it through the dishwasher. Okay, I can do this.
Yeah.
Then they put me on the grill, and I'm like, hey, can I go back to doing the dishes? Because doing the dishes, I was pretty much back there. I mean, I had to go in there and help. At first, it was go get this from the freezer. And then I had to start working on the grill, and then the person with seniority or lead or whatever back there telling me what to do, and it's like, yeah, I'd rather go back to dishes. But then a couple weeks later, I was making sandwiches, and those people had left, and then for evening shift, I was pretty much the one that had to tell everyone what to do. Would ask me, do you want help? No, I want you to
do this.
Put quarter patties down, you to go do dishes. You get back up front where you belong.
No, I was 12 years old when I had that job.
Oh, for your mom's thing?
Yeah, Williams Restaurant. I was bussing tables, washing dishes, or peeling taters. I'd peel a 5-gallon bucket a night to get ready for the next day.
Bus would pull in, everyone would be like, oh man. I'd be like, oh yes. They'd always order like 100 cheeseburgers or 50 cheeseburgers, 50 McChicken or something like that. It was a lot better when they ordered cheeseburgers.
Right. All right, y'all. I think I'm going to have to hit the bed. I'll leave it running, and y'all so you can talk, and she can start it off later.
Yep.
It's early yet.
It's
early in the
We're
morning.
going to just start setting it up on mine. That way I don't have to walk all the way across the house to shut it all down.
You got to do that anyways.
Bum.
Just think of exercise.
Yeah. You want to go there?
No.
Show you exercise.
Really?
Keep
We
it
can.
up. Keep it up.
You say that all the time.
Uh-huh.
We can do some push-ups.
All right, Captain Stubby. I love you.
Well, it's cold. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Good night, y'all. Good night, chat.
Be well, Dudley.
Goodness sakes. Oh my gosh. What a clown. All right.
Somebody. Oh,
I'm going to beat you. Cackling old hen.
I wish somebody would move to Missouri and have a 3-bedroom trailer on their property for rent that wanted to homestead.
Oh, so you can live in the trailer?
Yeah.
I know Dudley's what he's all the time. He's like, we need to get a big piece of property so we can and he's talking about building cabins or something. I don't know. Sorry, guys. There's this truck that keeps circling around and it's making me nervous. But he's wanting all these people to move out, and I'm like, I know what he's thinking. He's gonna sit, like king on the throne while everybody else is doing all the work. I don't think so, mister. Nice idea, but I don't think so.
Yeah, that won't work out there.
No, I'm not. I've watched Walking Dead. I ain't doing no Negans. Nope. Do enough of that.
Have you ever watched the channel The Veggie Boys?
Yeah, I don't
No.
think so. I don't think so. No.
They got a farm. I think it's in Ohio.
Has Rose already gone out?
Yep.
Ohio.
Yeah, I think it's either Pennsylvania or Ohio.
Maybe.
It's a family, and they have a farm, and they have a farm market too. That the whole family runs. It's like, I want to do that.
Idaho, so far it's at $190. The collection is, so we figure after the holidays it'll pick up some more. So getting closer. Matter of fact, I've had one person tell me that he is definitely going to be shaving on February 5th. So I'm like, okay. It's very hard to psych myself up for this, but okay. Yeah.
You don't want him to shave?
I hate it when he shaves. He looks like a little boy when he shaves. And then I feel like some 30-year-old woman. So, yeah.
He can leave one of those, like, Western mustache beards.
Well, he said he's going to shave it all, mustache and all. I said, okay. So, yeah, he looks like a little boy. No lie. So, and I'm 6 years older than him. So with him having a beard, it's not quite as bad. It's not as obvious, but then he shaves and I'm like, somebody's going to mistake me for his mom one of these days. I already know. And I'm like, I'm going to hurt somebody.
I was going to say, oh, is that your son?
Might as well. I have to raise him like one sometimes, but yep. There's this restaurant we go to here in town because we try to, if we're going to eat out, we try to do local, and I'm like totally anti McDonald's and Taco Bell. So I don't like mystery so much. So, we go there and this one girl all the time is calling me mom to my grandkids. And I'm like, she's not all there upstairs most of the time. And she's like, oh my God, I just realized you're the grandma. And I was like, it only took, 3 months, but okay. I'm like, it's all right. Yeah. Almost knocked her out one day, but probably. She called my grandson a dork and told him quit being a crybaby. And I was like, not your kid.
Exactly.
Oh, Lord. And, he's only 2. So, I was nice though. I was just like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I am. I'm thankful that God planted my butt right here in Missouri where I'm at, because I wouldn't fare well where all the what shall we call them? Snowflakes are burning down cities. I wouldn't fare well there.
Yeah.
I
I've
don't.
been dead long ago.
Yeah. Dead or in jail.
Yep.
I just don't have, like, this is my socialization. I can, because we're like-minded people, so it's easier to communicate and stuff, you know.
Right.
And I firmly believe it's okay to disagree, you know. Like, everybody's got a different opinion on things, you know. And
Exactly.
I'm mature enough that I can take that. And so, but these that cannot, and, you know, hey, let's just go. Yeah, I can't deal with people like that. So,
And that's the thing. As adults, we should be able to agree to disagree.
mhm.
You don't have to think the same way I do, and I don't have to think the same way you do.
Yeah,
That's what makes us unique.
right.
But that's what's been lost in this society, is that we can't agree to disagree anymore.
Mhm.
It's, you know, if you don't agree, I hate you, I want you to die, this and that. That's
You're
crap.
wrong.
That's not America.
No, it's not. It's not. It is a bunch of confused little kids. And see, and I had this conversation with my daughter the other day, because I told her, because she's like something about, okay, so my grandson's other grandmother, Trish, both his grandmas are Trish, so poor kid's confused, believe me. And she's like, but he's my grandson, so I give him everything he wants. And I told Lauren, I said, she makes my life harder being that way, because then he comes here expecting the same thing from me. And that's not how it is. It's not how it's going to be. I said, I'm not raising them to be grown children. I'm raising them to be grown adults, responsible, hardworking adults. They're not going to be babies forever.
Right.
And he's already, you know, he has cognitive disorders, and he's already, you know, at the age of 5, has figured out manipulation's cool, and that he can just pout and whine and get his way with other people. And then he comes to me, and it's like, nope, not going there. So it's people, you know, and I understand where she's coming from, you know, because it's her grandbaby and all that, but she's hampering him so bad.
Exactly. And she's going to taint him for the rest of his life by doing that.
Yeah.
That's the sad part. They think they're doing a favor, but they're not.
No. You know, and she cries to me all the time because her son rather play video games than grow up and be a dad. And it's like, okay, so why can't you see where you made mistakes with your son and
Exactly.
fix those mistakes with your grandson? You know, I see, oh Lord, do I ever see where I screwed up with my two? And so I'm like, not doing that with the grandkids. And I told my daughter that. I said, I see where I messed up with you and your brother. I'm not doing that with these guys. And I said, you can get mad at me all you want, because I do raise them completely different than I raised you and your brother, but it's because I learned from those mistakes. And she's like, no, I get it. I understand. She's been in counseling and stuff, working on her issues. So, but she turns around and does the same thing. TV babysitter, you know.
Right.
They both, the oldest two, have allergies to food dyes. And I tell her, you cannot give them this, that, and the other. Aspartame sends, the one with the cognitive disorder sends him off into frenzy. And so, you know, I'm like, they can't have these things in their diet anymore because this, that, and the other. And nope, she, you know, she blows me off. So it's like, okay. So then when I get them back, I have to go through, you know, days of reprogramming basically to get them back in line. And It's a
That's
nightmare.
the rough part. Yeah.
Well, you know, and she's been out of their lives for 5 straight months. No phone calls, nothing. Pops back in, you know, at the youngest one's birthday party. And now, you know, she's like trying to be mom of the year. And it's like, you don't even know your kids, you know? So
That's rough.
it's been I have to bite my tongue to protect my grandkids because she will run with them and I won't know where they're at or anything. So she's already done it once before and that's how I know, you know, so.
That makes it really rough.
But she kind of mentioned the other day, she don't know if she can handle him. She don't know if she herself mentally can cope. So I said, I would much rather you say, Mom, I can't do it and let me and your dad raise them than you mess them up worse than they've already been dealt. So
And that's a real point there. I mean, and that really shows, you know, if she's considering that option, that she is thinking about them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know there's good parents out there, and I know there's people that have done their best. They've tried their best, and we can only do as best as the tools we've been handed, right? So I get that, but there's a lot of people out there that should have not been selfish in the facts and let family take care of their children because they made the problems worse.
Yeah.
And you don't gotta look very far in society to see that one, but you know, so I just keep telling her, if you can't do it, just say it. I can't do it. There's a difference in I can't do it and I love my kids and just being selfish about it. So,
and I think that's a key point there is if she understands that she's making the right choice as an adult to do the best she can for those kids.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a matter of like, I'm failing and I'm worthless. It's a matter of I have help and I'm going to use it to better my children.
Yeah. I mean, cause she's not even working. Her boyfriend she currently is with now is having to pay child support. So like most of his checks gone every week. So I mean, I don't know how they'd ever afford the 3 of them anyway. So, but I have to address her. I tried to address her as another adult, not my child, because if I had addressed her as my child, I'd smack her upside her damn head. I'll just be honest.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff could have been avoided a long, long time ago, but she was too worried about having a good time. So
sometimes they need a good factory reset.
I don't like jail very much. So yeah. And so it's in, you know, I take a lot of responsibility with my kids. I came from an abusive home. So when I had my kids, I was like, I'm not doing that. And instead of busting butt like I should have a couple of times, I would go to my room because I don't want to hurt them. And so then they learned, oh, well, we just pissed Mom off. She's going to go lock herself up. And so I went the other extreme and raised a total pain in the ass. So, but I was battling depression. I was going through depression. Not that that's an excuse, but I was going through mental depression, anxiety, PTSD, and all this stuff, not knowing what was going on with me. And then my mom's over there, you know, if you don't like what your mom says, you don't have to listen to her. And if you ever want to come live with me, you just say it and you can come live with me. So it was like a constant everyday battle with something. You know, and you just get wore down. You get tired.
Right.
And, because I don't have any, you know, support, none, and I haven't had, and so everything was with my mom. Everything is my fault, you know. Well, what'd you do to piss her off to do that, or, you know, and like I had ground rules set. Like my daughter was not to have a cell phone until she was like 16 or 18, depending on, you know, her maturity level. Because I was seeing what these kids were doing, and I was like, nope, I don't even want to mess with this. She wasn't supposed to have a Facebook account until she was 16 or so, 18, somewhere in there, again, maturity level. 11 years old, here she comes. My mom went and bought her a cell phone.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, every step of the way since that girl was born up until I finally gave my parents temporary custody of her at the age of 15, because when we lived in Nebraska, she kept running away. And so, because I was the type of parent, if she wanted to go spend the night with her friend, I would investigate. And if there was a boy in the home, she wasn't going. If that girl had brothers, I wasn't letting my girl go there.
Right.
So she just run away because she wasn't getting her way. And so she was given the option by the police, because they got tired of hunting her down, that she was either going to juvie or she was going to foster care, or she could call family back home here in Missouri. And actually, she calls my mom. And of course, my mom said yes. So I said, all right, I am not playing games with you anymore. I'm going to sign these custody papers and you're going to live with your grandmother until you're 18, because I'm done. I'm not playing no more this back and forth crap, because that's what my daughter does, is triangle people into fights and stuff. And I was like, nope. And I did. I signed it over from 15, and she stayed here until she's 18. A month later, she's like, Mom, I want to come home. I want to come home. I said, no. Hardest thing I ever did, but I said, no. I'm not playing this back and forth with you anymore. That's where you wanted, and that's where you're staying. So,
yeah.
And then my parents convinced her that I loved my son more than her. And because we didn't have those problems with him, he was special needs, so he required a lot more attention, a lot more care. But they don't realize the attention that he was getting was not good for anybody, because he was acting out and had behavior problems and everything else, and they didn't care that we were going through hell, because they didn't like his dad. So because they didn't like my son's dad, they just didn't like him. So it was just constant back and forth. And now my daughter has nothing to do with her grandparents, and my parents have nothing to do with their granddaughter, because they can't stand each other anymore. I was like, well, that worked out real nice, didn't it?
Yeah.
Everything she wanted, they'd go buy it for her. Yeah. And now they don't even talk. So, because they figured out, I told them for years she was lying. She was getting on Facebook pretending to be other people, hacking her account, saying all this crap. And it was disgusting crap. Like, Lauren just got beat up and she's in the hospital and blah, and just not even stuff that's not even true. She was like trying to take other people's life stories and make them her own. And yeah, she has a borderline personality disorder. She was diagnosed with that in Nebraska. I told my parents that this is her diagnosis, this is her medication. And they took her to this doctor here in Missouri, and they looked at my mom and said, well, what do you think? And my mom's like, I think her mom's a liar and this isn't true. And so they took her off all of her medications, and boy, howdy, they had 3 years of sheer hell. And it was under their supervision she got pregnant with our first granddaughter. She convinced my dad she went on a 3-week camping trip with her girlfriends. I said, oh, that's funny, because Fred said they just seen her in Wheaton at some boy's apartment. So my dad's like, oh, really? So he calls her on the phone, right? And says, where are you at? And she's like, I'm at the lake, Papa. And he goes, oh, okay, just checking. Well, Dad, you can call me and I can tell you you're at the lake. You going to believe me too? It's like ridiculous. I was printing stuff off the computer, showing them what she was doing and saying on the computer. Nope. Wouldn't listen to none of it. So then when she got pregnant, they lost their minds. And I said, well, you were warned. So.
Yeah.
And now she's kind of, she says she's doing counseling and all this stuff, trying to be a better mom. And at first it was so she could get off probation. She's on probation. And she was like, well, I'm taking parenting classes, and going to counseling now so I can get off probation. Because if I do these things, I can get off probation early. I was like, oh, okay, that's nice. That's nice. But if her boyfriend's here, it's so she can be a better mom. But if he's not here, it's so she can get off probation. So she's not changed. So I just soon her make her mind up now, so I know, am I going to be mom grandma the rest of my life, or am I going to get to be a grandma finally, or how's this all, you know? So yeah, Emma, it is very true. If I just put one finger on my daughter's phone, she starts crying and shaking because she's afraid of something. I don't know what.
Huh.
She is addicted to Facebook, and TikTok is her new thing now. Yeah. And so, but I mean, she goes months without seeing these kids, without having anything to do with them. And then she'll pop in, and then she's gone again. Then she'll pop in, and she's gone again. And it's like, you can't keep doing this.
No, you can't do that.
So, and my granddaughter, unfortunately, when she was like 2 years old, was kidnapped by her biological father. And he had her for like 4 days before we got her back. And that messed her up bad, really, really bad, to the point she would bite herself so hard. If she got upset, she'd have bruises for 2 weeks. And I was like, you need to get her into counseling. She needs some help. But my daughter would say, oh, I don't have time. I'm working. I don't have time. I can't take off work. But she could take off work to go with her new boyfriend that she only knew for 2 weeks. So he could have some kind of something done to his leg. It's like, oh, bullshit. So,
yeah.
well, I called her out in front of her boyfriend, and he made her put her in counseling then, but it's ridiculous. And I think it's because of that cell phone, and she's just like, it was Facebook, constantly on Facebook, and now it's TikTok. She's always on TikTok, and it's just like, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know what TikTok is. I know it's some short video thing. I have a hard enough time trying to figure out how to get on YouTube half the time. So it's like,
right.
I'm not the best at social media. I hate Facebook. I'll pop in every now and then because I got a few friends that I like to check in on, but
everybody TikTok.
Yeah. My niece sent me a picture one day. Well, it was a picture, it was a video from last year before they supposedly had the sea 5 different times, whatever. But she's like, I don't know if you've seen this or not. Like, everybody's on TikTok, right? And I said, no, I didn't even know what TikTok was. But okay, it's my daughter and her boyfriend teaching my 2-year-old grandson to say shit and thinking it was funny. Like, oh, thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
And she even says, you all may think I'm an immature mother, but I think this is pretty damn funny. And I'm like, oh my God. Totally not how she was raised. I'm like, okay. We need an exorcist, please. And now they come back. Let's see. The last time he went to her house, he came back with the M or F word. That was a fun one. And then the very last time he came back from her, he told me to shut my effing mouth. And I was like, okay. And I tell her, you cannot keep this up because you're not dealing with this all dang week long. I have a mouth, but when the kids are around, it gets nipped.
Right.
When it's adult time, it's adult time. Oh, my Lord. We don't say those words. Okay.
Yeah.
His imaginary friend, right? So, anyways, enough of that depressing crap. Sorry, guys. I mean, go on my tangent there.
You're fine.
Just remember, Trish, you made it. And you did the best that you could. And you're still trying to do the best that you can.
Yeah.
Don't go down on yourself. It's depressing, sure. But it's a success story as well.
Yeah. Oh, she was asking me because I homeschool the kids, and she was like thinking. I guess she's just thinking like crayons, and notebooks, or something. I'm like, no, we have computers, and they're doing a course, and it's real school. And she's like, oh, okay, yeah. I don't know what she thought by homeschool, but yeah, we're really doing a curriculum here, sister. So clueless. I bust my butt. I bust my butt. I mean, some days I can barely walk, but those grandkids deserve a future. This way I see it. And when I'm old and really can't walk, I would like somebody to know what they're doing that they can take care of me.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. So, and that's true. I'm not trying to boast and brag on myself, but I am a lot stronger person going through all their rejection and hate. Like, just keep hating. You're just making me stronger.
That's right.
I mean, I won't lie. I have my days where it's just like, can somebody just come hold my hand? Because you're alone. you have those moments where you're so alone, but you just keep marching on. So I don't know how to give up, I guess. Does that make sense?
It does, and that's a good trait to have.
I'm too stubborn for my own good.
A blessing and a curse.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially when your body's like, enough, and your brain's going, keep going.
Yep.
But yeah, that's why my mom freaks out when she comes over here and my granddaughter's out there eating out of the yard. Oh, my mom has them. I'm like, this girl knows what she's doing. And my grandson, not so much. He tried to eat pokeberries this summer and like it gave me a heart attack. But like, you can't eat everything. No, those are poisonous. Don't touch them. Oh, but she's 6 years old, my granddaughter, and she can already treat bee stings with plantain. So, don't know too many 6-year-olds that can already nurse, their little brothers bee stings. So I wish more people would take on that mentality like you and I have, Ragnarok. These children are our future. We got to equip them and set them up properly, or our future is going to suck worse than it already is now.
Yeah.
I have a neighbor that lives down the end of the street, and she says gardening's too much work, and it breaks my heart because she has, of course, her daughter and son-in-law are living with her, but she's got both her grandbabies living with her as well, and I would much rather be able to put a jar of food in front of my babies and say, here you go, when they say they're hungry, than try to give them an excuse of why I didn't work hard, no matter how hard it hurt. You know what I'm saying?
You're absolutely correct there.
So I wish more people would let that sink in. So,
and I think that's a big problem now, is that they don't think about anything but themselves now. It's not about the future. It's not about anything but what I can have in this moment, that instant gratification.
You said
and that's not real.
Yeah.
This society has trained these people to become, if I want a turkey, I can have it now. If I want a strawberry, now.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to throw this away and get a new thing, I can. And that's not real.
Yeah.
And it's destroying our children as they just sit there and put them in front of this TV and tell them, oh, yeah, watch this, watch this, watch this. Oh, go to the store and buy this, this, and this. You're just setting us up for failure completely, all the way across the board. It scares me.
Oh, yeah.
It really does.
Yeah. And Idaho Garden Girl just said that she's got plantain growing in her yard, and she's keeping it for medicinal herbs, and her neighbor wants her to spray the weeds in her yard. And I have neighbors that I have wild lettuce that shoots up in my yard. I have lamb's quarter that's growing all over my yard. We have poke that's growing, and then mullein. I have this big old beautiful mullein plant that was like 12 foot tall growing next to my house. And my neighbor's like, "Why are you letting these weeds grow in your yard?" And I'm like, "Because they're medicinal." You should have seen her face when I told her she could use mullein as toilet paper. I thought she was going to die right there. Hey, you never know what's going to happen. But, my neighbors are not liking me because I have all these weeds growing everywhere. I've got 2 thistle that I really, 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 really love to grow, but I got to get rid of them. But it's frustrating. It's so frustrating because you try to help, educate them. Oh yeah, I know you guys think it's a weed because you see it growing wild out in the country and stuff, but really, and I'm telling them all the beneficial purposes, but you can go to the doctor and get that stuff.
Exactly. That's their mentality.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just like, okay. And then I found out later went and got the bee sting, if you know what I mean. And so I was like, oh, okay, well, yeah, that explains everything. So I'm not anti-weed, right?
Right.
And I'm all about to each their own. So if that's what they feel it's going to keep them safe and happy and whatever, great. That's you. Don't force it on me. Don't come at me with
the key.
And so far they've been pretty cool about it. We haven't had any real, but don't come at me with it. Just don't.
And that's continuing along the same lines. There is that's the problem where we are right now in America. Mm-hmm. It's no longer 2 sides working for an agenda, and if we can't reach that, we still work together and compromise to solve a problem.
Right.
It's now so polarized that it's to the point where you don't agree with me, I hate you, you need to die. No, that's not what this country was based upon. That's not democracy. I don't care what you think. I don't have to think what you think. But we need to agree to work together to solve whatever problems we're facing.
Exactly.
I don't understand how that has become lost. I feel like I went to sleep and woke up in a whole new world.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. People that I was really close to before all this crap came down no longer speak to me. And it's like, and I have not done nothing to them. I didn't say anything or anything. Boop. Okay. They have to answer to God or, creator, whatever people want to call him, when they pass. That's between them and them,
Right.
So that's how I see it. And I don't know. I sit here and I've chased rabbit holes till I just puke. And literally I've seen, so there's some sick individuals in this world. And I try to, when did everything flip flop? When did everything just go totally, crazy? I don't know. I honestly don't know. And we would all like to think that we were never been asleep to that point that we didn't even notice the light switch get turned off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we were. So boy, did we get taken for a ride. But, a lot of people woke up. And I hear people all the time, Ragnarok, oh, we're all dead. They don't understand how many people are out there that are doing what we are doing and not saying a dang word to nobody. Not a dang word.
That's a good point, because I've been doing it I just started speaking about it, 4 months ago?
Yeah.
Up until that point, I had 0 social media, never spoke to anyone about anything. But now's the time that I felt that it was a need to find other like-minded individuals. You know, we need to have that backup plan. But before that, I didn't care. I was willing to do it all on my own and never say a word to anyone. It was safer to be that gray man.
Right.
But now I think that being that gray man is a deficit.
Yeah.
It's going to end up causing you to fail in the long run.
It is. And then see, like where I live, you know, I've had people tell me that I don't know shit about prepping and I'm going to kill people. And I'm like, prepping in my area is completely different than prepping in your area. I don't have hurricanes. You know, we don't have earthquakes. There's difference there, you know?
Right.
So I prep for what I know we need during what we deal with, tornadoes, ice storms. You know, we don't get a ton of snow here. We have had snow here, but we don't get a ton of it. It's not like a frequent thing here, right? We get ice. We get lots of ice. So I know how to take care of mine here for those situations, you know? So I've been prepping my whole life. I was raised this way. My grandparents, everybody, you know, you don't go into anybody in my family's house and not have a lot of food and other things that we're just, yeah. I try not to put out too much of what we have because I think that's a danger. It sets me up for getting, you know.
Yes.
So there's a lot of arrogance in some people that like to show off their stuff. And that's cool if that's what you're feeling safe and comfortable to do, but I do not. So to each their own. But don't think that because I'm not bragging or showing off every little thing that I own for my survival purposes. Don't underestimate me, dude. You know?
See, and I think that's a big thing right there, because I was thinking about that earlier when Fishes was talking about her son. And, you know, every person has different things they need to prep for.
Exactly.
I don't have anyone with asthma, so that's not a concern for me. But if I did, that would be a direction that I would prep hardcore in.
Yeah.
You know, and then I feel that a lot of people who do show off all these things, A, probably don't know how to use them.
Yeah.
And B, are just doing it as a social thing. Look at this badass axe I got. Oh, I have 4 million bullets.
Yeah.
Okay, can you hit a target?
Exactly.
Can you sharpen that axe?
Exactly.
Is it going to cut a log? You know, there's so much that goes around all this. And I'm starting to see more and more a lot of just posturing.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Unfortunately. Yeah. You're absolutely bullseye. Big bullseye. You know. Last week we were talking to another YouTuber, and he was talking about stuff, and we collect hand tools. We do without power a lot in this area if there's tornadoes or ice storms, you know. So we have the old hand drill, you know. We've got different oil lamps. I've even got antique irons, you know, that you actually.
Oh. Yeah, you have to heat them up. Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, but we're not broadcasting it. It's nobody needs to know those things. I mean, I don't mind sharing with you, you know, but because you and I are a lot alike in that aspect of been doing this my whole life, you know. So, you know, there's things, yeah, I would like to learn more about, but I know myself well enough to know I can't take an animal's life. Okay. I understand trapping. I understand snares and different things of that. And I can, you know, if I need to, what's the word? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I know how. Okay. But I also know what it does to me emotionally, you know?
Yeah.
So it's not something I put a lot of focus in
Exactly.
Because, it's just not something I can do at this point. Now, later on, if I need to, then I can. But there's enough people around me that's got that covered where I can do the cleanup and they can take care of the dirty work. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's the key point. Is you're right. You have people around you who can do that, and then you take the next step. And that's not a bad thing. But I'm willing to bet that if it came down to your grandchildren were starving, you'd be able to do what you needed to do.
Oh, yeah.
Like, without a doubt.
Sorry about the dogs barking, guys. Oh, yeah, and that goes back to the mindset thing. I see all these people that are like my neighbors across the street. They're totally all done up in solar, right? I'm like, that's awesome. You got banks to go with that? Nope. You missed a step there, people. He's a hunter. He's a fisherman. It's like, I mean, a lot of solar. Like their whole house and garage are solared out. You can't put another solar panel out there, right?
Wow.
No batteries, no backup. Like, what's the point?
Right.
Why go that far into something and not finish it? That makes no sense to me. That just
none at all.
And then these people are like, "Oh, I'll just go out into the woods and go hunting." You and the rest of the freaking world.
Right. You better wake up if you think that's the answer.
Yep. Yeah. My husband, not to throw him under the bus, but he's like, "We'll just go live in a cave." And I said, "Oh, with the rest of the state of Missouri? I don't think so." I don't think so. So the last place I'm going is to a cave. He's like, "Why?" And I said, "Because everybody else and their brother's going to be trying to get to that cave. And I'm not dealing with it."
Yeah.
He's like, "You going to stay out in the wide open?" I'd probably have better chances. Honest to God, I'd probably have better chances. So, you have to do, and this is the part that gets missed in a lot of the prepping communities and stuff. And I've been around for a long time on YouTube. Long before I actually set up a channel, I've been on YouTube watching these people, and I'm just, you got to have this, or you're going to die. You got to have this, and all these MREs, and this, that, and the other. And I'm just like, oh, wow, okay. One, they're not showing you how to do it. They're telling you how to do it, but they're not showing you how to do it. And I take issue there. I take issue.
Right.
I like to see what's being said.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a visual learner. I can't learn by somebody just rattling off stuff. I need to see it done, and then I got it. So there's that. But they don't take in consideration of the whole mental aspect of things. You can coach somebody till you're blue in the damn face. It does not mean it's going to work for them. It does
You're
not.
right. Nope, it doesn't.
I mean, you're a teacher, or a retired teacher, so you can teach a child this one particular way, but doesn't mean this child can learn the same way.
Yeah, everyone is different.
Everybody. And so I had to bail out of the prepper community because there was just too much bullshit. Pardon my French, but
see, and that's sadly what I'm starting to see already is like, because my theory is this: if I do something or tell you something and you think it's bullshit, call me out.
Mm-hmm.
These other people that I'm watching will sit here and tell you you're going to die if you don't have this. You need to know how to do this, this, and this. But then you never see them doing any of those things.
Right.
Or when you do see them in the dirt or in the woods, they're not comfortable. They're not doing what they told you they're doing.
Right.
Like you can just see that it's not real.
Right.
And more and more, I just want to say, hey, dude, you're bullshitting me.
Yeah.
But you can't do that. Then they get all offended and they turn their 10,000 friends against you and this and that.
Thank you.
What the hell?
Yeah. And I'm still trying to figure that one out because it's like you're screaming and bitching about the left being snowflakes, and now you're acting like a snowflake. So
Right.
remind me here where we're at. I totally get
Exactly.
you. I totally get you. Okay, so we went on a camping trip back in October, and I did little glimpses of our camping trip. I did a video on it, and you can clearly see my big blue tent behind the camper there. But we didn't do a lot of inside the tent. I didn't go there to do YouTube. I went there to hang out with my YouTube friends and get to know them and kind of leave YouTube alone for the weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That first night, it was 39 degrees outside. It was cold. It was pretty cold. But
Oh, yeah.
I had the big terracotta pots and some candles going. You know, there's both nights we were there. You know, Deli got woke up in the middle of the night to go light more candles because it got cold, you know, but we had our candles there, and then we had our 5-gallon potty bucket, you know, with a little snap lid and pine shavings and
Right.
and everybody there, you know, they all knew because they're like, you know, the ones they stayed in the camper and of course they had heat and everything, but we did our, you know, somebody brought, I can't remember what it was, some kind of grill or smoker or something, I don't know, and they're all talking like, oh, we got the coffee pot, and I'm sitting here like, I'm okay, so y'all's glamping. This ain't camping.
Exactly.
You know, because I'm used to, you got your fire pit, right? And you know, like we have a grill, grate or whatever you want to call it, that we throw on our fire ring to cook on.
Yeah.
And that's camping for us. That's how we've always done it. We cook over the open fire. We don't take no barbecue grill or any of that flat stones or black stones or whatever the hell them things are called. Nope. It's all done in cast iron over the fire. But, you know, whatever. That's their, you know, so I wasn't going to bitch at them or nitpick or anything. We joked about it and stuff. But that's the kind of, you know, but that's how my dad raised me, you know. Our power was out for 2 weeks one time in a snowstorm and ice storm or whatever you want to call it. And they had just got this stupid double wide trailer and it was all electric. So you know what happens when the power goes out.
Oh, yeah.
No hot water, no cooking, no nothing. Pipes are freezing, lovely. But it had a fireplace. So my dad kept that fireplace going, and we had deer kebabs one night. Best food ever. Best food ever. My mom's like, just, can I have soup? You know, she won't touch deer meat for nothing, but she's from California. But, you know, that's how I was raised. I was raised where you cooked on the fire, like,
yeah,
open fire. And so, and that's what I'm going to teach my grandkids. They're going to learn how to cook on a grand. And I love your channel because your kids, when I see your little ones out there, they're like, can you live under this rock? Yeah, we just do this, this, and this, and we'll put monster on this. And I'm like, that's the real deal right there. Ragnarok is the real deal. And so if y'all don't know, he has a channel, check him out because he is the real deal. But I have great respect for that because that's what needs to be taught.
Yeah. See, and that was a great point. That's why I made that one video showing those clips, is like just seeing those connections going in their mind validated everything that I've ever done. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't have to say, hey, when I turn the camera on, I want you to say, buh. Like, they were just like, well, Dad, we can put a roof here and this will be my bed and there's a pillow here and I can put like those things were already formulated.
And they were excited about it. That was the best part. They were excited about it. Like, we're really going to do this. You know, it's like, that was so cool. Emma, okay, Gear dropped his link. Thank you, Gear. I was going to do it. But really cool channel, y'all. So check him out. But like most of my cookware is cast iron.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Dudley has his crappy old, you know, Teflon crap because he He doesn't like cleaning. He does not like cleaning the
Okay.
cast iron. So, like, oh my God, I can't wait until this stuff goes to the pot so I can throw it away and never have it again. And then I have my stainless steel stuff, so, but, I have separate sets. I have my in the house cookware and then I have my camping set. So,
Okay.
that way, if you break something camping, if it gets too hot or whatever, it's not something that I use, So, and
Right.
I have given away a lot of cast iron because Deli went on he gets on these bins every now and then, and he just went a little overboard with buying cast iron, and I'm like, I don't need this much, so and then he makes fun of me because certain pieces are used for certain things,
Mhm.
So I have a little bit of OCD, I guess, but I'm like, this pan is only for pancakes and cornbread. Don't do anything else in this pan. Him and my son, I'm always having to reseason after they use my
Okay.
I'm like, you guys, if there's no oil in it, you gotta add oil. You're gonna burn up my pan. But he's learning, but Deli's a little bit spoiled, a lot of it. But we'll pretend that you only heard a little bit. But yeah, if he can get me to do it for him, then he's good. He has no interest in learning unless he has to. So, because he's one of those spoiled kids. He is definitely one of those spoiled kids. His mama made sure he had anything and everything he could possibly dream of, and it's made life a little bit difficult sometimes. So, sorry, battery. Oh, come on. This plug-in is messed up. But yeah, he definitely walked into a whole new world when he met me. Because I don't like, my kids need raised, my grandkids need raised. You should have already been raised properly. So
Yeah.
we clash sometimes, but not too much. But it happens. So
It does. But
It's
apparently he enjoys it.
yeah, he acts like he's so abused. It's like, I don't even lay hands on it. Gary, don't freak me out. At least you didn't have the Grinch hat. I probably would have fell out backwards. But yeah, he's one of those. Yeah, he's just weird. But there's a lot, and another thing that I believe is, okay, say dog, shh. But like, I know how to crochet and I can sew, right? Well, say my neighbor doesn't know how to do those skills, but they are really good hunters. That we will, like, somewhat complement each other, because what they can't, I can fill in.
Right.
And I'm all about that kind of. These people that think you have to have the same, like, everybody have, like, you got to know how to do this and this and this. That's not necessarily always a good thing either, because you're going to be missing certain areas where it's vital that, we need teachers. We need people that know how to teach students, and we need to teach people, I know a lot of adults that could use a new education.
Yeah.
But, my mom doesn't know how to sew. My mom don't know how to crochet. My mom barely knows how to burn water. So all of the skills that I have learned have been through my dad and my grandparents.
Mm.
If I want to use the skills my mother taught me, nobody would like me. So if you get my drift. So, yep. See, our diversity is important.
See, and like you said, that's a key point, because you can't master everything. There are going to be things that you're naturally more inclined towards, like you said, crocheting and sewing. And that's why everyone in a mag or a group or tribe has a strength,
right,
that everyone can play off of.
Yeah.
It's that being interconnected that's going to be what's successful. So many of these people are thinking about, well, If I have 3 years of food, I can last that long. But what happens when that food's gone? Can you grow your own food? Because all you're doing with that prepped food is giving yourself a buffer.
Yeah.
You have to be able to recreate whatever you need, whether that's clothing or shoes or, you know, whatever you don't think about. Because there's no one is perfect. You know, there's going to be mistakes in everyone's preps.
Right.
And that's where we have to rely on one another in our skills to accomplish anything.
And something that's important is I hear these people like, I failed. Keep failing because you're going to be successful.
That's how you learn.
Exactly. Thank you. Exactly. You have to fail. You have to fail to be successful. You know, for the longest time, like my husband and his brother lived with us for a while, and we had turned our garage into this big, huge wood shop, which was cool. We'd all go out there and hang out, and I'd do like beadwork or something. I don't know. And they kept saying, you need to come learn how to run these saws. You need to. And I was terrified of those saws because I fell off the roof of my dad's house when I was younger, trying to help him roof the house. So I was like, and I landed in the saw. Ding! You don't ever forget that sound as your body is falling on a saw.
No.
And so I was like, no, yeah. And I'm very accident prone. So the last thing I wanted to do was like cut off my digits that I need to sew and crochet with, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I now know how I can run the saws. I can run a planer, chop saw, skill saw, scroll saw, jigsaw, whatever saw. Give me a handsaw. I can do this stuff now. I have my favorite hammer. If anybody touches it, they're probably going to die. It was my grandpa's hammer. When he was still alive, it was one he used all the time. And so if you ever see me doing a video where I'm like doing any kind of construction work and my hammer is missing a claw, that's my grandpa's hammer. It still pulls nails. It still works. And so, they make fun of me because my hammer's broken, but it still pulls nails. So it's quite functional and it's all I need. So, but, I built the doghouse that we have that's lasted for 5 years. I have another doghouse that Dudley and my son built, and it's not even 2 years and it's falling apart. So it's like, I'll build the doghouse.
There you go.
And it's double walled, so we can insulate it, the doghouse. So if we need to throw any kind of insulation to keep them warmer, or but we don't have like really, really bad winters here, so they don't really need it. But I didn't realize I picked up all the skills from watching my dad and my grandpa when they were doing construction stuff. I didn't realize, how much stuff actually resonated.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, wow, this is kind of easy. So.
Yeah, it definitely sinks in.
Yeah, and you don't realize it until you're actually there. And so I have been, teaching myself different skills along the way. It's just the hunting part that's going to be a tough hurdle to get over. Do I know everything there is to know about construction? No, sir. Can I lay plumbing? Maybe if I've got a book to look at. Can I do electricity? Don't want to. It hurts. I've done that.
It does hurt.
It hurts a lot. So, and what is this? Sorry, I'm reading. But, it's important. And I think everybody really should just try to pick up something new. You don't have to be a master of everything, but just educate yourself enough so that you have some idea of what you're doing.
Right.
You may have to do a makeshift shelter out in the middle of the woods. Do you know how to lay your sticks where they're going to be sound, that they're going to hold the weight of the other sticks? Do you know how to, like weatherproof it? Like you taught your children moss. Moss is an awesome insulator. So, my grandparents, my great grandmother grew up in not Minnesota, my God, in Nebraska. And when she was a little girl, early 1900s, her dad, when it was cold, would throw water on the house to freeze so that it would insulate the house.
Okay.
A lot of people were like, "Oh my God, I would have never thought of that." And had I not learned that through my grandmother, I would have never ever thought of that. You know,
Yep.
they did what they could. We lived in a house that was built in the 1800s when I was a kid. When we tore it down, there was layers upon layers upon layers of newspaper and wallpaper that they put in for insulation. There was no insulation in this house. It was just layers and layers and layers of paper. So, you know, there's so many different. Trash is one of those things, you know, everybody hates trash. But my God, trash can be so useful for so many things if people
Yeah.
would take time and not look at it as trash, you know, look at it as like, how can I use this? You know,
Right.
what purpose does this thing have? So dog food bags are awesome. They make awesome, you know. You can use a dog food bag as a grow bag to grow, you know.
Yeah.
A 50-pound bag is huge. Fill that thing with dirt. You got a grow bag. You know, just people got to learn to think outside the box. And I think a lot of this younger generation that's so used to computers and gaming and TV and whatnot, they're so, their imagination's gone. They don't know how to think for themselves. They don't have any form of imagination whatsoever to be able to create things out of other things. So
Yeah, and that's a key point is watching these TV kids, you know, they have no imagination. If you shut the box off and throw them outside, they don't know how to play.
No, they panic.
Yeah, right. And like, you know, they don't think about, oh, well, if I grab this stick and this rock, I can hit that. You know, they don't think about those simple alternative uses for anything.
Yeah. The primitive skills.
Right. Which should be instinctual in us.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been bred out of us almost, it seems.
Sorry, I'm laughing at creative redundancy. Yeah, it almost has been. It almost has been. And that's why I don't let my kids watch TV. My grandkids get like the only TV time they get is if it's educational, if it's part of their school stuff. And that they're not watching TV. They're playing. They have toys and they're using their imaginations because that's important. We need to get back into, you know, and you know, earlier we was talking about we don't know when the switch got flipped, and Emma said she thinks it's when we took God out of everything. And you know, a lot of people did, you know, go backwards whenever they took God out of things. And another thing I have, and I don't mean to step on toes or anything, but and you might be able to help me out here, Ragnarok, but just because somebody says creator doesn't necessarily mean, you know what I'm saying? Like the Native Americans referred to God, their God, as the great creator, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not 100% familiar with the Vikings and their beliefs and whatnot and stuff. So, but a lot of people are like, no, Native Americans worship Satan. No, I think if people,
Not even close.
huh? I didn't hear you.
I said not even close.
No, not even close. And so it bugs me. That's why I don't get into religion and stuff a whole lot, because everybody loses their forever loving mind. Oh my gosh. You know, if you're not this denomination or this denomination, you're going to hell. You know, I deal with that around here all the time. And I'm not saying our people in chat and stuff are like that at all. That's not what I'm saying. But I deal with that a lot. So I just learned that some things just need to be shelved and left there, you know.
Yeah.
But that did play a big role when people just, you know, turned away. And I don't necessarily think that's the only thing that, you know, I don't think it was all of it. There's more to it than that. But And like everybody has their own opinion on all that and stuff like that. But I am teaching my kids about God, but they're also learning about, like the Native Americans didn't necessarily call him God. They called him the creator. So, and Mother Earth, they're learning about, Mother Earth and different things because I want them to respect this earth. I want them to respect what's being provided for them.
Mm-hmm.
My granddaughter's allergic to bees. She's not, we have to watch her because she can do the anaphylactic shock, but she's not there, currently. So, but we were told, that could develop at some point because she's pretty allergic. And, she was like, oh, they all need to die. And I, no. And I explained to her the importance of bees and honey and stuff. And so now she has total respect for bees. And so she will walk around, and we have a lot of clover in our yard. So she's walking around making sure, and she don't step on bees. She don't want to kill the bees. And so, but I think if people don't start getting their nieces, nephews, grandkids, whatever, neighbors' kids, and start teaching them this stuff, then yeah, there's going to be a lot of heartache for a lot of people. A lot.
And that's the thing. All the old knowledge is going to be lost.
Yep.
Because people aren't taking the time to teach anyone. People are starting to look at our ancestors as disposable. Even, my great-great-grandfather that may have, fought on the side of the South, and this is all hypothetical. He now needs to be demonized.
Right.
No, that's not what history teaches you. You can't take history and look at it through a modern perspective. You have to learn the lessons of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And too many people are willing to do that. And that is also reflected in, like you said, Native Americans worship Satan.
Yeah.
Well, hold on, people, not trying to offend you, but people who don't believe in God don't believe in Satan. And for you to juxtapose that on them because they don't know about your religion is wrong.
Yeah.
You're putting... I can't see chat, just so you guys know. I didn't know if anybody knew that. So I'm really not trying to offend anyone who is Christian.
Yeah.
But proselytizing is the most horrible sin in the world. Taking someone who does not believe how you believe and judging them on your own belief system is horrid.
Yep.
You can't rate a Native American on a Judeo-Christian moral system when they have no reference to it. They had great people. They had good people who followed moral and ethical codes.
Yep.
They also, I'm sure, had bad people who were nasty and evil.
Yep.
All groups of people have that.
Mm-hmm.
But to sit back and say, because you're not Christian, you are of Satan, is wrong.
Yeah. You're absolutely correct.
And that blows my mind.
Mine too.
And that's something I'm getting more and more. I'm also, referencing earlier, I'm seeing more of that in different prepper channels where it turns into Sunday morning worship.
Yeah.
And if you don't agree with them, you're wrong. And I do not agree that the removal of God from society, so to speak, was the downfall. I believe it was the removal of morals and ethics, that holding on to a code of better beliefs and good standing that had created the downfall. It doesn't matter if you are a Buddhist or a Christian or a Jew or a heathen. If you had good moral standing, you had a code that you held to that stopped you from mistreating other people. It stopped you from doing evil and bad things.
And I think, you see, I do not follow, I'm not, and this is where I catch flack. Yes, I believe in God. And So I have a lot of Native American beliefs, and I also believe in energy and spirituality. And apparently, I am a contradictory to myself because I don't go to church. I have been to many churches just to watch them allow young teenagers come in stoned and high, barely dressed, and not condone it. And that's morally wrong, in my opinion.
Right.
They're allowing these people to do this in front of little children, and I had an issue there. So, a lot of the religions nowadays are based off of man's doctrine, not the true word of God. So,
Exactly.
I don't follow man's doctrine. So if people want to hate on me because that's my belief, hate away. I stand before our maker, our creator, our God, whatever you want to call him, the great I am, whatever. I stand before him for what I've done in this world, not what you've done, not what they've done, what I've done. And it's the same for them. So I'm not about to put out there and condone anybody for their beliefs. You know?
I agree.
The only time I'm going to say anything about somebody's belief is when they tell me that I'm going to die because I don't agree with them. Then I'm going to have a disagreement with you.
Yeah.
And
I agree with your words there.
So, you know, I have this one reason I want to talk to you and I want to get to know you much better is I really appreciate our history. I want to learn what the Vikings did, how they survived, how their culture was. I mean, I have some little tidbits, you know, but I'm not one that necessarily believes everything on the History Channel, if you know what I'm saying. So, you know.
That's a good thing.
But I agree. You know, this destroying our history is ridiculous. It's absolutely. And I will tell you, Ragnarok, my 5th or 6th great grandfather did fight for the Confederates. My mom has his battle and his capture and release papers from the Battle of Chickamauga, and they don't have him listed as Negro. They have him listed as dark skin.
Okay.
And that usually meant Native American. So, you know, does that make me a bad person? No. Did I know the man? No. Do I know anything about him, what his thoughts were, what his beliefs were, why he was even there? Nope. None of it. So don't hold against me what somebody did decades ago. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't believe in that.
No.
And no offense, but I don't believe that I should have to pay for what your 5th and 6th great grandfathers went through during those times, you know? So I'm also Irish and Italian. Let me tell you, they were banned from the United States. Irish were used as slaves too. So where's my, you know, if we want to jump on that bandwagon, you know, just because my skin's white doesn't mean, you know, my ancestors weren't slaves. We can all go there.
Exactly. And that's the thing. Every race, nationality, we've all been treated like shit at one point in time. We've all been enslaved. We've all been beaten and treated. And it's not different for anyone. There's no one who hasn't been. So get off it. Quit living in the past where you're busting your neck because you can't see the future.
Right. No, I agree. So I don't mean to get on my high horse. Sometimes I do, and I apologize, and I'm not trying to offend anybody. You know, I truly, if I go out of my way to say I love you, it's because I love you. You know, that's who I am. I empath. I don't know if anybody's aware or even familiar with an empath. I'm an empath. You know, it's not fun for me. It's not fun for me. It's hell. And but it's who I am. And I've had to learn to accept it, you know. Like for the longest time, I thought I needed to go away. You know what I'm saying? Wow, hold up. But no, that's just who I am. That's how I was made. You know, people want to come at me like, oh, you're a Satan worshiper. Dude, no. I have seen Satan. Okay. So when I was a little girl, somewhere between the ages of 10 and 12, because that time period was hell for me. I was molested and some other things. And so it all kind of got thrown into one meld. But I was spending the night with a friend, and we usually would go upstairs. This is a really old house, and the whole upstairs was 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, a living room, and a kitchen. It was the coolest house, right? Had a walkout balcony on it. It was really neat. But it was really old from the 1800s. It was starting to run down and everything else. And then this one weekend, her brother was there, and he wouldn't let us go upstairs. So she called her mom, and her mom said, just sleep in my room. It'll be all right. And so we were like, okay. Well, that night it was like 2:30 in the morning, and I woke up to the crackling of wood burning and the smell of smoke. And I thought the house was on fire. And when I looked up, the entire bedroom wall was like flames, but Satan's face was in those flames. I kid you not. I left and never went back. I left all my belongings there, everything. Scared the hell out of me. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a warning. I don't know what it was supposed to be. Scared the hell out of me. I'm shaking. I'm sorry. I'm like, it freaks me out. So when people like, oh, you worship Satan, no. And if I'm doing something that maybe I'm not doing it intentionally, you know, maybe it's lack of education in some areas or something, but never. I've read the Bible. I know what's happening, you know, according to the Bible. No, thank you. No, thank you. So if anybody has any thoughts or opinions on what the hell that was I seen, throw them at me, because I don't know. I do not know. I know I got my butt whooped because I left all my stuff there and refused to go back and get it, but, you know, scary shit. Okay, you're eerily quiet and it's freaking me out.
Be right back.
That is good, creative. That's good.
I don't know, but I think either the I don't want to. How do I say it?
You just say it.
Either the I don't know how to say it.
Just say it. Just say it.
Brother had some bad juju or bad spirits or
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. A year later, I found out he was using drugs and an alcoholic. So, yeah, no doubt there's probably a lot of that. Yep.
Could be he wasn't a good person, or I don't know.
To be honest, I still run into him from time to time. I don't associate with him, but I am very familiar with who he is still to this day. And I have yet to see the man sober, ever. So I don't know. I just took it as I wasn't supposed to be there, and I left, and I took the butt whooping and didn't care. I still wouldn't go get the stuff. I would not, because it's just, you see something like that as a child, and you know, Creative art, yeah, that is a good saying, and I do like that. Yep.
A little bit ago, I ain't trying to change the subject or anything, but Idaho Garden Girl said that her dad taught her how to garden and her siblings weren't interested,
Mm-hmm.
but they listen politely, then change the subject. It don't interest them at all.
Yeah, that's how it was in my house too.
Growing up, my dad had a tomato garden, and he let me go in there with him sometimes, but for the most part, it was, this is my, from what I think I understand now, I didn't understand then, but that's his quiet time.
Yep.
Go in there, pull weeds, just get it done. Nobody asking questions or in the way.
Mm-hmm. That's where I struggle with gardening, because that was my peace and tranquility. I could go, I'd sit on my butt for 8 hours, whatever it took to weed the garden. And, but that's when I had my quiet time. That was my peace. And when I spoke to God, that was what brought me, clarity and whatnot, and grounding. And with 3 little ones running around, it's not there no more. So it'll get there eventually, but they have to learn too. But yeah, that's I'm the same way. And like Idaho Garden Girl said, she learned it from her dad. Well, my sisters, they didn't care. They didn't want to know. They didn't want to learn how to fish or hunt. None of it. And that, but I did. So, and I think that that's what draws a lot of people, a lot of us like-minded people together, is there's a lot of similarities. We didn't grow up all in the same areas, but there's a lot of similarities with the way we were raised and the things that we were taught, And so you just, but I'm not out to bash people. I'm not out to hurt nobody. I don't, the stuff that I've been watching going on, I don't wish that on other people. And it's just sad. Your words are weapons, like you can curse people with what you say. And I just, it's like these people don't understand what they're, what real damage they're doing by the words they're speaking out onto other people. It's sad. It's just so sad. So
I think that's a real good point, and I agree wholeheartedly. People don't realize the power of words anymore.
No, they don't. They don't. And I have to, and I don't mean to keep going back to my parents, but my dad used to be this fun-loving, enjoyable person who loved to fish, who loved to hunt. He loved to teach us different things, different skills, And at some point, he's just turned into this angry, nasty, nasty person. And yes, he could sit here and have the same conversations with us. And a lot of the stuff he would agree on with us, especially what's political and whatnot. But he also is the same one that if you disagree with him, he'll freaking flip out on you quicker than anything. And I cannot stand that. I cannot stand that. And so we also have that kind of people to contend with in whatever you want to call us, I don't like labels. I hate labels, but I mean, that's the reality of the whole situation. As much as we all like to think, oh, cool, we're like-minded people, there's still going to be those that, they're going to trip as soon as you disagree. So.
Right.
Yeah. I've been on YouTube long enough that it's nice having communities, and people are like, we need to grow the community. We need more people, which
no,
that's kind of nice, but I've seen enough of them. They get big, and then this person, and this person gets into it, and then
And you start tearing the community down.
And that ends up being 3 little communities of I ain't even going to try to figure out a word, but then you got these couple people, or this group of people in the middle that see what happened or whatever, and then they're discouraged from joining up with anyone else or whatever.
Yeah.
That could be not just on YouTube, but if something hit the fan or whatever, that could be with your own
very much
community or whatever.
Yeah,
too.
it's very much in family. It's
Yeah.
like I know how to can. I've been canning for a good while now. I know how to garden. I've been doing that. And been trying to get my sister to listen and my parents to listen, and it's just like they're like not hearing it. Well, my middle sister's finally like her friends have got her like, oh yeah, we got to start prepping and we got to start doing this, that, and the other. And I guess they're building their community, right? And so my son's like, so if you guys go, because he knows what bug out means and stuff like that. And he's like, so, hey, P2E, he's like, so if you bug out, you're going to take us with you, right? And he's like, my brother-in-law was like, no, you're on your own. So, I mean, it's already happening. These people, and I'm like, Morgan, don't worry about what they're doing. Mom and dad will take care of you. We've been doing it much longer than them. Doesn't mean we're going to be more successful than them, but you don't necessarily have to have huge communities to survive. It's nice to have some community, but I don't believe solely in the lone wolf thing either. Whew, good luck with that. That's the last thing I want to try to do.
That's the thing. It's definitely quality over quantity.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you have to be able to trust the people that you're with. You have to.
100%.
Yeah.
So.
Trust them until it's down to that last jar of green beans.
Yeah, P2E, there are clicks. Yeah. Yep. And I don't want that. And it's like Dudley's like, he gets so excited every time we get a new subscriber. I can honestly care less. I really don't even care because I'm not one. I don't need the attention. I don't want the attention. As long as I've helped one person one day, I'm okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to be out there in everybody's face. We were not all created to be liked by everyone. Right. And I think that's a big thing. If people can learn, okay, I'm okay with me. I'm okay that this person don't like me. That would probably play a big role for a lot of people because so many people are like, oh, but they got to like me. They got to love me. No, they don't. We weren't created to be that way, It would be a nice thought, yes, but it's just not reality. If that was the case, there would not be all these wars and famines for years and years and years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
We wouldn't have battle after battle and bloodshed after bloodshed. So, but yeah, you've got to have some community. I'm not saying, take over Fort Knox. I'm not, but you guys know what I mean. I hope.
Yeah.
Right.
I think so.
Thanks. Yeah. I see, and I just don't do the negativity very well. Like, the constant, how are we going to do this? And, it's so hard. And I just cannot, I can't do it.
No, that's an instant turn off for me.
Yeah. Or, we're all going to die. Okay. Well, yeah, we're all going to die. That's true. Let's just not do it today. All right.
Yeah.
That's who I am, I mean, I do, and I think everybody has those moments where you've worked and worked and worked and possibly overthought something to the point you just like F this, throw a hammer, kick a rock, whatever, sit down, huff and puff, and about 5-10 minutes later, you take your deep breath and you went, oh yeah, I forgot to do that. Right? Everybody has moments like that. Don't let it be your end all, though. Don't let that be what ends you, you know?
Yeah.
I think that happens way too dang much. People like, as I'm really bad about overthinking stuff. I make things so freaking hard on myself so many times, you know, but it's when I sit down, I'm like, oh, you know, and you want to kick yourself in the butt, you know, but don't give up, you know. Okay, yeah, you missed a step. Go back, redo it, include your step, and carry on.
Mm-hmm.
Not too many people are willing to do that anymore.
No,
Epiphany.
they're not, and that's sad.
Mm-hmm. My daughter's one of those. She gives up all the time. I can't do it. We can't do it. Like, because you screwed up one time? Yeah, you can do it. Try again. Dirt Pontoon. Yeah, I'm yeah, I like learning from other gardeners too, Emma. I just think there's more than one way to skin a cat, so you don't have to be dead set on just one, you know what I'm saying? I think that's another issue that a lot of people are too closed-minded. Like they're not willing to accept a different thought of how things can work. You know, it's like, but this is how I've done it all my life. That's true, but what if this other way makes it just a little bit easier on you? Wouldn't it be nice to be able to do that, you know? Take a few extra steps out of it so you have that energy and time for something else. That's another one of those things that I think people really need to.
Well, this is the way I was taught to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So anybody else? Emma, I'm the same way. I can't afford everything. Everybody should. And there's some nice stuff out there. Like, I would love to have it. Can't afford it. So I got to figure out other ways to have similar or close to, you know. Like, I don't know how many people watch Bear Independent, but man, I would love to have an iVac. But, you know, it's not in my price range. So, you know, I got to piece the first stuff together. It's okay, you know.
There sure is a lot of traffic out there tonight.
Oh, yeah. You talking about my place?
Yeah.
This is all the time.
Wow.
All day and night. This is the main highway in and out. So I'm telling you, I am not set in a good place at all. This goes straight to I-44. Yeah. Not a good place. So I went out of here like, you know, 6 years ago. Yeah, I see. Like creative redundancy is really awesome. Like he goes on hikes and stuff, and he finds things, and he's like, "Oh, useful." Pockets it, takes it home. That is so cool. You know, not very many people are willing to do that. Like, and it's so amazing. Like pallets. Oh my God, like our area, we can get them free all day and night. Just go. You can get pallets anywhere and everywhere, and it's a good source of wood. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you don't want to burn it in your fireplace in the house because it may have some toxins, okay? But it's got other good uses in it, right? So many people are like, but I can get good lumber from Lowe's. I can get good lumber from Home Depot. And I'm like, go blow your money. Go blow your money. It makes no sense to me. My mom's one of those. She just didn't go to the store and buy everything. Like, oh my God, okay? They had a pig butchered. She bought half a pig. she gave all the pork away, every bit of it, because she didn't like the way it tasted. She's so used to store-bought food, she thought the meat was no good because it didn't taste like what the store tastes like. And I'm like, wow, woman. Yep, my dad was livid. Yeah.
Here a while back, someone gave us a bunch of different hogs, some ham steaks and bacon and hog jowl. They didn't have enough room in their deep freeze, and they was wanting to give it to someone that would eat it. And anyways, they was like, "Do you like this hog jowl? We don't like it." I said, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, we've got this that's been in here for about 6 months. Do you want it too?" "Yeah, I'll take it."
Mm-hmm. I guess another thing is it depends on, like, see, I grew up poor and dirt. That's what everybody says around here, poor and dirt.
Same here.
And so you learn, not to be picky, and you take what you can get and you use it. You find ways, right?
Mm.
And so, but I've also learned that people saying that has cursed me, right? So I'm not poor in the sense of my family and other things, maybe money wise, but not the important parts, right? Very rich in those areas. So I would like to be richer in education on certain things, but I can I'll get by.
Yeah, it'd be nice to pull out a $100 bill without looking at it for 30 seconds before you release it.
Yeah, it would. I'd be okay if it was, that way with a $20 bill. What are you talking about, $100 bill? Jeez. Okay. Yep. Didn't need that anyway. But I mean, that's how it is for everybody anymore. It's gone before you even get it. So.
Money's the root of all evil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For some.
Yeah, I don't call myself poor. I just call myself broke.
But you're not broke.
I might have a screw loose or two.
Don't we all? Don't we all? That's one of my favorite lines in a movie is from The Crow when he says, "Victims, aren't we all?" I love that line because that's how the world acts half the time. Yep. That is true, Miss Emma.
Right, Emma. Right.
Okay, so
Hey, puppy.
we already know what gear's growing next year. We call gear Dan the Marigold Man. So, what are your plans for a garden next year, Ragnarok?
See, I haven't slipped into that mode yet. With hunting just finishing up, that's my next step.
Yeah.
Is to sit down with the seed books and see what we're going to do new. But right now, I definitely need to burn down my beds. This was the first year I ever had any blight.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why that is. I don't know if I don't know. It just totally blew my mind that we received that tomato blight this year, and because I don't have anyone near me, I rotate my beds. I don't know if we had bad plants. I don't know what it was, but I definitely need to solve that because that's a major. Tons of tomatoes, but not this year. We got one harvest off, and then the blight killed everything. And no matter what I did the alcohol, I pruned every day. I just couldn't get ahead of it, and I don't know why.
Do you do any kind of companion gardening or anything?
I do some with like different flowers and things like that. But I haven't mixed too many different vegetables together.
Right. Yeah, I didn't know if you did any of that or not. It's a lot of people just don't believe in doing that. They just don't, because they're so set in their ways. This goes back to the earlier conversation. They're so set in their ways. They're not willing to change anything. So yeah, I didn't know if that was something you did or not. Have you ever thought about, instead of burning your gardens down, like building like fenced in area for your chickens to like scrape it up and stuff? Or
see, and that's what at the end of the harvest, that's what we do. Is right now our garden beds are fenced just to keep them out during while things are growing, because they will go in and just decimate it. So what we do is at the end of the season, we open it up and let them in to pick over everything. But see, and that's where I'm confused, having never dealt with blight before.
Right.
You know, I've kind of got, from what I've read, is like you need to purge the soil, basically. So that's why I thought maybe burning them off would be the best route.
Honestly, I've not dealt with blight, so I wouldn't even know how to even. My nemesis this year was freaking worms. We had the hornworms and this other worm, cutworm. Yeah.
Okay.
So I was like, oh, you little bastards. Pardon my mouth, but I was like constantly fighting them. So my tomatoes sucked this year just because of those two things. I never had a chance to get blight because they ate everything else. So
yeah.
So that was my biggest thing. Gina said, Miss Cosmic Cultivator said that you can use peroxide also to sterilize your garden.
Okay.
So thank you, Miss Gina. Thank you. See, I have to reconfigure my entire garden this year, so it'll be completely different. And then I want to try a shade garden. We'll see how that goes. I've never, I was, that mindset, where this is how I did it all my life. So now I'm learning new concepts and I'm like, hey, that's cool. I'm going to try that, So, because around here it gets so hot, you can't grow lettuce. It just bolts. So, no, gophers. Those are so much fun. So much fun. So, do you grow strictly in raised beds? You don't have any in-ground garden spaces, or?
Right now, as of last year, we have raised beds and eucalyptus. So the eucalyptus is in ground, but I don't plow anymore or anything. Like I don't have any plowed beds or anything. I do corn in the ground.
Yeah.
But other than that, no.
So do you rotate like your like from year to year your beans and corn?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, before you order a bunch of seeds, I've got a list of stuff I grew here this year. So if I can email that list to you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And if there's anything you're interested in, and they're free, I'm not going to guarantee them. That's the only thing I'm not guaranteeing. You might grow the purple people eater. I don't know, but I've got a list of different stuff. So if you're interested, just send me.
Yeah, I'd check that out.
And then I'll mail them out to you. But because I'm like a seed hoarder.
Okay. That's not a bad trait.
No, Dudley has his pew-pews and I have my seeds, so. Hello. I can't, let's see. What is that, Velik? Okay, somebody pronounce that name for me because I cannot. It's a cool name. It's Valorica.
I might be saying it wrong, but I would say Valorica.
Valorica. See, yeah, okay, probably. I'm sorry for butchering your name. I apologize.
Valerica?
Valorica. Okay. You said it right. You said it right. That is a cool name. Well, welcome. Thank you for coming in. Wow. See, last year I had a real problem with rabbits. They ate all my beans and all my peas as soon as they came up out of the ground. And so I was just like, oh, and because I'm not one to really totally battle wildlife, kind of moved in on their territory a little bit. Mama Bear, wow, that is cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. And, but somebody told me, because of my massive dog, they're like, take his dog hair and spread it out in your garden and they won't come back. And that worked. I was like, oh shit, wish I'd have known that one a long time ago. So that's what I use for my animal deterrent is just dog hair. Oh my God. And then we have a hawk and it takes care of the, mice and anything else that's out there that might be trying to do stuff. So, yeah. My sister works for a beauty salon, so they said I could go get hair and put in there too. Human hair is supposed to work too, but I got 5 dogs. So I've got enough dog hair. I don't need to go rob a beauty salon. I don't know if it would work on gophers. It might, because we've got gophers throughout our entire yard, but I don't have them near my garden. So you might try it.
High-powered pellet gun would take care of them gophers.
Yeah. Well, between dog hair and the hawk, I don't really have a whole lot of little vermins messing with my garden, so.
Roast them over a fire.
I'll save those for you. I'll throw them in the freezer just for you. Here, Gear. Brought you a snack.
Well, guys, I think I'm gonna have to bounce.
All right. Well, thank you.
Guys waking up in the room next door, so yeah.
Yeah. We're probably gonna have to call it 6 hours for a live stream. That's a little bit. Good conversation, though. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. It was a pleasure talking to both you and everybody in chat. Until next we meet, be well.
You too. Thank
Have
you.
a good one. Have a good
That's
one.
awesome. Idaho Garden Girl, yeah, they do tend to come out at night.
I'll sit out there with some night vision. Or get some of those huge, big old rat traps.
Yeah. I'm just gonna call you Val because my tongue doesn't want to cooperate. But yes, Girl Lights will work. There's a channel. It's Q Kitchen and Beyond, and she grows things in the house under Grow Lights. She lives, I think, in an apartment. So, is CR going to bed? Good night, CR. You have a wonderful night.
Have a good one, CR.
I'll get her channel for you. Oh boy. You have to give me a minute because I got. There it is. Make sure I did this. But yeah, check out her channel. She actually got tomatoes to ripen under a grow light. So, and they sell what are those arrow something or others?
Arrow Gardens.
Is it an arrow garden? I can't remember. Where people grow things under them as well. So, and they adjust the height and everything. So, if you've got grow lights, you can probably grow quite a bit in your house if you've got the room.
A place here in town sells all types of different stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think they like buy off of like Overstocked or something like that.
Yeah.
And they had some 3-pod arrow gardens for $100. It's like,
Wow.
man,
Yeah.
I wish it wasn't this time of the year.
Yeah, no kidding. Good night, Idaho Garden Girl. Thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate you. I appreciate all you all. You guys are awesome. But yeah, I'm trying to remember who Mama Bear is. Is that Mama Bear Prepping that you were referring to, Bella? You're welcome, Idaho. You're welcome. Okay. Okay, that's cool. That's real cool. We do a little bit of everything on this channel. I'm trying to teach my grandkids to be more self-sufficient. I started them out early. My printer's trying to print something, and I have no idea why.
Sound like you had a cow out in the yard.
No, that's just be my printer trying to do something over here. It does that every now and then. It's a little bit nerve-wracking, but guess whatever.
We have a adding machine at work.
You're okay, Bob.
That it'll just start like printing like it's trying to print something off.
That's what this thing does. Mm-hmm.
Whoever's working, and if we catch it, it's like, yeah, turn that off.
Yeah. Good night, Emma. Thank you for coming. Yeah, I get focused in on this and I'm not paying attention. And I know Dudley's got his email set up to this, so like he can email to the printer and it'll print off. But that's awesome, Idaho. Thank you. Thank you very much. She's like at 500 hours is all she's needed now, and she'll be monetized. We're hoping that's correct, but that's what she's figuring right now. So
nice.
Pretty awesome. She's almost there. But every now and then that thing will start running, and I know Dudley's in bed, so he's not emailing the printer. So it's just like,
do you have paper in there?
oh yeah, it's got paper, but it just freaks me out.
Maybe it's some kind of automatic. I don't know.
I don't know. Some things seem,
It's nice at work. I can, let's say one of our rooms were destroyed. I can just take pictures of it on my phone and then go to the office and print out all the pictures there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Then the boss can put them in an envelope and send them to his lawyer and do whatever he's got to do.
Yeah. Yeah, he likes to just like email the printer, so it'd start printing and freak me out before he calls and texts or anything. Like, you're such a jerk. I guess I get so involved in something else and not pay attention, and all of a sudden this thing starts going off, and I'm like, I don't like things that have minds of their own so much, as far as printers, toys. Yeah.
I've got a picture on my phone. It's just a blank white. I played a joke on my manager a few times. I would just print it off.
Yeah.
And she'd be like looking around, waiting for one of us to come up there to grab something from the printer.
Yeah. You're mean. You're mean. So I know you always say marigolds and zinnias, but for real, what vegetables are you growing this year?
Zinnias and marigolds.
How about
I'm thinking I'll probably do the Armenian cucumber again.
Yeah.
If I have the same luck. And I don't know if I'll do Market More 76 again or not. They've always done the best for me. But I might do lemon cucumbers again. But we eat a lot of cucumbers and tomatoes, so that's always been my main to grow or whatever. So my favorite tomato is the Cherokee Purple or Purple Cherokee, whichever way you want to call it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they've never they produce good, but not great for me.
Right. I didn't have much luck with them this year. Of course, when you got hornworms and cutworms, not much can do much. Happy Frog Soil. Nope. I don't think I've heard of that.
I was fairly impressed with the celebrity tomatoes.
Were you?
And they're good eating, good slicers, good for sandwiches, hamburgers, whatever you want to cut them up for a salad.
Yeah.
But then my youngest kid loves cherry tomatoes, and I love snacking on cherry tomatoes while I'm gardening.
Yeah.
So there will be cherry tomatoes.
Do you save your seeds?
Not yet.
No. Actually,
with my tomato plants, I like to buy from someone at one of the farmers markets, but if they ain't got them, like last year, I went ahead and went to the big box store.
Yeah.
And paid too much, but to me, it's not. It's like it'd be nice if that was cheaper, but to me, for somebody else planted that seed and they watched over it and watered it, so to me, it's all right. It's like, all right, the first handful of tomatoes, that plant will pay for itself.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, especially with today's prices. The only issue that I had last year was we bought quite a bit because like all my plants, all my seedlings got wiped out in all the snow and stuff. And so we went to the farmer's market and I bought different varieties of tomatoes. Not a whole lot, but just some different ones. And peppers. And got home and some of my tomatoes that were supposed to be like the Cherokee Purple, because I bought quite a few of those, were not Cherokee Purple tomatoes. So I don't know what happened, but I was a little disappointed in that. So I was like, okay, so we got to be careful with that because um, apparently not everybody's as well organized as they'd like to be. So,
Right.
Their tomatoes, all the cherry tomatoes we had, because nobody in my house really likes tomatoes to like eat them fresh. I was hoping the grandbabies would, but they've not developed a taste for them. So, and I can't eat them. I can't do the acid of tomatoes. So, so instead of wasting a bunch of cherry tomatoes, I just dehydrated them all and turned them into powder. So I got a whole lot of tomato powder, canned up, jarred up, vacuum sealed, whatever you want to call it. But I'm like, well, if I make spaghetti and throw a little pinch of it in there and give it a little more, tomato taste or whatever. But
my youngest kid, you can buy, I don't know if you've seen, like at Walmart, they got them big old cherry tomato things.
Mhm.
They're like $5.
Yeah.
He can sit in one sitting and eat that whole thing if you let him.
I'd be so sick.
Well, there's a couple of times he learned his lesson.
I bet.
Buddy, only take you about a handful of those.
Yeah. Let's see, and Deli got all those stupid. It's not stupid, but it's stupid. All these outrageously crazy peppers, right? Hot peppers, like hot peppers. These things are like straight out of hell. And I'm just like, I don't know what we're gonna do. Dehydrating kale's really good too. I don't know where he's going to put them that the babies can't get into them, because that's the last thing I need is one of the kids getting a hold of one of them. Oh, yeah.
If they do, they won't again.
Oh, shit. I'm like, I don't even know if he can even handle to eat any of these peppers, It's like, it's cool. I get the whole, there are people that really, they get into their hot peppers. That's cool. I respect it. It will kill me. It will literally land me in a hospital if I get a hot pepper. And so I'm just a little bit leery of growing one. He accidentally mixed his spicy jalapenos with my non-spicy jalapenos this year. And no, Lord, tore my stomach up for a week. And I'm just like, I just, obviously these peppers do not look like your normal jalapenos or bell peppers or anything like that, right? We get it. But the last thing I need is to touch one of these damn things, touch my eye, because I'm bad about wiping sweat, right? So I'm like, I'm not touching them. I'm not nothing. Nope. If you want them things harvested and dealt with, you're going to do it, and you're going to do it outside, because I don't need my house full of mace either. So yeah, I've made cowboy candy. With those super duper hot peppers, oh yeah, I suppose you could probably make cowboy candy with it, but yeah, I don't know. My brother-in-law loves really spicy food too, so we'll see if he likes any of those peppers. But man.
Then another thing I haven't decided on yet is Kajari melon and butternut squash.
Oh man. See, I haven't had the Kajari melon, and I really want to try it because I've heard it's really, really good. And I love butternut squash, so that would be a hard one for me. I really like butternut squash, so.
I mean, I might end up doing them both, but I don't want them to take up too much space in the garden. And
well, the Kajari melons, they don't get really big, do they?
Right.
They're like, you should be able to trellis them up and then get like I don't know, pantyhose or something to kind of cradle them.
Yeah.
And then just do a vertical with those. I honestly did a vertical with my butternut squash. So they went up over the trellis, back down the other side of the trellis, and went on their way. But I tried to do a vertical with them. But as long as you support the fruit, they'll be okay.
Yeah.
It won't break your vine. The only issue with the butternut squash, obviously, is the stupid squash bugs. But
Was they planted in the ground or a container?
mine were in the ground. But I've seen people grow them in containers too, so it's just. You're welcome, Val. You're welcome anytime. Thank you for coming in. But yeah, it's just.
Have a good one. This chat's every Saturday night at 9 p.m.
Central Standard Time.
They've only missed one since they started, but they was away camping that weekend.
Thank you, Gear. Thank you very much. But yeah, it's if my trellis was higher, I probably would have done better with the butternut squash because I planted it in 2 different locations, and it actually worked. So like the part that I had over in the north side, all those squash bugs stayed over there. So the ones that I had closer to the house, more to the south, they grew really big and beautiful. And then when all my stuff on the north side died from the squash bugs, and then they started moving over to the south. But by then, I already had really big, butternut squash and stuff like that already growing, and they were pretty much ripe. And it didn't take a lot to kill off the squash bugs and stuff there. I didn't have to poison them or nothing, but I had really good butternut squash, but I had it growing in 2 different spots. It was just a fluke thing. We had them pop up, and out of our compost pile, and my deli didn't get it turned fast enough. And so we had all these butternut squash plants growing, and I hate to let any volunteers go to waste. So I was planting them in all these different areas so it actually kind of worked out pretty good that way, having them in 2 separate spots.
And I had also thought about growing golden zucchini squash.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've never grew the golden before.
Mm.
But then it's like, okay, grow the golden zucchini or grow the butternut squash.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking one or the other is less chance of bug pressure.
Right. Yeah. No, I get you. Yeah. See, that's another hard one because I love zucchini too. So, and like your zucchini is great for summer, and your butternut's great for winter. So, I don't know what to say. Okay, so do you have like sun in your front yard and backyard, or is it just like mostly your backyard, or how's that set up?
Well, I grow in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
I've got sunlight. Most of the day. By the late afternoon, the real hot sun is usually kind of, the trees are, by the time the trees grow in and all that, it's kind of blocking the sun, but the garden's still getting sunlight.
Right. I mean, do you have room in the front where you could put like grow bags or grow buckets or something and grow stuff in the front too?
we probably could, but my landlord wants their place to be presentable in the front.
I gotcha. So if it's not flowers, it's not happening, kind of deal.
Well, there by the porch where the marigolds were, or might still be. I don't know if they're still alive at all now or not. It's been a couple of days since I've been outside. I've thought before about putting something there, and then making or getting something that's like a white trellis.
Yeah.
And then I could grow it up the side of that. As long as it was presentable, I don't think anything would be said.
Right. Yeah,
but it was kind of funny when we first moved in. The landlord was like, "Last people here had flowers here. If you want to pull them posts up and let the grass grow there, that's fine."
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I'm actually glad that's there. The whole reason we want this place is so we can grow stuff.
Yeah.
And the first agreement was there's a back sidewalk. There used to be well, there's parking back there still, but the agreement was I could grow in a couple of containers on there. Then there's a patch. I don't know if you've seen it in my videos or not, but where my trellis is now, there's 2 fence posts there. That patch, I don't remember what kind of grass it was, but whenever it would get hot, it would die off, and then like crabgrass and stuff would grow there. So I got permission to grow in that spot there.
Yeah, crabgrass is definitely no fun.
Then I added a bunch of topsoil and gardening soil and black cow and all that there.
Yeah.
Or her sister, my sister-in-law, brother-in-law, bought a place that had a mobile home on it, and we was hoping to move there, but he ended up getting that mobile home emptied out, and it wasn't worth repairing.
Yeah, unfortunately, that happens a lot.
just a rough estimate to make it livable, and this ain't fixed up. It's livable.
Right.
Would have been almost 15 grand.
Dang.
15 grand, you could buy another mobile home, and well, a couple years ago.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I rented a place here in town long time ago, and the whole backyard had like these little, they were like 3 inches wide, and I don't know how far down they went into the ground, but they were 3-inch wide concrete strips all over the place in different spots. And apparently the woman that used to own the place grew and raised irises. So like the whole backyard was the biggest booger to mow because there was concrete everywhere from all her different iris beds. And I don't know what happened to the irises because they weren't there. But
probably dug them all up and took them with her.
Well, she had passed away, so I don't know if family members had done it or like tenants before we moved in had done away with them or what. But if they would have still been there, it would have been a beautiful backyard with all the different irises and stuff, because she had so many different iris beds everywhere. But it made for a pain in the butt to mow. I know that. I was like, oh my God. But technically, I mean, you could have used a riding lawnmower if the concrete wasn't there. But since the concrete was there, you had to use push mower and a weed eater. There's a lot more weed eating than you would in a normal yard, like, because you had to, some of the strips were only like so wide, you know, and then there was more concrete, and then you could fit a lawnmower in this, you know, so it was a crazy yard to mow. But I wish I'd have left the irises. That'd have been pretty.
Yeah, I need to get a burn barrel to start burning our brush pile off.
Yeah.
If the neighbor's house wasn't so close, I would just go out there one night and
torch it,
burn it.
Is it something you can put in the bottom of your grow buckets or anything, or is it too big?
I mean, some of the smaller stuff I probably could, but most of it is like elm and walnut.
Yeah. The fun stuff.
But yeah, we had a tree that fell. Well, it's a tree that grew off of an old stump that fell, and the landlord had their person to come cut it down. They just piled it up in the backyard, stacked the wood in a pile and the brush in a pile. So,
wow.
So we been stacking on top of it for 5 years now.
Yeah.
But most of it is, we try to take a little bit of it at a time and stuff it in the trash can if there's any room. But
yeah,
most of it is like big pieces from these old walnut trees here.
Right. Dang.
The city offered to take them both down, but the landlord wanted them to stay for shade.
Yeah.
I'm thinking we can do without morning shade.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
it does suck having to rent and have, like, I'm thankful we don't have any mortgage or rent payment here. We just have the taxes, but we still have the city that we have to contend with. So,
yeah.
You know, even though we own the property, there's so many damn regulations and everything else that you got to deal with and stuff, and trying to convince them that, you know, just because something's 6 foot tall doesn't necessarily mean it's a nuisance, you know, especially if it's part of your garden. And so, but if it's not like in a, you know, like what they deem as a garden, they want you to get rid of it. So it's ridiculous. Stupid.
Yeah, our city hasn't ever said anything about gardens or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't think that they would.
Well,
they send out flyers pretty much every spring. Keep your lawns mowed, blah blah blah. But you can drive around all the streets, let's say an hour, and there'll be at least probably, let's say, 10 yards that can be 2 foot tall. And you can go by a month later and they'll be 3 foot tall.
Mm-hmm.
Go by end of summer and they'll still be tall.
Yeah. We have, okay, so like our yard on the south side, there's a power pole like down so far from the road. So the city has like their easement right down through here. And in the middle of this easement, is this huge clump of trees, and it's overgrown. Kids get out there and make all kinds of issues. Great hiding place for wildlife and things, you know, but they don't clean it up. They don't take care of it. They don't keep it cleaned up. And so my neighbor asked, you know, what to do with the trees because the walnut tree is just about dead. Between lightning and ice storms, there's a lot of big, huge limbs on it that's dead. And they're like, oh, well, yeah, if you want to cut it down, go ahead. So she was like, okay. Yeah, it was going to cost her $500 to get the tree cut down. She's like, nope, not doing it. You go right across the street from my house, and I think it's probably not even, maybe it's a football distance from my house. It's city-owned property. It's totally grown up all the time. All the time. And it's right in the middle of, and that's where we get our fox. There's a fox living over there. That's where the raccoons come from. That's where the bobcat came from. So, and yeah, the city's really good about sending out ordinances to mow your yard and everything else, and they don't even keep them mowed. So it's a jungle over there now. So yeah.
My uncle works for the city, and I asked him if the city ever actually mows any of the yards that are overgrown. He kind of laughed and he said, "What do you think?" I said, "Well, it don't look like it." He said, "All they mow is what they have to mow."
Yeah. Here. Excuse me.
All right.
Phew. My allergies for when the dog was in here earlier, they're starting to kick in. The city here takes care of the cemetery and the parks. That's about all they keep mowed and cleaned up. But the rest of their properties, they just whatever.
They take care of the parks here and like the intersections. Like they'll make sure no grass is growing through the cracks or whatever there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Dang it. Last year, there was this guy. And the city sent him a letter saying his grass was too tall. And he, you know, he's like everybody else. He works for a living, right? And so, and I can't remember where he was working. That's not important, but he mowed every weekend. He kept his yard mowed up every weekend because he worked a lot of hours during the week. And he had gotten like 3 or 4 of these letters from the city about his yard being overgrown. And like they get in your yard and take pictures. And so, because they always send you pictures of what's wrong with your yard. And because that's their proof, you know. And he had finally had enough. So he went around to all the city property in Monette and took pictures of what they had that was overgrown. And he sent a letter back, you know. I'm going to say he never got another letter the rest of the year. So I was like, that was pretty good. And he was like in his 60s or something. It was an older guy, you know. Yeah. So, but yeah, once he sent that letter to them, he never received another one. So I was like, good for you.
Hard grass in the summertime or late spring, sun's shining, grass is growing. Sometimes there might be a week that we don't have the time to mow it, and the next week I'll mow it down. Got one neighbor that mows twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week.
Yeah.
But he's retired and don't have anything else better to do, I guess.
Yeah. Now, Deli loves to mow. And so he mows on the weekends too, because he's gone all day with his job. So we've gotten a few letters ourselves with yard being too tall or whatnot, and it's like, and it probably, it's like that one patch, like the rest of your yard isn't very tall, but you get this one patch of, I think it's Johnson grass or something, I don't know, that grows faster than everything else. It's like, oh my God. So I'm just like, whatever. They, if we go to court, because they'll take you to court, and I said, then we'll just take my doctor's notes in saying I can't do these things, because I can't run a lawnmower and I can't run a weed eater. I do sometimes. Deli won't let me run the lawnmowers, but he'll let me do the weed eater because it's got the safety on it. So if I was to pass out or something and let go, it would shut off. But I can't do the lawnmowers and stuff. So
You got riding mowers?
he's got a riding lawnmower.
We just have a push mower. The oldest kid mows.
I have a push mower. I had to throw a fit to get it, but I finally got one. But he still won't let me use it, so dang it.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to mow everything. He's got to mow, push mow.
No, I mean I would try, just to help him out, but he said no. You don't need me passing out in the yard. So I said, okay, fine. I mean, I'm so grounded in gear. They take my driver's license. They take this. I can't do this.
I don't know if you know or not, but like those little cheap mowers that they usually have at like Lowe's, they're like $900, $1,000. Those little rear engine, like 30-inch mowers. I could have bought one of those this spring for $600.
Yeah.
The only problem was there's like scratches and a dent in the back of it.
Right.
And anyways, I was going to buy one. Told the oldest kid, and he is like, but I like mowing. You can mow with the ride mower.
Yeah.
I like the push mower. Do you? No, he really, most of the time he really gets into it and he likes doing it. But
yeah.
I said, all right, if I don't buy this, you're push mowing. I don't care if you don't feel good or you stayed up too late and you're tired. You're mowing whenever I say it's mowing day.
Yeah. Yeah, I when I lived in Purdy, we had a smaller yard there, and that was my chores. I had to mow the yard there, so I got used to push mowing, and it was kind of fun, And when I had my own kids and we were living in this different place, Morgan started liking to mow the yard and stuff. And so I was like, okay, cool. Well, I was given one of the old-fashioned Craftsman mowers that has no motor. Remember those?
The real mowers?
Yeah, he didn't think that was fun. And he was like, no. Like, come push this thing. He's like, he was like, this is cool, because it was just flying through, and then he hit this clump of grass and it clunk. He's like, no. Nope.
I knew someone that had one of those mowers, but their yard, it only took about 15 minutes to mow the grass.
Yeah.
They had a little small yard enough for their little whatever it was dog to walk around, and the rest of it they had like the gravel.
I get you. Yeah, I've known a few people that's had really nice yards, and they just take and make what they call Zen gardens out of them. So then they just turn their entire yard into a big old rock thing. And I was like, well, to each their own, I guess. I mean, they did it really nice. It was pretty, but I would want grass at some point, you know?
When people build raised gardens and then they pour gravel in between, it's like, man, one day you're going to regret that.
Yeah. You get enough rain, it's going to wash it out. See, that's our yard's so not level. It's hilly and everything else, so there's no way. I would use like wood chips or something that's going to compost down, over time or whatever, but not gravel. I got enough issues with the rocks in this yard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. And we have rocks in our yard, like this big rocks, so when we was tilling up the garden spots, we were pulling out some huge rocks, and I was like, holy cow. Not fun. Not fun at all. Holy cow, it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
It's early yet.
It's early now for sure. Early morning. We've had good conversation.
Didn't plan on, well, I would have been up anyways, but good conversations with Ragnarok.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Interested. Hey, P2E.
Oh,
yeah, it's early yet.
I didn't know he was still up. Well, you could join in the conversation, P2E. I didn't even know anybody was watching. I'm just too lazy to get Mock Crust House shut off. No. I could talk about gardening for a long time.
Yeah.
I just like to learn new stuff,
I don't like when people ask me, how do you grow that? How do you do this? I don't mind sharing how I do it, but it's like, do your own research before you try it.
Yeah. Well,
Then I use the peat moss, peat core, whatever it was I used.
Yeah.
And someone watched some of my old videos from this spring, I guess it was. They was like, you didn't soak that before you mixed it in? No. Well, you're supposed to. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. As much rain as we get here, though, I don't think it's really going to matter because it's going to get soaked.
Yeah.
And I don't know that it really matters. Hi, Chris. How are you? I don't know that it really matters if you soak it now or later because it's going to get soaked.
Yeah. So now, whenever I guess you can call it amend the containers and do some more containers, I'll
soak it.
Yeah. They recommended soaking it, coming back a couple of hours later, soak it again, come back a couple hours later, soak it again, come back the next day and then spray it again, then use it. But
yeah.
To me, it seemed like it done all right. But I only had one 5-gallon bucket, and that seemed like it was drying out too quick.
Mm-hmm.
So I was going to dig into the dirt and see, but I never did.
whenever, like, the mineral buckets that we have that we grew a lot of stuff in, it would look really dry, but you'd go like maybe half an inch and it was damp. It was nice, cool and damp. And so I was just like, yeah, it's not as dry as it looks.
And what I grow in are the 4-gallon. They're just planer buckets.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they was probably meant for like big bushes and trees, but they have like the big 3 square holes for drainage.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I was blessed, and the farmer gave us like 20 some odd. I don't even know. I can't remember now. 20 some odd mineral buckets from his cows. So we grew in those. So
sometimes you can find them for free. Sometimes they want $1 a piece, $3, $5.
Yeah.
Free if you come get them.
Yeah.
$5 a piece if you meet in town.
Yeah. And then I have those flimsy plastic ones from Walmart, with the rope handles. I got 9 of those that we grew potatoes in. So I think I'm going to grow. I don't know if I'm going to grow potatoes in them again or not. I don't know. I haven't figured that one out yet. If I could get a good raised bed, I'd do them in a raised bed. But when he has no time to help build stuff and I can't do it by myself, so those things get put on the back burner. So, and now we get to fix the garage, so it's going to be a while before any of that happens. So, because we got to get the garage fixed, or I'll have the city crawling all over us again. So, good old Mother Nature. That was fun coming home to that. I just hope the
Was
electricity.
it still waterproof?
No, I took it down straight to the decking.
Oh.
So, and then I'm looking, I'm like, yeah, that decking's no good. So he's like, nope, it's no good. So we get to tear the decking out, and so it's gonna have to all new decking, and I don't know how far up it has to be or anything else. So it sucks, but the decking and all that's not gonna be too bad. It's the electric. I don't know if it messed up the electric in the garage or not. That's the part that'll suck. That'll suck bad. Because it was a big, huge. It's probably 6 to 7 foot long piece of that rolled shingle that caught the electric line.
Yeah.
So I was like, "Oh crap!" But I'm not going to complain. Thank God. I just feel bad for those families that were affected last night from those storms. What we got here is nothing compared to what they've gone through. So horrible, horrible.
Yeah, at the time our tornado sirens started going off, and it's like I noticed it was raining a little bit, wind was blowing. Didn't think anything about it, but our sirens started going off, which don't take much for our sirens to go off, which that's people in this town hear them. Oh well.
Yeah.
But for me, I'm looking at the radar and turn the my weather radio on.
So you had rotation close to you then?
Not. It was more like Marshfield.
Yeah. So we didn't have our sirens never went off. We just had the wind, and it didn't even really rain that hard. It just mostly wind, and then that lightning storm that was south of us, south of town. So
And I guess it wasn't actually rotation, it was storm, like the eye of the storm or whatever was capable of producing tornadoes, so it wasn't. But this time I was kind of outside for the most of it, and it wasn't. What we got was just rain and wind.
yeah.
Here a while back, when was that? I'd have to look it up, but we had a tornado touch down like the boat factories along I-44 over there.
Mhm.
It's like standing outside, it like everything just like stopped and like took my breath away.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, excuse my language.
No, you're okay. You're okay. No,
Like make sure the kids and the ladies in the tub together.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't very long. It just started storming again. I'm thinking we're in for it, but
yeah.
Luckily the only thing we got was hail damage.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on the house a little bit and the shed.
Yeah.
The vehicles, fortunately, but unfortunately, didn't suffer any hail damage.
Yeah. We got lucky there. Yeah, my brother-in-law, his wife, when she finally was able to get through to him, he asked her, if she's safe and everything, and she was. She said, we got a lot of hail damage on the car. He goes, why didn't you park it in the barn? She's like, I honestly didn't think we were going to get any bad weather. So, yeah, I guess they got pretty good hail damage, but they're both safe. Because he's a truck driver too. And he was in Arkansas last night, and she was in Kentucky. So, and I was hearing all these, reports of semis getting rolled and all this other stuff, and we're not hearing from him, and he wasn't answering the text, and I was just like, oh, please God, please God, please God. And he finally called Dudley this morning. He's like, I was sleeping. I was like, huh.
Yeah, this last one we had, I think there's like 5 or 6 semi trucks on I-44 that was blown over.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're safe, Eddie. Those, and the high winds can be just as dangerous. My brother-in-law was driving through, I want to say Nevada. Maybe it was Utah. I can't remember. But he was out west somewhere, and they were having really bad winds, and it rolled him over. So, and he was like, I was only doing like 20 miles an hour because he was scared, and traffic wasn't moving very fast anyway, and he wasn't, willing to push it, but he was empty. And he's seen what happens to empty trailers, and so he was just trying to find a place to get off the road, and unfortunately it rolled before he got there, but he was okay. He had some bumps and some bruises, but nothing serious, but it's not safe.
Yeah, and people try to stop under overpasses and stuff whenever it's storming.
Mm-hmm.
You're not safe there.
Nope. No. Unfortunately.
From what I've heard, you're worse off than if you would have just parked out in the open because of all the winds under there.
Yeah. It's Well, and it depends on if it's high winds or if it's an actual tornado, because I've heard stories where people have been under the underpass and tornadoes gone over and they were they got spun but they didn't get sucked up or anything. And but I've also heard where debris flew through under the bypass, sorry, and have killed people. So yeah, been in the mountains in Pennsylvania, Eddie, in a semi, going way too fast. But you didn't hear that from me. So, but yeah, here a couple of years ago, they had a small tornado go through Purdy, that's south of me, and a woman was driving a minivan, and all she remembers was she was facing south, headed towards this one town, and by the time the tornado went through, which she didn't even know there was a tornado coming, she was out in the middle of a field facing north. So she was fine. Her and her son walked away from it, but their van did not survive. Eddie, are you from Pennsylvania? Is that where you live?
Had to stand up and stretch.
Oh. It's like, don't just walk off and leave me here hanging. I was like, okay.
My tailbone was starting to sleep.
Oh, is it? We've only been doing this for 7 hours, Gear. I can imagine.
It's early yet.
It's early yet. It's going to be 6 o'clock in the morning. You're like, it's early yet. 12:21.
Kind of thought it would end early. I was thinking earlier, all right, I'll watch about 15 of this person's videos, about 15 of this person's.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you watch them or not. Abundant Acres Homestead.
It sounds familiar. I don't know.
Anyways, I think Courtney might have shouted them out, or maybe she shouted someone out, and then I seen them on their channel or something or another. But anyways, I checked out their videos and watched like 15 of them and left comments on there.
Yeah.
And they replied back to all of them.
Well, that's cool. Are they like a smaller channel?
It's a smaller channel, yeah. It wasn't like thanks for watching. It was like actual responding.
Yeah. I try to respond to everybody who leaves messages. I don't always have a chance to get back to people, but I do try.
Not everyone has the time or makes the time or has the time, I know. But for me, it's like when a channel, I guess they watched one of my videos first.
Yeah.
I guess is what it was. And then they said that they subscribed or whatever, so I checked theirs out.
Yeah.
It's kind of let's see if they're actually gonna respond or whatever.
All right.
I try not to reply back, thanks for watching, have a good one or whatever. I try to actually
do
a better reply.
Yeah.
To the ones that I know that actually like watched it or at least skipped through and watched it.
I watched them through.
But the ones that they're mainly foreigners. I loved your video. You done good or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Like, to me, that says you didn't even watch any of my video. You just left a comment hoping to get another subscriber.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I try to reply to everybody. I don't always have time. And then sometimes I'm just like brain dead and I don't know really what to say. Especially trying to keep up with, Tasha's updates and stuff. I really try.
Yeah. Yeah, if I watch someone's video and it's like, I don't know what to comment, I usually don't leave a comment, or I'll leave that window open and come back later when I think of something.
Yeah. And that's really cool when you can do that and be personable and stuff. But with Tasha's updates and stuff, everybody's like, thank you, thank you, thank you. And it's like, I really I don't know how to respond to that, because it's like, I feel like I'm just doing my job. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody. So I don't really feel like I need to be thanked for it. It's just, I know everybody's wanting to know how she's doing and keeping up with her and everything. So I don't know. It just makes me feel kind of awkward. Oh, it's just weird. And so, you're gibberish. Yeah. I didn't even know you had a channel, PTV. See, look at me. I got all these channels I need to go check out now. Maybe I did. I might be subscribed to you already. I don't know. I can't hardly keep up anymore. Courtney's.
I can understand like the big channels. They get to where they're so busy producing content, it's hard to sit there and respond. But
yeah, I don't foresee that happening. I don't really care to get big like that. I got too much other stuff to do.
Yeah.
I didn't even want to do YouTube. I did not want to even do YouTube. I just wanted to be, hanging out and chat and visiting, and everybody just kept saying, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. And now it's just like, oh my God. And I can't, to me, I'm so boring, and my life is boring. We had a windstorm, and yeah, half my garage roof is gone, but but they like watching the kids learning how to do all this stuff, canning and everything. So hopefully, you used to be prepping to endure. Okay. Oh, so you have 2 channels. Yeah, see, Eddie, that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to support just the smaller channels, because, I appreciate the bigger channels and some of their information, but I just want to support the little people and make friends with them and stuff. I don't know. This is me. I'm kind of weird, but. Okay. All right. And like the bigger channels, they've got like, geez, my gosh, like 500,000 subscribers and shit. They're not going to miss me watching.
Yeah.
I'm just going to help the little people that need it. So, like when we log off here, I'll throw up Tasha's live stream and play it out. So, hopefully we can get her up to 500.
Yeah, I've got to watch that yet.
Get her watch hours up there and going, and then do a rotation, because Homestead Aquarius needs his watch hours. I think Chris and Gina need their watch hours, and so I try to rotate through, try to help as many as I can. So, but there's just so many new channels and stuff, and I just can't keep up with everybody and trying to take care of kids and
I try to watch a bunch of smaller channels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm like, oddly, I learn more from the smaller channels than I have been the bigger channels. And I don't know if it's just me or if it's just like, I think I relate better to the smaller channels. So it registers more than the bigger channels or something. I don't know.
I've watched smaller channels go from down here to way up here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, I think I've just been dropped on my head too many times, and
When they're down here, they're like, "Oh, we're never going to change. This is us. This is us." And
yeah, and then they skyrocket, and yeah,
then they get up here and change and change and change.
yeah.
I mean, it's good for them to do whatever works for them.
Well,
But it's like, all right, you're good now. You're on your own.
I just don't like having. I mean, like a lot of them, like there's no privacy. There's like it seems like there's no privacy. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like every little detail, and it's just like, yeah, I don't want to. I like my privacy. There's just some stuff that people don't need to know.
Yeah, there's some channels I watch that they ask their kids before they start filming, do you want to be in the videos today? Then there's some that force their kids to be in the videos.
Yeah. Eddie, thank you. That's really nice of you. Yeah, she is. She's pretty excited. This hospital bill is she is really not looking forward to getting it, but she's handling it like a champ. She's a fighter. She's doing awesome. See, my house is different. As soon as I pick up my phone, my 3 grandkids are like, oh, they think they're going to be on the camera. And I'm just like, oh my God. But their mom, when they were with their mom, they FaceTimed everybody. So they're used to being in front of a camera and having a picture taken. And they turn into like little cheese balls. And I'm just like, no, I'm not making a video. No, I'm not making a video. So it gets a little frustrating. And sometimes I'll go to make a video and they'll just be like all up in my face and never mind, I'm not making a video now. Because I can't handle the 3 of them fighting over who's gonna be, front and center and and then you're trying to cook or you're trying to can and it's like a little bit dangerous and they don't need to be that close to the stove, but they don't want to listen because they want to be on the camera and it's like, okay, we're done. We're not doing this.
Kids messing with the stove, dogs barking.
Yeah.
Other dogs getting into something he's not supposed to be into. The other kids climbing on the tub shower curtain.
Yeah. Well, my problem is, especially with Lydia, like when I'm canning and it's me and her trying to can, the boys think they need to get in the same chair as her. And so then they're all like pushing each other because, don't push me. And we got that going on. And I'm just like, never mind. We're not even going to we'll can, but we're not filming it. And so, and somebody gets mad, but they all the time, they have those little toy phones they've gotten from Christmas or birthdays or whatnot. And they'll pretend like they'll say something. I'm like, what did you say? Like, no, we're making videos. Like I'm supposed to know what they're doing. Right. And I'm like, oh, excuse me, carry on. Didn't mean to interrupt your video. I get in so much trouble. Sorry. It's cute though. I mean, it's cute.
You make a video outside or in public somewhere. Someone is like, "Are you making a video?" No, I'm holding the camera here.
Yeah. I like talking to myself, looking at myself awkwardly. Yeah. My favorite pastime. Yep. See, I don't have to worry about that. I don't do too much of that. So But I guess tomorrow, maybe, possibly, we might take them up to the park so they can see the Christmas lights. So we'll video that, which I'm not really looking forward to because Bentley, he gets way over animated about things and he gets very, very loud. So we'll see how that goes. I would like to video it for them, but ouch.
No, can we watch the lights? Can we watch the lights again? Can we watch the lights again?
Mm-hmm. Oh. Youch, Eddie. Yeah. I've hit my head many a times. Had lots of concussions, but I've never had a coma. That would be no fun. I'm sorry. Man, that had to suck. Yeah. Eddie, I'm not sure if you're aware, but we've got fundraisers going for her besides the channel thing. And my husband said that if not he, but if we can raise $500 by February 5th, he's going to shave off his beard and mustache for Tasha. So, and they've raised 190 so far. So, but I had a couple of people tell me it's coming off. So I'm like, okay, just gotta wait until after the holidays. But they've pretty much guaranteed it's coming off. I'm like, okay, it's gonna be awkward. Gonna be awkward. And it's for a good cause.
Once she's home and monetized, I think that'll help her.
Yeah, immensely.
Help her get motivated to make more videos again.
Yeah. Well, and like, I don't know if you caught on, but like, Joe's recovering still from this. And then yesterday he had to go like I can't remember if she said 7 or 8 hours to go fight fires yesterday. So I was like, oh my gosh, that had to be hard on him.
Yeah.
So, but his dad is doing much, much better, and his stepmom's doing better. So,
good.
Yeah. Yeah. You just got to get Miss Tasha home and get her. Once she goes home, then I'm not going to do the updates anymore. Once I thought about, because she's getting on more and more now, and so I thought about just not doing them anymore because she's able to update and stuff, but I guess she still wants me to keep going for a little bit longer. So I said, all right, I can do that. I can't get them out at a good time. Like a lot of people would like to have them out earlier, but I have to wait for Dudley to get home. And sometimes he don't get home till midnight. So I do what I can, but it's worth it. She's worth it. Got pretty scary there for a minute. All right, so, okay, Eddie, now I'm curious. What did you fall off of that caused you to end up in a coma? I'm going to regret asking this question, I think. I don't know if he's still there.
I don't know.
They may have went to bed. They're like, good. Goodness sakes.
I don't know, but kind of hard to believe it's already almost mid-December.
Really? Was it 70 there yesterday?
It was pretty sure it was nice here yesterday until about evening time.
Yeah.
Eddie James did a balcony. Oh, you see that?
Ouch. I knew I was going to regret that. Yeah. Yeah, it was like 73 here yesterday, 35, 36 today, and then tomorrow's going to be 53.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, no. Yay. Okay, so Wednesday it's going to be 72, down to 52. Saturday's going to be 37. We're actually going to get a cold day, and then in the 40s. And then it'll probably shoot back up to the 70s again. Crazy weather. Okay. Okay, induced come. Okay. Yeah, ouch. Oh, that would hurt.
I've been lucky that my only hospital stay was I think it was 4 days, 3, 4, 5 days. Been so long ago. I had a bunch of inflammation under my lungs.
Mm-hmm.
What do they call that? Pleurisy or pleurisy or something like that.
Yeah, pleurisy.
And it got to hurting so bad, and I'd felt some pain for a couple of days, and I thought, oh, it was just like a chest cold or something. But then after a couple of days, it's like, yeah, I can't handle this pain anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way I could explain it is like my lungs were, back then it felt like my lungs were on fire and someone was like grabbing them shut or something.
Yeah. No.
But my mom was like, we need to call the ambulance. We need to get you to an ambulance. I'm like, just take me to the hospital yourself. And it's like, I'm not dying. I'm just, I don't know.
Yeah. No.
But my, somehow or another, cousin is volunteer, fire chief or whatever.
Mm.
My mom was talking to him. He was like, best thing is just call the ambulance and meet them.
Mm.
Pretty much anywhere where I grew up, if you need the ambulance, if you could meet them somewhere, that was the best thing.
Yeah.
Instead of
Especially
waiting for 'em.
around in here, it's so rural that it takes longer for them to dispatch the ambulance, pick you up, and get you back to the hospital. And that's for you just load up and go yourself. So kind of sucks, but
They wanted me to get in the ambulance. I'm bent over holding my chest, trying to keep from breathing too much in and too much out. And I'm going to the front door, and they're like, no, in the back.
yeah, I don't want to be in the box. I don't want to be in the box. I have had.
I had nice jeans on at the time.
Yeah.
And before I got in there, I unzipped them and dropped them. And I said, I don't want these cut up.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've been in the hospital, several times. I've not had, like overnight stays other than the babies, but I'd wake up from surgery or whatever, and there was one surgery that I was just wiped out. I think that's the one where they did the hernia repair, and I had 2 surgeries at the same time, and I was just zonked. I was zonked, and I'd open my eyes, and I remember Dudley and the nurse, and then I was out again. And I remember her saying, the sooner you wake up, the sooner you get to go home. And I didn't even open my eyes. I was just like, set up my bed. She's like, okay. So as soon as they got me set up, I could actually open my eyes and focus so I could get out of there. But I could not wake up. They kept, because they had me down, and I was just like, I could not wake up. So as soon as they set the bed up, then I was like, oh, okay, I can wake up now. I just wanted to sleep. I was like, just let me sleep. I had one surgery, and it was great. It's rather embarrassing. But I think it was my carpal tunnel surgery. And I woke up and I was like, God bless America. God bless you all. I don't even know what the hell, if I was dreaming, I don't know where all that came from. But I was like, the nurses and doctors were just laughing. I was like, oh, God. God bless you all. It's nuts.
Got to the hospital, then they couldn't, to draw blood, they couldn't get a vein. After about the 15th try, I'm like, you need to get someone in here that knows how to, which I apologize to the staff later, but
Were you dehydrated?
I guess I was dehydrated too, yeah.
Mm. Yeah.
Anyways, another guy comes in there and he was like, so you're the big fella I need to take care of today, right?
Did he really say it like that?
He was
Light in the loafers?
Talked, however you want to call that.
Mm-hmm.
Which that kind of, at the time, kind of made me even madder, but I didn't say anything. But anyways, I guess that helped him find a vein to get a hold of.
Mm-hmm.
But he looked at my other arm. They tried this one. They looked at both, but they tried this one all them times.
Yeah.
Ended up putting it in this one.
They're going. Yeah, I had to go in. Let's see. They were doing blood work for one of my MRIs or MRA, MRV, whatever, one of them. And they put the little IV tube thingy in my arm. And she's like, oh, I got it. And I was like, okay. And when she pulled the tube out, every time my heart would beat, blood would it was shooting all over the damn room. She's like, oh, she's all freaking out. She's like, hold this. I gotta go get somebody else. It's like, I looked at Dudley and I was like, I don't think she did that one right. He's like, nope, she didn't do that one right. It's like, oh shit. They were quick. I was like, I hope I don't sit here and bleed to death. This is first time that's ever happened. So yeah, and they had to pull that one out and put it in the other arm. That was a joy. But yeah, her eyes bugged and she was running. I was like, oh hell. I just don't have very good luck with doctors and hospitals and stuff. So if I can treat it at home, that's what I'm doing.
Finally got a room, and the nurse brought me whatever they call them, the gowns.
Mm-hmm.
Told me I needed to change into it, and she kind of stood there and looked around and then walked out, and I'm thinking, all right, I guess everyone will walk out too so I can change.
Mm-hmm.
Stood there for a minute or two, then I just pulled my shirt off, dropped my pants, and put it on.
Yeah.
Mom was like, you could have went to the bathroom.
So they just give you medicine to treat it, or?
But they gave me, I guess, IVs to rehydrate, and gave me like good ibuprofen or something. They gave me, I think, like something like ibuprofen, might have been ibuprofen, some other kind of pain medicine, whatever it was, and they told me that I should sleep good tonight. Well, I didn't sleep good. 2 a.m., the nurse comes in there, as she'd already come in there several times before. You're still awake? Yeah, it's early yet. And then hour or two later, I was finally about to sleep, and the new shift nurse came in there, woke me up. Then she tried talking for a little bit, and I'm like, I'm trying to sleep here.
It's the last place you go if you want to sleep is the hospital.
Yeah. Then after that, I slept like 4.5 hours, I think. I guess I slept through one nurse bugging me. Then it didn't help that my mom was staying there too. She's over there snoring in the chair.
How old were you?
15.
Yeah.
I told her, I said, "Why don't you go home and sleep? Go home and sleep in your bed." She's like, "No, I need to stay here and make sure you're all right." I'm like, "I'm all right. I'd be better if you went home."
Oh my gosh, yeah. So, do they know what caused it, or
But just inflammation, pleurisy, or whatever.
Do you have problems with it now, or is it just
No, just a one
time
deal.
Wow. My cousin had that when she was younger too, but she doesn't. I haven't heard her say anything about it since. So they thought she had a heart attack.
I guess the amount of inflammation there, they was surprised that I wasn't in the hospital sooner.
Yeah. Some people have a higher tolerance for pain than others too. So
Me, I'll admit it, I'm stubborn as can be. Tolerate it till I can't anymore, and then try to tolerate it some more.
Yep. Well, I broke my collarbone. My son was being a little punk, and he threw something at me, and I was like, "You little shit!" And I took off running, which I know better not to do because my knee's blown out. So, but he made me mad, so I was running after him, and I managed to get off the driveway, and then my knee gave out, and I hit a rock, and I hit with such force that I somersaulted in the air. And when I landed right on my collarbone, and I broke it. And so I just kind of like laid there in the yard for a minute. And the kids all come running back to me, and Morgan comes running up to me. Mom, are you okay? I'm like, don't touch me. Give me a cigarette. So I lit my cigarette, and I was like, is there a rock sticking out of my knee? And they're like, no. You want to get up? I said, no, don't touch me. Just let me be here for a minute. And I got up, but couldn't use my arm for like 3 months. But my mom's like, you need to go to the hospital. I said, I don't got insurance. I can't afford this crap. So I said, and my dad told her the same thing. All they'd do is put her in a sling. And so I just kept my arm up and didn't use it. And it finally quit hurting enough where I could start using it again. It's weak as hell, but
Right on, Eddie.
Eddie's a fighter too. Good deal. Yeah. I've never had that severe of a head injury, but my first concussion, I slipped and fell on ice, and I couldn't. I mean, it was like I got up, and it's like, you know, woo, your head's all spinning, and things aren't quite clear. And the higher up I'd get, the more I wanted to throw up. So I just crawled to my mom's house from my neighbor's house in the snow and ice, which was a block. And my hands were pretty cold when I got there. And I couldn't even turn the doorknob. I was just pounding on the door. My mom opens the door and she's like, "What is wrong with you?" And I was like, "My head hurts." And she's like, "You got a headache?" And I was like, "No, my head hurts." And she goes, "Then you have a headache." And I was like, "No, my head hurts." And so that's all I kept saying. And so she opened the door and I crawled in like a dog because I could not stand up. And she's like, "Get up." I said, "I can't stand up." And she kept saying, "Get up." And I was like, "I can't." So I crawled into the family room and laid on the couch for a minute, waiting for the spins, you know, because I was just spinning, just like, bleh. And next thing I know, I was like, bleh, and I just puked everywhere. And she's like, you know, screaming for my dad. And my dad's like, "She's got a concussion." So they took me to the doctor, and the doctor was like, "She needs to go to Springfield." And they wanted to put me in an ambulance to take me to Springfield. Well, I was terrified of an ambulance because the last two people I seen get put in an ambulance never came home. So I was like, no, no. And so my dad's like, "We'll just take her. We'll just drive her." And I couldn't close my eyes for a minute. My mom's back there slapping me in the face. And my dad's like, "Quit hitting her in the head." And she's like, "She can't go to sleep." He's like, "Don't hit her in the head." Oh, it was great. It was a chore. And then we got to the hospital and I threw up more. And then I go through the CT and everything. And the doctor thought he'd be cute and play a joke and say, "Well, no, there's just empty space, you know." And apparently I gave him a really bad look. But I remember that one. And then later, you know, my mom's like, "Why couldn't you just say you hit your head?" And I was like, the whole world was spinning out of control. It was I was lucky to get that out, but they're not kidding. If you've ever had a concussion, and the older you get, the longer they last. Last year when I had that concussion, it took me 2 weeks to recuperate from that thing, and that sucked. That was not fun. I'll probably be drooling when I'm like 70, drooling all over myself. Too many concussions already.
To my knowledge, I've never had a concussion. I've hit my head before plenty of times.
Yeah. They're not fun. They're no fun. None at all. Yeah.
I know my either asthma, allergies, or both.
Mm-hmm.
Like whenever the weather's changing and back and forth, and then it's like real cold. If I don't take my allergy medicine, so I guess it's allergies. Like I'll get a real bad headache at like the back of my head.
Mm-hmm.
I can take Tylenol, whatever.
Yeah.
Then if I start taking my allergy medicine after a couple of days, that headache will go away.
Really? I had a headache one time, and I did not fall and hit my head.
Or migraine, whatever.
Oh, yeah. And, that's basically what I had was a migraine. It was like my fingers coming up out the back of my head over the forehead, you know? But it also felt like I had a spike shooting up my spine out the top of my head all at the same time. But I couldn't sit down. Every time I'd sit down, I'd want to throw up. My mom took me to the ER. And this was just a couple of years ago because Dudley was over the road at the time. And the doctor's like, "Did you fall?" "No, didn't fall. It just came on. And, I'm taking Tylenol. I can't take ibuprofen. I can't have any NSAIDs whatsoever." And he's like, "Okay." And so they gave me morphine. Oh my God. They didn't even touch it. He's like, not a bit. I was like, not a bit. Didn't even touch it. He's like, okay. But they did a CT and everything, and that was awful because I just wanted to throw up the whole time. I was just like, trying not to gag, and they're doing their thing, and because he was checking to make sure I didn't have cancer or something, he said. So I don't know what it was. And I only had that one, and I haven't had one since. I've had minor migraines where I can just put, like a cold rag over my eyes or something, and it'll go away. But never had one that bad to where I was like, ugh. It was not fun. Not fun at all.
Been live for almost 8 hours now.
I know. I was going to say, you ready to crash yet? 5 o'clock in the morning.
Wiley's going to put you on the live stream time limit.
He's probably glad somebody else is having to entertain me instead of him. I'm being silly.
Got the bed to himself.
He usually does. Most nights he does. Especially if our granddaughter's home, she'll go crawl up there because she has nightmares. So I'm always sleeping on the couch most of the time because there's no room for me anymore.
For me, it's like, look at the clock and it's like, oh, it's only 1 o'clock. About 3 o'clock, I'll go to bed. Then about 3 o'clock, it's like, I'll watch some more videos. About 4 o'clock, I'll go to bed.
Yeah.
Then for closer it goes to time for her to get up, and it's like, well, she'll be getting up in 45 minutes. I don't want to go in there and go to bed now.
Yeah.
I don't want to be woke up before I have to be woke up, so I ain't going to wake her up.
Right.
Most of the time, she'll get up sometime hour or two before she's got to be up to go bathroom. Then I'll take that as my chance to go to bed. A lot of times I'll just wait until. That's what I thought about doing, Eddie James, making me a sausage patty sandwich.
Nice one, Jimmy.
But yeah, wait until she gets up, and sometimes I might stay up a little bit longer. And if she's in a talking mood, usually not.
Yeah, it takes Stella 2 hours to wake up in the mornings. I'm like, my God, I'm not like that. Like, my body's so used to sleeping so little, like 4 hours, and then I'm up, and it's like as soon as my feet hit the floor, my eyes are awake, and I'm going. And he's just like, he has to have he can sleep 16 hours a day if you just leave him alone. He would sleep 16 hours. I'm not kidding. I'm like, you really got an issue here, buddy. And so, but weekends I usually let him sleep as much as he can, just because he doesn't always get good sleep during the week. So,
yeah.
But I
could probably sleep, I don't know, about 16 hours, but a good 12 hours if I didn't set my alarm.
No.
Well, actually, if I didn't set my alarm, I know what would happen.
Yeah.
I'd sleep about 4 hours and I'd be wide awake.
Yeah, no. If I'm sleeping that long, I am sicker than a dog. My back's so messed up. If I sleep over 4 hours, I hurt so bad. I can't hardly walk. So, and there's a couple times, like if I've really done a lot of work, then I might get 6 hours of sleep. But usually I can't sleep very long because I hurt so much. And then I'll take a nap during the day, like with the kid, with the baby. We'll go and lay down for an hour or two, and then I'm back up and going again. So my grandma's the same way. She can't function. If she sleeps more than 6 hours, she can't function normal. So
usually sometime after supper and before I go to bed, I usually take anywhere from a 20 to 30-minute nap to about an hour nap here in the recliner. Some of those 30-minute videos, you think, okay, I'll watch this. Start watching it, and then you wake up and it's over, and it's like, well, I guess I can't leave them a comment on the video.
Oops. Yeah, no. See, I can't even. I sleep on the couch, but it kills my hip to sleep on it. But I can't sit in like just to sit like I do this chair. I cannot go in there and sit down in the living room because my back is so messed up. There's no support. There's no comfort. So I just sit in my office chair all day.
Yeah, if I fall asleep in the recliner, I'm like,
yeah,
down in it.
I don't have a recliner anymore. My son made sure that wasn't going to happen. So, yeah, I have the recliner, and he just tore the footrest off of it. So, it's like, thanks, bud. That was fun to sleep in when I had surgery. Dilly went and got a tote so I could put my feet up because I couldn't get no footrest anymore. So, maybe one of these days I'll get a new recliner, but as bad as my back is, it's just I don't see the point of getting one when I can't sit in it. So
this recliner, furniture is one thing I don't like curb picking, but
oh yeah,
but I've had this for 5, 6, maybe 7 years now.
Yeah.
I've got a pillow that I use to sit on and use part to sit on, part for my back.
Yeah.
It's seen better days, but it's one of those. Whenever the pillow's wore out, throw it away, buy another pillow.
Yeah.
It's a lot cheaper than.
See how I sit? I can't even have my back all the way to the back. It hurts my back too much. I always have to sit forward. My back hurts so bad. So Dudley's all laid back and all. I'm like, oh God, my back. I can't do it.
Then a good computer chair for me is more than I'd want to pay for a computer chair.
Yeah, this one was expensive, and I about had a fit when he told me he bought it, but he wanted to make sure, I had something I could sit in.
Yeah.
But
I used to have one of those. What was it? I guess it was a gel butt pad.
Oh, I probably could benefit from that. My butt gets, my God. Yeah.
It was comfy, but it'd make your butt sweat sitting on it.
Oh, well then, no, I don't want that.
This one that I had.
I don't need swamp ass. I got enough medical issues.
I mean, they make different ones that are better these days.
Yeah. Nope. I'm either running around the house, cooking, canning, chasing kids, or I'm stuck here unless we're outside.
What I'd like to do is move our bedroom around and put my computer area in there. And then I'm actually in the kitchen right here.
Yeah.
As you can see, that's the
cabinet,
pantry, and all that right there. Got a white folding table that I'd like to put here and put like our coffee pot, crock pot, and toaster on.
Yeah.
To use any of that, we gotta put all the dishes away and move the strainer.
So you have a small kitchen.
Yeah.
That's one thing I hate about this house is the kitchen. There's just not enough counter space. There's not enough cabinet space. And I told Dudley, I was like, if you ever build me a house, I want to. I said a 22 by 20 kitchen. He's like, what? I was like, I want lots of cabinets, lots of counters, and room to move, because it never fails. As soon as I go into the kitchen, everybody and the 2 dogs have to be in the kitchen too at the same time, and there's just not enough room. And I'm like, no. Nope.
There's 2 things a house has to have.
Good night, Eddie.
Have a good one, Eddie. Thanks for coming by.
See you later.
Every Saturday night, 9 p.m. Central Time.
Mm-hmm.
A good kitchen where I can work and enough room for my bed.
Yeah.
But the apartments we lived in before here, the kitchen was, I mean, it was, I wouldn't say the perfect kitchen, but it was plenty of cabinets, plenty of counter space.
Yeah.
I had like the stove here on this side of the kitchen, and then a good probably 4 foot of counter here, then another 6 foot of counter.
Mm.
Then behind the stove is where, if you turn around 180 degrees, I guess, would be like the sink there, then some counter space, and more counter space, and then the fridge right there.
That's cool.
It was great.
I told Billy I just want to go back, like, you know, the old cabins and stuff where you just had the kitchen and the bedrooms. Like that's all I need. Nobody ever uses the living room. Dogs are all laid up on the furniture sleeping. I'm like, they don't need all that. Just give me one great big kitchen room with a, you know, we'll have some furniture in case people come over. Not likely, but in case. And a big kitchen table. And then our bedrooms and bathrooms. And that's all I need, you know?
And this little old house was, or it's I don't know what I'm saying, but you got the front room, you got the kitchen, you got a bedroom, and then you got another bedroom like a square.
Mm-hmm.
Then later on, the mud room, laundry room, and the bathroom was added on to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right up here, well, you can't see it, but on the other side of my desk over here, you can tell where there used to be like a cook stove.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a plate there, and then there's a plate in the front room too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm guessing they probably had had a stove in both.
Yeah, probably. What stove?
But the apartments we used to live in, I'd settle for a house that size plus one of the smaller bedrooms.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't really need a big one. And then there in that apartment there was a good dining area space too.
Was there? Wow.
Like we had a table there at one time, kitchen chairs, and then on the wall behind we used to keep some of our storage stuff, like winter clothes and all that there.
Mm-hmm.
It was nice and roomy, but didn't
good.
have anywhere to grow anything.
Yeah.
And you had the landlords and maintenance coming in there 3 or 4 times a month.
Yeah, nope.
Doing inspections, and one time they'd come in and check the fire alarm, next time they'd come in and check the furnace filters, and next time they'd come in do an apartment inspection.
Yeah, no, I I lived in apartments enough. I'm just like, nope. We rented this one apartment, and it was our first full day and night in this apartment. And that night, because we'd been unpacking all day and everything, and I went in there to take a bath, and we didn't check anything. You know, everything looked clean and kosher and great. And I went and got in the bathtub and turned on the water, and the whole faucet shot out of the damn wall. Water's just everywhere. I called the landlord, and I'm like, and this is like 10:30 at night. I'm like, where's the water shut off? Because the water faucet just shut out of the wall. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, the whole faucet came out of the wall. The whole bathroom's filling up with water. Where's the shut off? And she's like, oh my God. And they're asking me what I did. And I said, I turned on the water. That's it. And it just across the dang room. And they're like, and so they don't know if the people prior had messed with it. They don't know. But it just shot right out. He shut the water off, and he twisted it all back on there, and it never came off again. But good Lord, I was glad I hadn't got naked yet. That would have been a fun one.
Yeah, the apartment before that apartment, we was living in a trailer park, but we had some problems with the landlord, and we had to get out of there. And we was waiting for this apartment, and they kept on pushing it off. Well, it's not ready yet. It's not ready yet. And, you told us this date, and then you told us this date. We need this place.
Yeah.
Anyways, it wasn't the greatest. What I discovered after we had already moved in was some of the windows were nailed shut.
That's weird. That's very weird.
I told the landlord about that, and I said something needs to be done about this, and she's like, well, you'll have to do something then.
Yeah.
So I get the nails out. I kind of had to cut away under the nails, and I cut some 2x4s that would fit perfectly above the window to where it would stay shut.
Yeah. Is that why they were nailed shut? Would they not stay shut on their own, or?
The one, like the latch would barely, if you tried to latch it shut, it would like barely connect or whatever. It was just old, worn out
Yeah.
hinge or whatever on there that hadn't been updated. Windows was probably there from when the place was originally built.
Did it have the weighted windows?
They might have been. They was like heavy duty.
Yeah. We have a window here that if you don't have it locked, it'll open up. And
No, these didn't open.
No, it's just weird.
But it's like the boards I didn't feel. I mean, they were in there tight.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness. Cat wanting out. Guardian Prepper, if you thought I was nice to cats, don't watch what I'm about to do to this. No, I'm joking.
Did he scare you?
Yeah. But yeah, if someone would have had to mess around, and then if a board popped out of there, I would have heard it.
Yeah.
Because
This,
what I done was take some string and tied some soda cans to it and run the string to up above the window. And if that board would have kicked in, it would have pulled them soda cans up, and they would have made a bunch of noise.
yep. Yep. Poor man's alarm system. I have a lot of dowel rods and stuff holding windows closed in this house. Some of them don't have locks on them, so you can easily open them. So, yep.
Then with our air conditioners, that's what I do here at the window air conditioners.
Mm-hmm.
I've got boards cut to where I put them up there. I mean, if someone screws or messes around enough, they probably could get in. But, excuse my language, messes around.
You're fine. You're fine.
But
I feel sorry for anybody that tries to break into this house. So,
Junior, stop.
I think I have 2 dogs to contend with. Ugh. Well, buddy, I'm gonna have to go to bed because it is 5:11.
It's early yet.
Yep. Yep. It is. It's a way past my bedtime.
Might as well wait until 8.5 hours. No, I'm joking.
Oh my gosh, the grandkids are gonna be here today sometime, so I gotta get a little sleep in before they get here.
All right.
They'll run me over like a freight train. They do anyway, but
Hopefully you get in a good nap before they get there.
oh yeah.
They'll probably be wired on sugar and Mountain Dew before they're brought.
Most likely. Yeah, most likely. And that's the truth of it. So I know their mom probably won't get out of bed until about 11 o'clock. So I'll get a few hours of sleep before she wakes up. So
She gets up at 11 o'clock. They'll be there at what? 11:30?
yeah, maybe 12. Well, it depends. Depends. Yeah. I'm hoping, because she keeps saying she wants to spend more time with them and stuff. So I'm hoping she will actually spend time with them, but
yeah,
we'll see. She wasn't supposed to get him till Friday, but my throat was just so raw I couldn't hardly talk anymore. And I was like, "You're gonna have to come get him because I gotta let my throat heal." And she's like, "Okay." So I made her come get him Wednesday so that I could just not talk for a few days so that my throat would quit hurting. So it's better now. It don't hurt anymore. So thank God for that. And allergies are back under control. So I just take my pill every day and deal with it. But it was pretty rough there for a few days.
What allergy medicine do you take?
I take this Dollar General stuff and it knocked it right out. I went to the doctor's office and they're giving me Claritin and that Flonase you squirt up your nose and what else? There was another started with a Z. I don't remember.
Zyrtec.
Yeah, and not any of it helped at all. I go to Dollar General and I pick up this stupid cheap $6 24-hour allergy relief by Rexall and no, I mean I still get the sniffles and stuff, but I don't have the watery eyes and I'm not sneezing and coughing all over the place all the time and my throat's not irritated all the time, so
No.
I'm like, screw all that business. I'll just go get it from Dollar General and occasionally I get really bad with the poofy eyes and the itchy eyes and stuff, but
This Zyrtec is what I've tried some other stuff, and Zyrtec seemed to work best for me.
yeah.
It might be Rexall that makes it compared to Zyrtec. I've thought about trying it, then I'm like, it's like, I know this works for me. Usually
Yeah.
the ones that are compared to something is pretty much the same stuff.
Pretty much.
From what?
Hold on, I can't even see. Hold on a minute.
But anyways, it's no longer early yet.
It's like Laura Tatadine, I don't know. Yeah, but it's indoor and outdoor allergies. And so it helps. So
I guess my allergies is like the nighttime like pet and dander, I guess.
Yeah.
And this winter we got or this year, whatever you want to call it, we got a electric heater in our bedroom, so it stays a lot warmer. And I don't know if it helps the humidity too or something, but
mine kicks in every time we turn on the heater for the year. I have really bad allergy attack and get really sick for a good while. And then it seems like just as I start getting used to the heater being on and we go to kick on the AC, it starts all over again. So I'm sick a while again. And so not fun.
For heaters, we either got electric heaters or wall heaters. I mean, we got a natural gas heater in the front room, but I haven't. Well, I fired it up once this year to make sure it was still good to go, but it's not been. Junior, stop it. It's not been cold enough for a long enough period of time to. And it's one of those things I don't like turning on and off.
Right.
I don't like turning it on until it's 30s for 2 weeks straight or whatever.
Yeah, and with this weather lately, it's hard to say. Now I have to keep a little electric heater out here because this back over here used to be a back porch, and then they added on the rest of it, so there's no AC or heat out here. And it gets very cold in the winter and very hot in the summer. So I have a little electric heater we keep out here. But I notice if I'm out here mostly, my allergies don't bother me as bad because I usually just keep the dogs out of here. But if I go in the main part of the house, they kick in really bad. I start hacking and coughing everywhere. And so, but they're not allowed in my room and they're not allowed out here. And those are the two places I can go and breathe mostly freely. But
the orange cat, his fur or smell don't really bother me too much, but the gray cat, if I'm around him too long, then it does. But could be he's stinky or whatever too.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I told Ellie we got to get the dogs out of the house because I'm tired. I am so tired of dog hair everywhere. He'll go do laundry and get it, wash it, dry it, bring it up, full of dog hair. I was washing my face earlier today. It was like, oh God, dog hair's in my eye. It's like there's dog hair everywhere. It was like I'm over the dog hair. over it, over it, over it. So he's like, all right. And he likes the security of having a dog in the house. And I do too, but not if it's going to keep making me sick all the time, you know?
Yeah.
There's no,
I mean,
no fun there.
Our dog or her dog, I would have never wanted the thing in the first place, but good. I think he's a good security dog anyways. If someone's walking by on the sidewalk, he'll usually like perk up or whatever. And like if he hears something, if he hears someone out there walking, if he hears noise on the porch, and he's barking.
What kind of dog do you have?
Some kind of large rat dog, ankle biter.
Large.
He is supposed to be some kind of terrier and some kind of Boston Terrier and some other kind of terrier collie mix or a mutt.
Yeah. Mutts are good dogs though.
But I think someone tried to attack the old lady or kids. I think he would rip into them.
Yeah. Yep.
He don't even like me. Like I'll be sitting here and she'll be in the front room, and I'll walk up behind the couch, and if I'm like not talking or anything, he'll look at me and then start barking at me.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
But one time it's like I wanted to see what he would do.
Yeah.
And after that he don't like me sneaking up.
Yeah. No, I am like Jack is really bonded to me. When we first got him, I didn't really have bad allergies to dogs. It was mostly cats. And but they've just gotten worse in the last couple of years. So but when I first got him, like everywhere I'd go, Jack was right there beside me every little step of the way. And he hates it now because I'll close the door. So a lot of times he'll come and he'll just lay right at the door so that he's, close to me. And if we go upstairs to sleep, he lays outside the bedroom door. So, but wherever I go, he thinks he's got to be right there. So if I go to the bathroom, take a bath or a shower, I come out and he's laying right there in the hallway next to the bathroom. I'm like, Jack, go lay down. But yeah, he's every bit guardian dog. He wants to stay close to me and the kids. He doesn't like it when the kids are gone. So he gets real happy when they come home. And it's funny because he's so much like a person, but when the kids leave, he'll run over to the window in the dining room and he takes his nose and shuffles the curtains till he can see out the window, and he just lays his head on the windowsill and watches the kids get in the truck and leave. And it's like, oh, Jack.
But when she got this dog, she seen Boston Terrier. And I told her, I said, if it's got Border Collie, it's not going to be a small dog. It'll be about medium size.
Yeah.
And of course, me, I'm like, if you want it, if you're going to take care of it.
Yeah.
If you ain't taking care of it, I'm going to find it a new home. I don't want it. You want it.
Yeah. Yeah. When we first got Jack, he even slept in our bed. He'd sleep at the foot of the bed, And Dudley loved that because his feet get cold really easily. So he loved having Jack at the foot of the bed, keep his toes warm. But then it just got to where and he got more and more comfortable in the bed to where he started trying to push us out of the bed. And I was like, oh, no, mister. No. He's a little bit too big for that. So, and it just got to where I'd wake up hacking and coughing all night. And I told Lily, I said, you're going to have to kick the dogs out of the bedroom because we cannot have them in there so I can breathe and sleep all night, or as much as my all night as I can. And he went and got an air purifier. So he kicked the dogs out and vacuumed, cleaned up real good, and turned on the air purifier, and I slept great. And I said, see, I told you it's them dogs. But when you got 3 babies dragging blankets and baby dolls and everything else all over, dog hair gets drug in, so we're constantly up there sleep and everything up there. And of course they both shed worse than anything. I mean, Dudley went through and swept the whole house today around noon, and already I could probably go in and sweep up another pile almost as big as what he swept up today because they just shed constantly, and it's just like, oh my God, I'm over the dog hair. Over the long hair. So, but I think I'm going to call it a night.
All right.
5:30.
It's early yet.
Huh?
I said it's early yet.
Well, you have a good rest of your morning.
You do.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
Watch some who was I gonna watch? Some Ragnarok's videos.
Yeah, he's got some cool videos.
I don't know why, but it seems like I've checked his videos out before, but none of them are coming up that I've watched them recently. So.
Huh.
I don't know, but I've watched a lot of videos. I wish there was a thing that showed like how many videos you've watched. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out to the Wiley Living Show. Normally it doesn't run 8.5 hours long, but tonight it did. So everyone that came out throughout the night, we thank you very much. Everyone that came up in the panel or chatted out in the out chat, we thank you very much. It's early yet, but we're shutting her down. So we'll see you next week, 9 p.m. Saturday, every week. Y'all have a good one. Bye for now. It's closing time. You ain't gotta go home, but we're shutting her down. It's closing time. Down, 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 down. Good night, YouTube. Have a good one. Sweet dreams. Ah.